Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to the Halloween edition of the Faction War. So today we have 24 of the top players in the world duking it out on their main factions. For the most part, a couple people on their off factions, but it's going to be a big old battle. So for the Chaos Dwarves, we have Stingers. For the Beastmen, Lord Chicken Feed, Catholic Alcoholic on Bretonnia, Dark Age Rush on Grand Cathay, Anticity, the Kraken King on the Vampire Coast, Salinator here on the Vampire Counts, Rider of Rohan on the forces of the Druki, Hitman Hippo. It's going to be rocking the Demons of Chaos. Last time he played Chorf, so kind of making the full round of evil. Pigman did win the last faction war with Kislev, and now he's going to be jumping over to another villainous faction, which is going to be the Dwarves, and attempting to win once again. Of course, Alfredinho, one of our all-time Total War greats, is going to be representing the Sons of Sigmar. Let's freaking go, man. Should be quite a bit of fun. Big JP, going to be running the Greenskins, Black Knight on the forces of the High Elves, Outer Region on Khorne, Blood Penguin, going to be rocking Kislev, Sipa on the Lizardmen, Butcher Bird on Norsca. Going to be bringing the power of the Cavemen, Berserk, of course, a very, very scary Chaos player. Going to be rocking the forces of Nurgle, of course, another one of my favorite factions. Flying Taco, you know, we can't have a faction war without him playing the Ogre Kingdom. So Flying Taco, the only Ogre Kingdom main in existence, going to be playing the Ogres. We have Human Boy Yes Yes. If you guys don't know who he is, make sure to check out his YouTube channel. He pretty much runs a large majority of the land battle action. Really, really cool guy. And, of course, a very good Skaven player as well. Angel's going to be playing the forces of Slaanesh. Very apt. Angel, Slaanesh, of course, they go hand in hand. Zegzi on Tzeentch. Tim the Wilder. He's going to be bringing back the Tomb Kings. Of course, seeing if we can get an undead win on Halloween. Maybe it's going to happen. Charix, the Pride of Poland, is going to be on the Wood Elves. And Martinius, the Dark God's Chosen, is going to be rocking the Warriors of Chaos. So those are all the players here today. The first match we're going to be rocking, let's see if I set this up correctly, and we'll show you guys the brackets here real quick. So let's see if this works. It does. So here's the tail of the tape. If you guys want to look at all the brackets, we're going to be starting with Tim the Wilder here at the top, Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings. And then we're going to be going down, Greenskins versus Khorne, Chaos Dwarfs versus Beastmen, Slaanesh versus Norsca, Kislev versus Lizardmen, High Elves versus Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves versus Dwarves, Skaven versus Grand Cathay, and then we're going to move through, and you can see the rest of the matches from there. So it should be quite a bit of fun. So without further ado, we're going to get started in our first game. Also, something very exciting, my wife is launching her new t-shirt and clothing business here today, so we're going to be sharing that with all of you guys. So let me show you the graphic here real quick so you can get a look at this. Here it is, and you can check out all the goodies over on astrosnouts.com, and it's a great way to support the channel as well as my lady. And there it is. So we will be dropping links in chat over the course of the stream if you guys want to check it out. All sorts of fun stuff. You got the Palpatine cat as well as the satanic Chihuahua on the far side. I'm sure many of you guys own one of those. So here we are. Let us waste no more time. Let's go have some fun and get this party started here in round one here today. All right. Let's get it. Who do you guys think's going to win? You rooting? I guess that's Tomb Kings aren't evil unless you're playing Arkan, of course. They're certainly the good guys in this situation. John, thank you for the $5. Rarely get to catch you live. Thank you. And Bowie, big donation. Happy Halloween. Let's go. All day, every day. All day, every day. Looming, yes. Thank you for becoming a new member. So Bowie, Looming, and John, thank you for firing it off here. Greatly appreciate it. You guys are aces. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very sweaty day of action here. A lot of great games to come. You guys, of course, know the Faction War format. I think it's my favorite thing we do here on the channel. And once again, if you want to check out Lady Turin's company, her clothing and t-shirt and all that great stuff here, you can head on over to Astrosnouts. Make sure to give it a check out. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they ship all over the place too. We have they distribute in Europe and here in the States and Asia, so should be all good. Magic, thank you for the donation. Thank you guys so much, man. Coming out of the gates really, really hard here. All right. So let's get it, man. Let's have some fun. Let's party. Man, Magic, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, folks. Let's get this party started. It's going to be the Warriors of Chaos, the Dark God's Chosen, Martinius. A very, very strong domination player, taking a bit of a dive here into old land battle against one of the scarier land battle players and domination players in Tim the Wilder. So it should be a fun one. And how, taking a look at the front lines of Chaos, it's going to be a core of Marauders with some Marauders of Slaanesh, Hell Scourges as well. So going for a little bit more sustained grind in the front line and try and grind down those Bone Daddies. But the entire front line is going to be Chaff-centric, basically Marauders. In the secondary line, we have Archaon the Ever-Chad. And Archaon is pretty good against Tomb Kings. He does have access to 2 very good spells, including Burning Head as well as Spirit Leech. You could drop Burning Head to roast the skeletons, and Spirit Leech to take down the bigger threats like Cetra. Double Dragon Ogre Shaggoth as well. All right, so these guys are big heavy hitters. And if they're able to catch the Khemri and War Sphinxes, they can certainly counter them. So I'm curious how Tim is going to effectively deal with the Dragon Ogres. We're going to have to see his build. And of course, we do have some Armored Chaos Trolls. Now remember, this is Conquest mode, so if you hold the objective for, I think it's 7 or 8 minutes, can't quite remember, you win the game. And on the far side, we do have some Chaos Knights of Khorne, so fire damage isn't bad, and they're very, very good at just kind of tearing through, whatever they can get their paws on. All right, so looking at Tim the Wilder, Tim is going to be rocking Skeleton Spearmen, and it looks like a very mobile, kind of hard-hitting, hit-and-run type build here from Tim the Wilder. In the back, we do have the Screaming Beam Catapults, which are pretty good against infantry. Double Sepulchral Stalkers, so this is going to be his answer against the large targets. These things, of course, have halberds, so they have anti-large, armor-piercing. Their laser beams are quite effective. And the Warriors of Chaos are going to be moving up to grab the objective, while Tim is going to be claiming the high ground here. Sorry about the lag, it happens every now and then, but yeah, this isn't too bad. We've had worse. We have endured worse, that is for sure. All right, on the far side, Skeleton Horseman Archers from Tim the Wilder are going to be poking into the Marauders of Martinius. The Marauders, of course, do have bronze shields, not silver shields or anything like that. So, they're gonna take it all right, but still not, a bad place to be eating those arrows. Over here on the far side, we do see the Dragon Ogre Shagus moving up. The Warriors of Chaos, what you want to do if you're Martinius is probably just leave one Marauder to grab the objective and then push Tim. But Tim does have a fairly scary monstrous core as well. Okay, he has some good anti-large fighters. Tim is going to be rocking the Sphinx of Usef here. This thing, of course, does have anti-large and armor-piercing, so it's going to be up to the task of fighting the Shaggoths. But if Archaon and Double Shaggoth are able to get a nice jump on top of, the big Sphinx here, that could be, a scary fight for the Sphinx. So we'll have to see how that goes down. Advancing up are the Dragon Ogre Shaggoths, and, of course, you're getting the dreaded Total War slideshow. Always a great way to start things off. Spirit Leeches, probably going to be more Spirit Leech spam, rather than using the Burning Heads on the Skeleton Spearmen. But so far, I think Tim has a pretty good position. He has the high ground here. He's going to be the Obi-Wan in this situation. And of course, his Sepulchral Stalkers are going to start ripping some really nice shots into the Dragon Ogres. You can see Martinius is going to be pulling those guys back here. Slideshow games are the best. You get to enjoy every frame. You see, that's what I'm talking about. Butcher Bird with the optimism here. It's great stuff. Now, Necropolis Knights with halberds. Okay, that's a really good counter against the Chaos Knights. And I think Tim, man, it seems like Tim just kind of knew what his opponent was going to be bringing to an extent, right? He's got the Necropolis Knights to counter the Chaos Knights. He has the 2 anti-large halberds to deal with the monsters, as well as an anti-large monster, anti-infantry, etc. He's got a lot of his bases covered. Nonetheless, it looks like the lag has subsided, so somebody stopped downloading their shady links. And now on the outside, we do have the Necropolis Knights going to be heading over to intercept the Chaos Knights here. Meanwhile, the firepower of the Tomb King's doing some good damage. The Screaming Skull catapults are melting into the infantry, and Tim is going to be getting in and tearing up these Marauders here for sure. As the Khemri and War Sphinx and etc. roll in, they're going to be getting a big fat charge, and we all know that the Battle Kitties of the Tomb Kings are hands down one of the best units in the game right now, as far as monstrous units go. Very, very strong. Warriors of Chaos going to be countercharging with the Chaos Trolls, maybe. Eyes of the Desert now going to be getting their laser beams of doom, and it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are basically trying to get their Marauders on top of the laser snakes back here, and if they can, maybe the Shaggoths can shine. Tim is really effective at this playstyle, kind of pulling back and poking and running and then engaging when it's optimal, and of course that is very, very good in land battle. Whereas in Dom, sometimes playing this way, you can yield too many objectives, but here, it's going to be effective. I mean, there is an objective in play, but Tim has a long time to value trade. It takes a long time to win on the objectives here, so... Shaggoths have engaged, and it looks like there's going to be a lot of Skeleton Horseman Archers moving in. Warriors of Chaos also going to be piling in to fight. We do see Archaon the Everchosen with Fight or Die active, and Tim is going to be taking some substantial casualties here on the Sepulchral Stalkers, but he does use his Skeleton Horseman to screen. Very much a tabletop tactic. Using Skeleton Horseman Archers to screen in tabletop is very, very meta, and very strong as well. So the Sphinx is going to be getting anti-large. We have a big pit fight going down here. Going to be pretty much all the stopping power of Chaos. We have the double Shaggoth. We do have Archaon. We have some Marauders of Slaanesh here and the Armored Chaos Trolls battling it out versus the Tomb King's epicenter. So we do have the Sphinx as well as Cetra fighting Sepulchral Stalkers in the secondary. And yeah, honestly, Warriors of Chaos not doing badly, but Cetra's getting a little bit beat up. Oh, that's going to be a good Burning Head, though. That's going to cook all these guys. So really nice Burning Head by Martinius right there. That's going to be roasting up those Skeleton Horseman Archers, heading on over to the Skeleton Spears, and that is going to be some nice cooking right there, as it does roast a lot of the Tomb King's units. Granted, the Warriors of Chaos Infantry Corps is really faltering. The Marauders of Slaanesh are not in very good shape, only 2,000 HP left, and aside from that, I guess they do have some basic Marauders here. But it's hard to tell who's winning this particular fight. It does look like the Skeleton Horseman Archers are going to start crumbling. Spirit Leech going down to the big Sphinx. Archaon the Everchosen hanging in there pretty well. And over here, yeah, this is a really bad situation for the Chaos Knights. So Martinius right there. His Chaos Knights do get caught by the Necropolis Knights. Not sure how he allowed that to happen. But nonetheless, that is a catastrophic loss. Probably what you would want to do with those Chaos Knights is just Benny Hill them. So just like run them around and get the Necropolis Knights to chase you. So then at least both of you and your opponent are kind of losing out on resources. Tim the Wilder gets his Sepulchral Stalkers around the side and is going to be shooting laser beams into the giant Shaggoths, but the Shaggoths are hanging in there. Both of them are reasonably healthy. No Nurgle caster in this build, of course. And Archaon the Everchosen is battling it out versus Tzeentch. So first game of the day, Lord of the End Times battling Tzeentch, who's kind of, Tzeentch definitely doesn't like chaos, so those guys are going to be duking it out and seeing who can win there. Laser Beam Snakes getting some nice shots on the Shaggoth. Shaggoth going to be bouncing over to battle the Sepulchral Stalkers. This could be a game changer. We do see the Cursed Blades being activated on the Necropolis Knights right there, and they're going to be flanking into the side of Archaon the Everchosen. Archaon going to be getting pinned down. The fight was actually not looking bad for the Warriors of Chaos. We got Armored Chaos Trolls pounding in. Shaggoths are trading pretty well. But now that the Necropolis Knights were able to win their fight against the Chaos Knights, that might be the difference maker here. I mean, maybe Archaon can put this game on his back, but Tim is up pretty substantially in terms of value. And we do see Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance being popped here on the Marauders. Not too many good targets outside of the Chaos Knights, although it looks like there might be an opportunity for the Chaos Knights to get that artillery piece here. So Martini is probably going to be grabbing this bad boy here with the Chaos Knights and definitely wants to move over and go after that Screaming Meme Catapult. Burning Head going down right here is going to be roasting a lot of the Skeleton Spearmen. I do not believe the value tracker accurately tracks like crumbling and different variables like that, so that is something to consider. Dragon Ogre Shaggoth going to be fighting Sepulchral Stalkers. He probably would eventually win that fight. Trolls do rout, but on the backside, Martinius gets a nice little pick here. He is able to get the Chaos Knights on top of the Screaming Skull Catapult right there. He does crumble that, so that's a nice little value train for him. And now he can use these Chaos Knights to crumble the rest of the infantry, but the Warriors of Chaos leadership is in a very precarious position. Archaon the Everchosen is running. The Dragon Ogre Shaggoths are doing quite well, actually. I'm reasonably impressed with them. I mean, I don't think their value is going to be anything insane. About 700 here. 400 here is actually quite rough. But they still have quite a bit of value to give here in this game, as Archaon's going to be pulling away. Spirit Leech activated. Now remember, Warriors of Chaos do have the objective as well. Martinius needs to be a little bit more active with these Chaos Knights. Get them to start flanking in and hammering some of these skeletons and these different pieces here. So we're going to see if they do. Trolls on their way back in. Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is going to be battling it out versus Tzeentch the Imperishable, as well as the Stalkers. No, those are actually the Necropolis Knights, so he's going to be fleeing from those. One thing I'm a little bit concerned about for Tim is Tim doesn't really have much in the way of infantry. I mean, he's got a couple Skeleton Spears left, but a lot of them are getting melted. If Archaon can, maybe get a Burning Head on these Skeleton Spears and cook them, and then all Tim has left are the big monsters, the Warriors of Chaos could actually start playing a bit of a kiting playstyle. And now the Chaos Knight's getting back in there and re-engaging versus the Eyes of the Desert. Is Martinius on a path for a comeback here in this game? I don't know. Balance of power, of course, is pretty heavily favored for Tim, and army losses does, of course, exist in this mode. And here, Marauders chasing down Sepulchral Stalkers. Tzeentch does pop the Blessed Blade of Betraw. Going to be trying to get that fat damage buff, and maybe he will, against the fleeing Chaos Knights. Chaos does have a lot of infantry left. Archaon's going to be coming over and starting to cook some of the infantry. So the Lord of the End Times, he's like, I don't feel like fighting a fair fight. Rather, I'm going to go attack these skeletons, and they will start crumbling rather quickly with Archaon rear attacking them like that. It's not going to be a terribly long fight. So looking around here, we do see the Dragon Ogre Shaggoths piling in. Okay, that's probably GG here. I think Tim is going to be getting it. We do see the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth wavering. If this thing breaks, it's going to be pretty easy to chase off the battlefield for Tim. And also something else I guess I neglected to analyze here is that Tim the Wilder is rocking the Necropolis Knights with halberds. He's got a whole bunch of those bad boys. So they're going to be able to probably hold it down and do battle against these units. Worst case scenario. So I think that's probably GG there. We do see Tim the Wilder defeating the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, and the other Dragon Ogre is going to be enveloped by plenty of anti-large, and the big Battle Sphinx coming in. My wife actually painted my my Necro Sphinx that I use in tabletop. It's super cool, and definitely a very, very powerful unit in tabletop as well. But that's going to be the end. I think Martinius is in massive danger. He does have the objective. I mean, he could just fall back and try and hunker down on the objective, but that is a long time to hold. A long, long time. He does not serve, he rules. And he is going to be banishing the Dark Gods back to the Shadow Realm from whence they came. As we do see the Dragon Ogre the Dragon Ogre Shelly rallying on the edge of the battlefield here. Meanwhile, Marauders of Slaanesh with the Hell Scourges going to be applying some poison and tar pitting, but is that going to be enough to buy time for the objectives? Archaon the Everchosen does get down the last of the Skeleton Spearmen here. Tim's army isn't excellent against infantry, and his Ushapti summon is going to be wearing off, but I think Tzeentch can carry it. Tzeentch, of course, does amazing anti-infantry damage, and we do see the Marauders heading to the objective here. Armored Chaos Troll is going to be heading back, and now Martinius is going to be using his domination instincts here as well. So he's going to be pulling back his Marauders. He knows he needs to make a last stand on the objective and just try and tar pit Tim. It's really funny, though, because Tim is somebody who I noticed in the last faction war, he won, I believe, his first 2 rounds with Tomb Kings in a very dominant faction. He took out some really top-tier players, but he ended up losing his 3rd game against Lizardmen, I think it was. I can't remember because he didn't play the objective at all, which is really ironic considering his initial background is domination mode. But Tim is also a top, land battle player as well. So he probably realizes he needs to get over there now. I mean, maybe sweating bullets a little bit. He only has a couple minutes, and now everybody's going to be heading over. He basically needs to trigger army losses. Otherwise, the Warriors of Chaos are going to get the win, which would be hilarious. And Martinius is able to pull out a win. Although, I'm secretly rooting for the player who isn't causing the lag. I don't know which one that is. I don't think Tim usually lags, so Martinius, we're looking at you, man. Hopefully your internet's holding up there today, because I certainly don't think it's going to be on my end. Nope, we're not having any lag on our end today. So, we do see the Spirit Leech going down, and that's going to be nailing Cetra, buying a little bit of time. But if Army Losses triggers, which it's very close to triggering, then that will also end the game as well. And our first slideshow game will potentially be over. I've seen the end of the PowerPoint battle is almost over, yes. And, most of the games shouldn't have lag. Usually there's like maybe 3 games that have a little bit of lag, but, this is unusual because I'm in the States, Tim the Wilder's in the Pacific Northwest. I'm pretty sure Martinius is East Coast. So unless he's on Wi-Fi or someone's on Wi-Fi today, shouldn't be having such issues. Sally the Dragon Ogre, yes. I think that Tim wins, though, because he's going to get a mass terror route. He's going to get down here. He's going to instantly route most of these guys off, unless Archeon has the Crown of Domination. So Archeon does have an item that grants immune to psychology. So if he does stack Archeon on the objective, maybe he can fight for a while. We see the Sneaky Snakes coming down, so the Necropolis Knights are going to be heading towards that objective as well. He pretty much needs all hands on deck right here. Martinius is from Europe. Oh, okay, I thought he was East Coast. I didn't know that. Okay, so that could be causing some of the lag. Who knows? Who knows? But, we play with Europeans, and usually there's not any issues. Yeah. Ro, thank you for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. All right. So, Setri the Imperishable going to be swooping on down, getting ready to overrun the objective. The Tomb Kings are coming for blood. They don't have any, so I suppose they're going to be... Well, I guess there maybe is a little bit with, the Pharaohs and whatnot. Because technically, I think the Lich Priests are still alive, aren't they? I think in the lore. Yeah, and I don't know about the Tomb Kings themselves. I think they're animated dead, but... The Lich Priests, never died. They're just, decrepit bodies, but they were able to kind of preserve their, their livelihood, I suppose. So, big charge here. You want to keep Archeon close by, right? So, Crown of Domination has an aura range of this effect. So, the Trolls are out of the aura range. So, there's a chance there could be an instant terror route right now for those Trolls. Spirit Leech is going to be going down here. He only needs to hold a little bit longer. Tim is probably sweating some serious bullets right now, having a little bit of deja vu of how he lost in the last tournament. I mean, he did have some time to go down and contest the objective earlier. There was nobody on it. But is he going to be paying for his hubris here? Will the Tomb Kings get punished for not playing the point? Maybe they will. So we do see the Trolls shaken and stirred. Archeon is keeping that aura nearby. And the Necropolis Knights with Halberds going to want to engage against those Marauders. And the Marauders of Slaanesh are immune to psychology. That is one of the big things, so you have to break them naturally. But I suspect when the Trolls break and a little bit more damage goes down, you're probably going to be seeing army losses kicking in. The objective is starting to flip now. So Tim only has 70 seconds. He has a minute. He has a minute and 10 seconds to get this objective back. God, that is so incredibly stressful. And he plays that way in every game mode. In Domination mode, he's constantly just waiting to the last second to grab the objectives. And of course, Tim has won several major events. So yeah, he's certainly very scary. We do see army losses kicking in, and Tim the Wilder is going to just barely escape the wrath of the Dark Gods. What a scary, scary game for him. But alas, he makes it work. Sorry about the slideshow. I think we should be okay from here on out. I think we should be all right, and life should be going good. All right. 1 second here. There we are, and perfect. Cool. So GG, well played. Nice showing from Martinius. It's one of the first times I've seen him play land battle, and he put up a really good fight against Tim the Wilder. I'm sure if he went back to the drawing board, he could, give Tim a very, very scary run for his money. 2,000 value on Archeon. We do also see the Chaos Knights getting wrecked, unfortunately. Dragon Ogre Shagus were a decent choice. Honestly, a decent meta choice. I think if he just replaces the Chaos Knights with something that accrues value better in this matchup, because Chaos Knights against Tomb Kings have Ushabti Grapos, Sepulchral Stalkers, Necropolis Knights, Big Sphinxes, a lot of things that counter Chaos Knights. So that would probably be the one thing that I would probably change up in that particular matchup. And from there, I think you would be okay. All right, so we're going to go report the score real quick. So let's head on over to the score reporting station. We're going to go ahead and do this. And we are going to be advancing the Tomb Kings and Tim the Wilder. So he's going to be advancing on to face the Vampire Count in the next round. So we have the true Halloween Duel of Fates taking place in round 2. But next up, we're going to be doing Chaos Dwarves versus Beastmen. So the Chowie going to be doing battle with the Bray Herd. So we will see how this is going to be going down. And once again, these are all the players for today. So you can choose your champion. Martinius, the first to fall, but you know he put up a great fight and was an absolute chad. So certainly a good performance from him as well. Tim playing pretty wild on those capture points, that's for sure. Yeah, pretty good stuff. All right. So where are we going here? Let's go ahead and find the Chaos Dwarf game. So we're going to find it, and we will be there in just a second. I think it's this one, maybe. All right, maybe it's this one. Could be wrong, but you know we'll find out in a second. Is it? No, that's not that. That's a different game. Oops. So let me go ahead and get the Chaos Dwarf one. All right, lobby code, please. And we'll get started with that in just a second. By the way, today's stream is also going to be launching my wife's t-shirt business, clothing business. They do t-shirts, sweaters, all that sort of good stuff. So if you want to check out, you can head on over to astrosnouts.com. These are some of the designs, and they're all hand done. No AI nonsense. There it is. And yeah, make sure to give it a check out. Great way to support the channel and the family. And let me drop a link in chat to you guys as well. We can get that fired off. So there you are. If you want to check that out, there is a link to the website. Thank you guys all for your support. And let's get this next game going here in just a moment. Yeah, Tomb Kings are cool, man. They're a fun faction. They're definitely a fun faction. And once again, here are the players. And we're going to find this lobby code here in just a second. All right. The Dwarfs are being elusive. They are indeed. Yeah, Tim. Tim definitely lives dangerously. He does. He's a wild man. All right, I think I found the lobby code. It says it's full. Okay, so we're probably going to go to a different game if we can't find it. Okay, they're making a new lobby. I think they are. Should be fine. Yeah, a lot less downtime going on as well, which is awesome about Faction Wars. Most of the players have their lobbies ready. Some of them are being potatoes and taking some time, but it's okay. We still love them. We're back. We are. Yeah, we are indeed. The possum mug I need. Yeah, the possum's great. I think the possum's going to be one of the most popular. I think my favorite design is the Darth Cat. Yeah, but, you know, they're all great. Okay, so let's do this. 1, 2, 3. It says unspecified error. Copy that. It's named Dwarfs vs. BM. Okay, so let's refresh this. Could be a weird Steam thing. There it is. All right. Got it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be rocking into the second game here for today. The Kraken King Anticities game is coming up soon, but now we have the Chaos Dwarfs versus the Beastmen. Stingers on Chaos Dwarfs versus Lord Chicken Feed. You know, what's always fun about these conquest events is it pulls together land battle and domination players, right? We get players from both sides of the party coming in, and you know, it's comfortable for both sides. I think it's definitely great. We're just starting. We're on the second game of the day. Correct. Is this the first? So this is my wife did all these designs, so it's not necessarily like channel merchandise. It doesn't have anything to do with my channel, but yeah, it's kind of the first in that. Anticity is stressing. Don't stress, dude. Come on, you have such a powerful legacy. Even if you don't get super far, whatever, man, you're still awesome. Hold your head up high, man. All right. I don't know if you mentioned it before, but is the Tomb Scorpion getting I would imagine it will. It needs to. In tabletop, Tomb Scorpions are like one of the best units the Tomb Kings have. Yeah, that's right. I got you, Calamina. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, loading in, we have the Bray Herd versus the Chaos Dwarves. A Chaos matchup, and the Chowie are going to be going super elite. So Stingers is going to be rocking the heavy metal Chowie. I love this playstyle. We got the Infernal Ironsworn, which against Beastmen, you know, their blasting charges are awesome. Their combat prowess is great. And in terms of like sitting on an objective, I mean, they'll be very, very good at that. If they can get the blasting charges on the Pestigores, you know, they're going to prosper. So it's the dreaded land battle box. We do have a Infernal Ironsworn, I think 3 of them in total. Yeah, with 1 unit here, which is going to be Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Bull Centaur Renders for anti-large damage. A single Iron Demon. And up in the sky, we have a big monster mash. So it's going to be a Demon Smith Sorcerer. Oh my god, he's got 2 of the Bale Tauruses. He's got a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, and then also a Demon Smith Sorcerer of Death. Who isn't going to be using any magic. Rather, it's just a big, scary combat character. Oh my god. That is super, super evil. Look at this build. Yeah, so this is an elite Chowie build. Obviously, you know, trying to go wide against Beastmen is not going to be super good. They're really going to outdo you on the mobility and swarming, because like trying to use Hobgoblins against Centaurs is going to be a disaster, right? So just kind of tightening your build in, taking advantage of the terror routes and all that sort of good stuff, I think that is going to be quite nice. Now, looking at the forces of Lord Chicken Feed, top tier domination player, but he also has some very good land battle chops as well. going to be rocking Pestigors, and they, of course, have good armor piercing, but they will get massacred by the blasting charges and the Iron Demon if they're not careful. Basic Centaurs, some with throwing axes, which are very necessary. The Centaurs with throwing axes is very, very good against the big monsters. Malagor the Dark Chicken with Flock of Doom. Butchers of Kalkengard, and oh, a Chad Cygor. Let's freaking go. This is taking me back to the olden days when I used to play in land battle tournaments and use the dreaded double Cygor builds. I love this so much. So yeah, Cygor is throwing boulders, and Infernal Ironsworn is unironically very, very good. So we're going to see what kind of contact he makes. Yeah, one of the Infernal Ironsworn quite beat up already. And we see the Chaos Dwarves not happy about this. They're going to be sending in the Demonsmith Sorcerer as well as the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, and they're going to be trying to get their pistol shots. So they both have pistols and Spirit Leech. So they're going to be just shooting down the Eye of Morsleep. But there is shooting here for the Beastmen. Ungor Raiders, Centaurs with throwing axes. There are other elements here. Oh, double breath attack coming in. I like this. So that's a lot of DPS, actually. Look at that. And it looks like Lord Chickenfeed is going to be dodging that. Lord Chickenfeed, a little bit of a lapse in micro, though. He needs to get his Centaurs with throwing axes over here to provide a little bit of screening. He also has another unit right here as well. So he does kind of fall behind on his micro a little bit. Needs to get those bad boys involved. And the Chaos Dwarf is going to be grabbing the middle objective here. Meanwhile, what the hell's going on over here? One of the Iron Demons gets in. It gets Cascading Fire Cloak, and now it looks like the Chaos Dwarf is going to be engaging on the ground against the forces of the Beastmen. Remember, Eye of Morsleep does have a snare ability as well, so you got to put some respect on that thing's name. It can potentially snare down one of these Iron Demons or, you know, the big Demonsmiths. But man, those Chorf characters, those great Bale Tauruses doing nasty damage against Butchers of Kalkengard, but they do heal. It's going to be a pretty good Flock of Doom. Going to be nailing pretty much all the elite Chaos Dwarf infantry on the side. We do see the Centaurs for Lord Chickenfeed looking for an opportunity to engage here. And up in the sky, we do see a pigeon fight. So Malagor the Dark Omen going to be fleeing the scene, running away here from the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire as well as the Demonsmith. We're going to see if he's going to be able to escape here. Pestigor is going to be flanking in on the sides, coming in from all directions, but the elite Chowie infantry holding pretty firm, aside from where the boulders of the Cygor have landed. So far, so good. Oh, look at this. We even have the dreaded tactical reserves from Lord Chickenfeed. He's taking notes out of my playbook. Got to put some respect on that. That's pretty sweet. Some more boulder shots coming in from the Eye of Morsleep. We do see the Centaurs with throwing axes getting folded up a little bit there by the Iron Demon. He definitely needs to keep those Centaurs with throwing axes alive. Those are one of the only things he has that are going to be effective here. And now we have a big fight in the center. It is going to be the Bull Centaur Renders and the Iron Demon battling with Butchers as well as Centaurs. Butchers are pretty hard hitting, and another Flock of Doom going to be going down there. Very, very good cast. In the backfield, the Bale Taurus character going to be going after the Eye of Morsleep. So Lord Chickenfeed potentially going to be losing the Eye of Morsleep here. We'll have to see how this fighting looks. Sorcerer Prophet of Fire going to be retreating, battling the Centaurs on the way out. And it looks like the Bull Centaur Renders kind of got wrecked there. So the Chaos Dwarves take their first devastating blow of the game. They were kind of winning most of those engagements until that point. That was a nice change of pace. The Centaurs, of course, you know, with the Butchers of Kalkengard, able to swarm them off the battlefield. Pestigors with the rear charge into the Infernal Ironsworn. On the backside, we do see the throwing axes getting a little bit of value into the Demonsmith Sorcerer. Probably the best bet for the Beastmen is going to be trying to kill all the infantry. If you can just swarm down all the infantry and then grab the objective and just kind of troll and kite the monsters for a long period of time, because they're not going to be able to really contest the objectives effectively, right? The big scary monster characters. So that could be a win con for them. We'll have to see. Iron Demon's still online. Pretty cool to see it in action. Normally you do see the Flamethrower Iron Demon. This one is a little bit trapped up. Centaurs do have good mass. Pestigors also have poison and some slowing capabilities. Ungor Raiders putting a little bit of peppering fire into the big monsters, but so far not a lot of damage has taken place. And it looks like the Chorf Elite Infantry are holding. Another boulder coming in from the Eye of Morsleep, and I guess Eye of Morsleep still is a respectable fighter. But really, really close game we have here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a knockdown, drag-out battle. These guys are going at it. And it's going to be kind of hard to tell who's winning this. Balance of power is very, very even. We do see a value lead for Stingers, but Lord Chickenfeed is not that far behind with his dreaded Bray Herd. So the Eye of Morsleep going to be waddling away, but it's going to be eating a lot of blasting charges there. Didn't do too much damage. Centaurs with throwing axes, getting a little bit of supporting fire against the Chaos Dwarves. And the Iron Demon still going strong. Warp Gaze is activated, so Warp Gaze is the snare ability that the Eye of Morsleep does have. None of the big monsters or SEs of the Chaos Dwarves have really gone down yet. We do see the Demonsmith Sorcerers are both in very, very good shape. Malagor, of course, in great shape as well, but he's not going to be up to the task of really fighting these guys. Now, the objective does belong to the Chaos Dwarves. I wouldn't hate if the Beastmen maybe started to get a little bit of pressure on it, like grab some units and just kind of park on that objective. And Lord Chickenfeed, of course, knows how to play objectives. He's going to be very, very good at that. I would say maybe Chaos Dwarves are a little bit favored here in this position, simply because these monsters' characters are going to be so tough to deal with. But again, there is a huge variable that if the Chaos Dwarf infantry do get beaten down, there's not going to be enough play on the objectives. We're going to have to see how that all unfurls right here. So Big Cow's going to be swarming into the back. Beautiful charge right there. They're going to be taking these guys to the club. The Infernal Ironsworn are shaken and they are stirred. and probably will be folding up here in just a second. Of course, Butchers of Kalkengard do cause terror, and the Beastmen trying to get the objective right now, and it looks like Stingers, I think Stingers is probably aware that he maybe has a bit of an issue playing the objective once he loses his infantry, so probably going to be trying to stop this. For the Beastmen, I think you need to continue trying to grab this if you can, because that potentially could be your win con in the later stages of the game. We'll have to see. Centaur's the throwing axe is going to be kiting back against the Demonsmith Sorcerer, getting a little bit of damage there. And here on this side, we do see the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire going after the Eye of Morsleep. The Cygor is going to be fleeing the scene, 129 HP. And yeah, these Bealtor's characters are so freaking nasty. But Beastmen do have tools for dealing with them, for sure. It's not like they're ill-equipped to deal with monsters. But he didn't bring a lot of things that are very good against monsters. I'm surprised we didn't see some... They can bring Centaurs of Tzeentch, right? I think they are limited to 2, but even still... you know, a couple of those could have been helpful for getting through these, you know, this big armor here. Eye of Morsleep going to be running away with 129 HP. The objective is going to be flipping to the Beastmen for sure. We see Pestigors on it, so that is going to be flipping their direction. Looking at the Chowie here, they're basically just playing whack-a-mole, but this bounce power is pretty even, and the Beastmen might be able to pull some shenanigans off. I'm telling you, these two big monsters, in a traditional land battle setting, it would be certainly, you could probably call a GG for the forces of the Chaos Dwarves. Like, they would probably just win it with their big monsters, but here it's a little bit different, right? You have to play the objective, and there's a little bit more constraints on the game here. So Malagor the Dark Peacock going to be jumping in, going after the Iron Demon here, and it looks like one of the Iron Demons is going to be falling, so the Chaos Dwarves are losing a bit. Balance of power is very, very even, as a matter of fact, but the Bealtorses are going to be getting some nice gooning attempts here against the Pestigors. And we do see the Butchers of Kalkengard regenerating HP out there. And are they going to be able to do it? Now, remember, there's no attacking rules in Conquest mode. So the you know, they can cycle charge as much as they want because the objective is what's going to be keeping the players honest. Also, shout out to the Fruit Rules people. We're using their rules today. So shout out to them. We're using them for like army limits and whatnot to make it a little bit more of a, I suppose, fair conquest for everybody here. So the Pestigors are going to be getting routed off. And yeah, I think that Stingers is just going to need to try and trigger army losses here. We do see some full health Centaurs. Oh, I think these are the tactical reserves from the edge of the map. These are the units that he forgot about. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, and it's kind of like keeping his bounce of power honest, right? Chaos Dwarves are up on the bounce of power. They are getting some routes, but the Beastmen do have the objectives. And I don't know if the flying units... I know in Domination mode they can't. I can't remember if in Conquest Creative Assembly coded it so flying units can actually grab the objective, but if they can, that's going to be really, really funny. We do see Cascading Fire Cloak going down onto the Sorcerer Prophet, making him a little bit stronger. But yeah, the Chaos Dwarves basically just have to try and trigger... Okay, huge mistake here by Lord Chickenfeed. Charging in with Malagor the Dark Pigeon. There's no reason to let him take damage, because that's just going to give so much army losses to your opponent here. I think for the Chaos Dwarves, your best bet is just going to be picking off as many units as you can. But here's the thing, guys. Chaos Dwarves have like 45 minutes to win this game. Literally like 6 or 7 minutes more of fighting. And that should be enough time to trigger army losses. It's hard to say. I mean, the Beastmen, do they have Butchers of Kalkengard regenerating somewhere? Let's see. Did they actually come back into the fight? Centaurs are doing some respectable damage. Throwing Axe is getting a little bit of work in there. Flock of... Oh my god, wait a second. The Bealtor's character, oh my god, if he breaks... If that Demonsmith Sorcerer of Death breaks and Lord Chickenfeed's able to chase him off the battlefield with Malagor, oh my god, that would be a crushing defeat. That would be brutal. I mean, that's a reasonably healthy unit. And he's broken. Oh my god, he's broken. The Bray Herd is maybe going to be able to get this game back. The Bray Herd cackling all the way to the bank. I mean, this guy is a goner. As long as Lord Chickenfeed doesn't throw this and uses Malagor to chase while also using his Centaurs to pin down the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, that's going to be game blouses for sure, probably, because I don't think the Sorcerer Prophet can get through all these units. I mean, as strong as he is, I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh my god, Stingers he just must be sweating bullets right now. As Lord Chickenfeed, with his dreaded Cygor build, proving to be incredibly scrappy. And now he's going to be moving in, chasing down the Demonsmith Sorcerer here. We do see the Sorcerer Prophet trying to help out his homie, but it's not going to be enough, probably. That's going to be very, very hard. No Chaos Dwarf infantry left on the battlefield, no mobility, no goblins, nothing. That is it. Release the Happy Moose. So Demonsmith Sorcerer are going to be getting harried and chased down by Malagor the Dark Omen. And here, now we see the Sorcerer Prophet surrounded. And does he have the killing power to get through this many Beastmen? There is actually still a lot of them left. Pestigors, we got the Throwing Axes saturating in, getting a little bit of damage against this bad boy. And Malagor the Dark Evil Cow, he's getting in. Christian Bale Taurus, I like that. Yeah, no, I think this guy's, if he like gets lucky and rallies, the Chaos Dwarves might have a chance, but can the Sorcerer Prophet solo this, ladies and gentlemen? He has a lot of time left. He's got about 4,000 HP. We do see some Ungor Raiders. And the Ungor Raiders going to be shooting into this bad boy. More Centaurs charging in. Centaurs do have a reasonable leadership as far as Beastman standards goes. That objective is in the clutches of the Bray Herd. And a Malagor is going to come back and start Flock of Dooming him, which doesn't do a lot of damage against SCs, but it's not insignificant either. And we do see the Demon Smith getting chased down. Malagor's got him to the edge of the battlefield. This was looking like it was going to be a crushing victory, right, for the forces of the Chaos Dwarves, but man, things just took a turn. Although we do see mass routes going down right here. Okay, a lot of routes. Look at the balance of power shift. As soon as that other character got routed, the Beastmen actually did some respectable damage against the Sorcerer Prophet. Here we do see the Ungor Raiders putting a little bit of firepower right into his face. He's only got like 2,000 HP. He's kind of low. Pestigor's coming in trying to apply poison. And obviously the Veiltor's character, the Sorcerer Prophet, knows he needs to take down the Ungor Raider, so he's going to be piling into this bad boy, and we're going to see what kind of work he gets done. Is there going to be a terror route going down here? Malagor's on his way back in. He's coming, baby. He's on his way to do battle. And oh my god, is this going to be army losses? He's wavering right now. Does he have any burning heads? Oh my god, he didn't bring burning head against Beastmen. That is a huge mistake. I think if he brings burning head, maybe he can pull something out. Okay, fireball going down. Does he juke it? Oh, he matrixes that, dude. He just Top Gunned that fireball. He juked the hell out of it. Now he's going to be coming on in, and maybe he's going to be breaking him with the Beastmen with the comeback victory. Wow, what a game. Oh my god, that was a match. What a solid match. I think so far that takes the cake for game of the day. Granted, we've only had 2 games, so it's a very low sample size. But that was a freaking amazing match. GG, well played. And man, I thought the Beastmen were going to get cooked. It was looking bad. They were making, forgetting units with micro in the beginning. Great alpha strike from the Chaos Dwarves in terms of just raw damage. But the cows were able to pull it out. And ladies and gentlemen, let us head on over and get the update on the bracket. So heading over to the bracket, the Beastmen are going to be advancing. And okay, I need to refresh this. Sometimes you got to refresh old challenge here. It's a little bit of a troll website. It's no Total Tavern. Yeah, Anticity. Now you know what you're fighting. So you're going to be fighting the Beastmen now. Yes, correct. So you are good to go. All right, so we are going to be adjusting this, and the Beastmen are going to be getting the advance over the Chaos Dwarves. What a crazy game. And yeah, so a couple round 2 matches are all set. So if you're in round 2, go ahead and get your lobby set up. It'll be a little bit of time, but we have the fightiest battle of the day. It's going to be the Greenskins versus Khorne right here. So that is going to be next up. All right, so here's all the players in case you guys missed it. These are our mighty champions for the day. I'm going to restart my game real quick because there's a little bit of strange graphic lag there. So I'm going to restart and see if that helps, and we will go from there. We're going to cast every single game today. Every single game is going to be getting cast. That's the cool thing about Faction War. Every faction gets some shine. No matter what you're a fan of, you have a champion, and these are all top-level players. These are all guys who have, at some point in Total War history, have been boss hogs in one way or another. So you're getting all the goods. Yeah, the slideshow wasn't bad. It was a good game, unfortunately. It was just a little bit laggy. Yeah, the first one. A lot of good players, yeah, absolutely. That was a crazy comeback. That was very, very impressive. By the way, my wife has launched her t-shirt business, and if you want to check it out, here are some of the designs. Head on over to astrosnouts.com, and we've dropped some links in chat as well. So if you guys want to check it out, support the channel, it's a great way to do it, and yeah, you'll make her day as well. You'll make my wife's day. So let's go ahead and get into this next game here in just a second. We will do it. Yeah, Human Boy on Skaven. Yes. He's going to be great to cast. He has to play, I think, Empire and potentially Grand Cathay, depending on how his game goes. All right, cool. And who do we have next? So next up we have, let's check this out here. We have Khorne versus the Greenskins. This is going to be very fun. I'm hyped for this match. So this is going to be Big JP. So Big JP is awesome. He's predominantly does land battle and conquest stuff, but he's also one of our hosts on Total Tavern. He hosts so many events. So he is an absolute pillar of the community. So shout out to Big JP. And of course, we all know Outer Region. Outer Region is a top tier domination player. He's been top 16 in the world every single season. He also, was playing land battle in Warhammer 2 and does play a little bit here as well. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Oh, look at the build. Turin ordered up a bunch of Wood Elves for the Old World, which I had my own version. Yeah, I mean, hey, you can talk to her about it, Rowdy King. She might be interested. Yes, and check out my wife's website, astrosnouts.com. Let's go. The Skaven of the Cat, yes. Surprise, Berserk. So I invited Berserk to the tournament, but he took forever to respond. And by the time he responded, somebody else had taken Khorne. I was originally going to have him on Khorne, but he's also a Nurgle main too. Berserk is extremely good at Nurgle. So you're going to be seeing him rocking it pretty hard. Yeah. There is no sub-faction in this tournament. Not this time around. Yeah. Just all the core factions. Okay, guys. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the fightiest fight of all fights. We have the Blood God versus Gork and Mork. So looking at the Greenskin army of Big JP, he's going to be rocking 1,000,000 Savage Orcs. Savage Orc Biggins, which is cool because their killing power against infantry is good, and even against Minotaurs of Khorne. And, you know, things like Scarbrand, they have anti-large as well, which I do like. We got Skarsnik, the Lord of Eight Peaks. My voice cracking with excitement there. But he can rampage and do some great work, right? You rampage Scarbrand into a bad situation. What's not to love, right? On top of that, we do have the Orc Shaman on the other side. He's going to be rocking Ere We Go and Fist of Gork. We got River Trolls, Double Giant. Okay, so Stinky River Trolls to be applying some debuff action, and Giants to fight the Khornate monsters. Oh, are those Crimson Killas in the middle? Oh, I'm loving it. People bringing out all the cool builds. Hey, Once on Hammer, thank you. A perfect day for some Warhammer. Yes, it is. And it's going to be a long day. We're going to be here probably for another 4 hours of sweaty Warhammer action to find out who is the greatest in all of the old world. We will find out here today. So I love the Greenskin build. Just heavy metal infantry backed up by Crimson Killas, Double Giant, Skarsnik. I mean, if you rampage, you know, the big man here into that box, you know, you could potentially kill him pretty quickly. Now, for the build here of Outer Region was expecting a box. He brings 4 Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, double Skull Cannon, let's go! And we got Scarbrand with some cheap infantry, a couple Minotaurs of Khorne, as well as a Cultist. Okay. So I'm extremely excited for the Skull Cannons, and we are going to be seeing the army of the Greenskins moving up on the objective because, you know, they want to force Khorne to fight them eventually. But Outer Region is really, really good at this playstyle here, and he's going to be very troll indeed. We see, oh, the Breath Attack from Scarbrand, who you always forget he has one. But that actually did some good damage. It hits the River Trolls in the back. It also kind of takes down some of the infantry here. Skull Cannon shooting into the Crimson Killers, and who would have thought we would have a, you know, I was expecting like 4 Exalted Bloodletters. Maybe some of the skull shrines, you know, some of that action in melee, but rather we're going to be getting a big old kiting build here from Khorne. And we do see a rampage going into the Marauder Horsemen, but the good part is Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are good fighters. So even though they're going to get wrecked, at least they'll do a little bit of damage on the way out. But that is a good rampage. That's instantly going to be picking a little bit of value here, while these Skull Cannons basically shoot from both sides. So we do see shooting going down into the Savage Orcs right here. And it is also going to be Scarbrand the Exiled, just waiting for his Breath Attack. So those Marauder Horsemen do get punished, but at the end of the day, there still are 32 of those bad boys. So they're going to be able to kind of rally and do their thing. We do see some flanking coming around. Marauder Horsemen have gotten some throwing axe action in, so maybe going to be able to melt down more of these troopers. But yeah, Outer Region really trying to butter up his opponent's army before he engages, which makes sense. You know, if he's able to break any of these units as well, that's going to be big value city. But yeah, Savage Orc Biggins are excellent targets. As far as killing the big stuff goes, we do see Minotaurs with great weapons, so they'll do okay against Giants. Giants will also do good damage against them as well. Breath Attack going to be coming in from Scarbrand. This is the most strategic Khorne army I've ever seen. They're just like, you know, trying... I feel like we're watching Wood Elves versus Greenskins right now, but, you know, it is what it is. The Blood God can be more cunning, you know. He'll do anything to get those skulls, even if it means he has to play a kiting build. Okay, River Trolls are getting pounded, actually. So River Trolls have been eating those Skull Cannon shots and also the Breath Attacks, and now they're at -7. So that's really, really nice because the River Trolls have a debuff aura, right? And man, Outer Region is he's playing like such a vulture here. Look at this. He's going to be moving around the side and chasing down these River Trolls now, making sure they cannot come back. Bunks, hey man, been enjoying your stuff for a while. Ended up getting into AOS as well. Hey, right on, man. Yeah, Seraphon, got some Lizardmen going. Very cool, and thank you for your support. This is a true melee kite build, I know. So the River Trolls are out of the picture. Is Khorne going to be moving in? Maybe Outer Region getting a little bit nervous about the objective situation, but it looks like he's just parking close. Crimson Killers are getting wrecked by the Skull Cannons as well. We do see them getting beat up. They're at about 50% HP, and now the Greenskins are going to be advancing forward, and Outer Region's going to be pulling back. Uh-oh, Rampage on Scarbrand. This could trigger the attack. So he blunders Scarbrand, lets him get a little bit too close to Skarsnik, and Skarsnik is going to be getting in and starting to prison shank him with his poker here. We do see another 4 seconds activated. Scarbrand's going to be able to get away, but not before he takes a little bit of damage. Yeah, Scarbrand loses about 20% of his HP in that engagement. Marauders of Khorne going to be moving in, and man, Scarbrand down to like half health. Okay, big blunder by Outer Region. Outer Region was pretty much playing a flawless game up until now, and now he needs to get away with Scarbrand. Scarbrand's going to be at 4,200 HP, so he needs to flee away from that, but he took a lot. Those Giants took freaking Scarbrand to the club, dude. That was an absolute beatdown, but it looks like Khorne is going to be engaging now. We do see some of the Fanatics being loosed, and the big, oh, you know, my concern, look how blobbed, oh my god, if he gets a Sword of Khorne, oh god, that just occurred to me, guys. If we get a Sword of Khorne here, it's GG, insta-GG. Oh, man. Big JP better be careful. Breath Attack, beautiful Breath Attack down the side. And I wish I could see the Skull Meter. I wish I could see that. We need to see these guys engaged as well. The Skull Cannons, we see more Marauders in begin. Definitely, I think it's worth it for Outer Region to engage right now. He has the Greenskin army fully surrounded, right? I mean, he could potentially just collapse his entire army by charging it if he wants to. But it looks like he's going to be a little bit more careful and just kind of poke away. Dude, if we get a Sword of Khorne, I think I can only be so erect. That would just be the most savage thing ever. But Big JP's army is beat up, and, you know, it's really going to come down to his giants and monsters. Are they going to be able to carry the game? Hard to say. I mean, he's lost a lot of units. These throwing axes are just farming value, and now we get the Minotaurs charging into the sides and the back. And it's looking a little bit tough for our boy Big JP, but a very, very good build from Outer Region. He was expecting the box, he was expecting the blob, and he actually rampages the Greenskins right now, and it's going to be charging in Scarbrand. His cult is going to be summoning some Bloodletters, and now we see fleeing Savage Orc units, which the Skull Cannons can actually farm ammunition from if they want to. I think that Scarbrand needs to get out of this engagement, but yeah, we didn't get the old Sword of Khorne, unfortunately. So zooming into the battle, we see the Savage Orcs trying, a couple Crimson Killers in there, but Khorne does have a lot of armor piercing, and all their throwing axes, they're just literally sitting farming value. You know, Big JP didn't contest the mobile game at all. He just went full in on the Unga Bunga box, and it ended up paying the price. And I think that's going to be a victory for the Blood God, as Outer Region most likely is going to be taking this game here. We see the Giants, you know, trying to do some work, but their leadership is just not going to hold up. Khorne has so much stopping power here. They have a lot of ammunition left on the throwing axes. We do see the Minotaurs with Great Weapons also very prevalent. They're going to be able to take down the Giants in tandem with the throwing axes, and Marlin Scarbrando is still very much alive as well. So I think that's got to be it for the Greenskins. It was a very cool build. Not the most effective against what we saw, that's for sure. But in terms of style points, Big JP certainly brought a very, very fun strategy. And I mean, if he had been able to cheese Scarbrand early, maybe, but that is going to be it. And the Blood God getting the cheeky mobility build, Skull Cannons and Marauder Horsemen. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. That was a lot of fun indeed. All right, guys. GG, well played. We didn't get the Sword of Khorne. We were blue-balled by the Blood God, but it's okay. We'll take it. It was still a very badass build, and Outer Region showing that he's not only very good at domination, but also a very good land battle player as well. All right, so taking a look over at the bracket. Let's go ahead and get this updated and see what the tail of the tape is going to look like for some of the future matches. So here's the Faction War bracket, and that is going to be a victory for the Blood God. Well played to Big JP. We'll have him back in future Faction Wars. And next up, not in the next game, but in the next round, we now have Wood Elves Charics versus Khorne Outer Region. So that's going to be a lot of fun for sure. All right, so let's get this next game going. Now we have Slaanesh versus Norsca, so that should be a fun one. All right, cool. So let's find that. Slaanesh versus Norsca. There it is. So obviously there's a lot of Chaos factions nowadays. Yes, yes. And there we are. Cool. So we've loaded into the match. And once again, if you guys want to support the channel, head on over to my wife's t-shirt business. We just started. Astro Snouts. All sorts of fun animal stuff. Animal memes. It's great. And we are going to be loading into this game in just a moment. We're on Troll Run. It's going to be the map. And yeah, I would imagine this is probably one of the few matchups in which you can get away with a mammoth. Because, like, yeah, Slaanesh does have the Soul Grinders, but their anti-large isn't the best. So I think a mammoth might be able to dominate the infantry game. We're going to have to see. Skull Cannon value, it was probably like 1,1500. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to check it. I was so excited for the next round. All right, guys, let us know who you want to win. Are you rooting for the Caveman for the Unga Bunga, or is the Dark Prince your patron? Let us know in chat where your loyalties lie. I'm curious to see what you guys are thinking. And yeah, let's do it, man. These are fun factions. Norsca, literally, the last time Norsca got updated, I lived in Poland. And that was like, what, 7 years ago? It's crazy. When Norsca came out, I was in my 20s. I'm 36. It's insane. It's insane. Double Mammoth is best here. Yeah, Loopy, I think you're right. I think Mammoths are pretty good in this matchup. Mammoth Gaming? I think so. Wolfric will at least be on a Mammoth. Okay, I see some people in chat rooting for Monkey. And then Unga Bunga. It seems like Norsca is a little bit more popular. Oh, no, we got somebody for the Prince of Excess. Okay. Norsca and Strong together. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Sigvald is cool. Well, here we are, loading into the match. And let's get it. Checking the Faction War here. Seeing what's going on. And, all right. Looking here. Yep, seems fine. They're talking about the matchup in Discord, about the games that have been played so far. And yeah, it's go time, man. Just got to wait for Angel to load in. Hopefully his internet will survive. I have played with Angel many times, though, and there haven't been any issues, so they should be able to connect. Butcherbird was trolling so long with Mammoths just to make his opponent go for anti-Mammoth tech while he goes for something else. Yeah, Butcherbird with the multi-layered schemes, huh? So, yes, the players in this game, let's take a look. We have on Norsca, it's Butcherbird, and his opponent is going to be Angel. Angel, I believe, is an RTK. I don't know about Butcherbird. I don't know if Butcherbird's in any sort of a clan or anything like that. So yeah, time to get the banana. Well, I mean, they might be able to. Butcherbird is extremely good. Butcherbird played Norsca in our last tournament. I believe they won their first round game and were defeated in the second round, but even still, Norsca is not an easy one to win with. I mean, they're not bad, like horrible, but, you know, not amazing either. There's probably like 5 people who still play Norsca. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the build here for Butcherbird. Oh, he's an ODM. Okay, so we have an ODM versus RTK duel. That's fun. It is going to be Marauders in the front line, backed up by Marauder Horsemen, which of course are great. You know, who doesn't want mobility on Chaos? You know, it's something that they don't have a lot of, so having some is always good. A big mobile pack of doggos. Who let the dogs out? Apparently Butcherbird did. So he's got Norscan Ice Wolves, which are great. Really good in the mobility game. If they catch you, they frostbite you, and they also have good killing power as well. So I do like the Ice Doggos. He's going to be rocking 3 Condom Wolves, and they're all going to be the standard variants. Anti-large, you need it against like Fiends and, you know, Seekers, things like that. Granted, I don't know if Seekers would be super meta in this matchup, but Fiends are definitely probably meta. We got Wulfric the Chad Wanderer. So what he's going to be doing with Wulfric is he's... Oh, the dog's going bonkers out there. Someone must be at the door. But Wulfric is going to be moving up. He's going to be baiting in the Slaanesh army to surround him, and then he's going to be punishing with the final transmutation. That's for sure the meta play, right? So that is going to be my game plan, my expectation of the game plan. Bad Chihuahua. Bad. I think she's attacking the mailman. All right, Marauder Horseman and Slaanesh. There's going to be 3 of those bad boys in total. And yeah, they'll trade relatively evenly with the mobility of Norsca. I think Norsca has how many mobile pieces? Yeah, 4. So Norsca will have a slight advantage there. Aside from that, Angel's going to be rocking a front line of devoted Marauders, backed up by Warriors. And the infantry advantage will, of course, go to Angel. But the problem is, if you can't deal with the Mammoth is going to annihilate all your infantry. But there is some anti-large here via the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh. So the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh, anti-large, armor piercing, Soporific Musk. So yeah, this is a decent answer. We have Prince Sigvald on the ground, and a Slaanesh caster is going to be rocking Pavane. Pavane, you probably want to use it to bait in the Skin Wolves and or the Marauder Horsemen to tough engagement. So we will see. Hey, it's Aerocrastic in chat. How you doing, man? Hope to get you in one of these. Your Slaanesh play was legendary in the last one, so hope to see you again. And Chaos Furies. Yeah, Furies are not bad. Definitely a good disruptive unit. So, the armies advance up. It just occurred to me, have we had any Order Tide games yet? Not yet. I think we have some Order Tide towards the bottom side of the bracket, so we will be getting there eventually. Norsca going to be getting a little bit of Javelin play, throwing into the Warriors here on the far side. Not going to be doing too much damage, but I'm really, really eager to see how effective this Mammoth is going to be. I think the Frostwolves can probably take on the Furies in a head-to-head fight. We'll certainly test that one out. Slaanesh has the infantry advantage, but Norsca does have the mobility advantage, as well as Big Chad Wulfric, who's going to be able to make a big difference there. So the Mammoth is going to be charging in, but very risky with the Soul Grinder of Angel sitting right there. So Soul Grinder moves in, it punches Wulfric in the face, but this is exactly what Butcherbird wants. This is like the oldest tactic in the book, right? You bait the entire enemy army to go after one big SC, and then you just counter them with a big overcasted final transmutation. You get a ton of value. But we do see Wulfric getting smashed up a little bit, so Soporific Musk is hurting quite a bit. And there's the final transmutation, yep. Fat damage coming in, as the French would say, and that is going to be nailing down the Soul Grinders. We see the Condom Wolves coming in, and that is the turning of the tide. That is like one of the oldest tricks in the book in Total War Competitive, right? So we see the Soul Grinder getting brought down very low. We see Sigvald losing a lot of health, the Sorcerer also losing a lot of health. So Angel did fall for that trap and is paying the price. Now, what is this Marauder Horseman doing? We see one Marauder Horseman from Butcherbird charging into the secondary line, literally penetrating into the backfield of Slaanesh. And Slaanesh is able to really just counterpunch them very hard. Using their Furies and their Horsemen, they're able to cackle pretty hard. In the woods, we have an infantry fight. Nothing terribly exciting over here. A couple Condom Wolves in reserve, but really the epicenter of this battle is going to be right here, as we see Wulfric actually dominating the Soul Grinder. Okay. He doesn't stand alone, though. He has the Ice Wolves and also Skin Wolves here as well. So the Skin Wolves anti-large is enough. And this could be a quick game for Slaanesh. If Slaanesh is going to get karate chopped and lose that Soul Grinder so damn quickly to Butcherbird's Wulfric, Wulfric is just going to run rampant. So, you know, when you have a character like Wulfric or a big carry, whether you're playing Warhammer the Old World Tabletop, Warhammer 40k, if there's one unit on the enemy army that is like a counter to your army, and you can take that out, and then you're going to be kind of, you know, running rampant, that's exactly what happened here, right? So for example, if you're playing against, like, let's say Imperial Guard, right? They have a bunch of strength 10 weapons or 12 weapons. They're looking to kill your Mortarion. Well, if you can snipe them with your Plague Burst Crawlers, whatever, then Mortarion is going to be running rampant on the battlefield. That's more of an analogy from the days of old. I don't know if it's still relevant, but we do see the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh going down. Looking at the value trading, though, it is pretty even. Angel is down by about 600. The Norscan infantry here and the Ice Wolves doing good work against the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. Infantry trade, you know, still going down. Sigvald able to grind down some of the Condom Wolves. And in the bushes, Norscan Marauders do have the Enraged mechanic, so that certainly helps them keep pace with some of the marked Chaos Infantry. And now we're going to be seeing the Big Mammoth getting in there and going Unga Bunga once again. So is it going to be trying to get Sigvald, or is it going to be going after the Chaos Sorcerer? We're going to have to see. Yeah, I'm always a little bit disappointed with these Slaanesh Soul Grinders. I mean, they're okay, but yeah, I feel like they're a little bit subpar for sure. I'm really surprised we didn't see Fiends of Slaanesh. Fiends of Slaanesh are like kind of good against everything. And I'm wondering why we didn't see those. There's no restrictions on them on the Slaanesh roster, so a little bit strange. But Butcherbird going to be dropping a fat Sea Fang through the heavy Chaos Warriors, and Wulfric is just going to be crushing these infantry. I mean, Mammoths are one of the few things in the game that can really just give Sigvald the business, and Sigvald is getting the business right now, as is this caster. Taking a big macro look at the battlefield, we do have a bit of a skirmish fight on the outside. The Marauder Horseman of Butcherbird are battling it out versus the Marauder Horseman of Angel, but he does have the Norscan Ice Doggos, although there are some Chaos Warriors helping, and Furies should be able to kind of help balance out the situation. Balance of power pretty heavily favored for Norsca here in this Duel of Fates. So we do see the Skin Wolves as well as the Norscan Ice Wolves nibbling here, and the Mammoth just taking a bit of a retreat. You know, Wulfric's getting a little bit tired. I love how, like, when you get a Legendary Lord, like, you know, he's literally just sits in a chair the entire battle. This mighty, like, bloodthirsty warrior. He's like, I'm just going to sit in this chair and not do anything the entire game. There's another final transmutation, probably going to be ending the game. That's going to be just annihilating this Chaos Sorcerer. Sigvald's going to get just crushed, and this Chaos Warrior of Slaanesh probably going to be getting run over here as well by the Mammoth. And does Slaanesh have any fight on the rest of the battlefield? I mean, it looks like it's pretty even elsewhere. Although, yeah, Norsca is still kind of dominating the mobile game. We see a couple infantry units, but all of the Slaanesh mobility has basically been compromised, so they're not really going to be able to come in and help against the Mammoth. So yeah, Mammoth is just going to Unga Bunga now and probably seize the day. So what you do if you're Butcherbird now is you probably ignore Sigvald and kill everything else. The objective, of course, does belong to Norsca, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So Butcherbird, you just kind of cackle, you run about, you know, you just hunt down all these units, you trigger army losses, and that has always been the best counter against Sigvald is army losses. You know, you kill everything else, and he's just sitting there with his sword and shield and his, you know, his chaps he's wearing, his Mad Max chaps, and yeah, you just, you know, call it a dub. Chaos Warriors here of Slaanesh, 99 model, still pretty healthy, but not going to be healthy for much longer once that Mammoth gets in there. We got Condom Wolves coming back in, and it looks like a little bit of mobility coming back in from Slaanesh as the Ice Doggos here are going to be catching these Marauder Horsemen. That's going to be sealing their fate, putting their speed down to 67. So close to the blessed number, but not quite going to be there right there. And that probably will be all she wrote. We will have to see. I don't know. Ever since this last update, I've been getting a little bit of like weird graphic lag. So, and I'm going to check. Have to check my settings and all that stuff. It's very, very strange. But yeah, there's pretty much no way for Slaanesh to win this game at this point. I do respect Angel still fighting here in the fourth quarter. But the Mammoth, I mean, how much HP? 5,000 HP. Sigvald has 3,000. Even though this Mammoth looks like it's on deathbed, Mammoths have an insane amount of HP. And it looks like he's just going to be going after the Warriors to try and crush them. So he should have one more final transmutation in the back pocket as well. So maybe you get to go for an Alpha Strike with that in the fourth quarter. We'll have to see. So these Warriors do get routed off by the Mammoth. Slaanesh does have some infantry left. They have a couple units here. But no armor piercing really, and the Warriors are going to just struggle to get through the Skin Wolves. They're going to struggle to get through the Mammoth here, and if there is indeed one more final transmutation left, which I suspect there is, that's probably going to be sealing the deal. So we see the Warriors move again. Epic fight. We got werewolves versus big metal, you know, hedonistic Viking warrior people. Cool stuff. Skin Wolves are, you know, relatively healthy. Wulfric going to be coming in, probably getting some routes here in a minute, although Slaanesh is immune to psychology on the entire roster, which is pretty insane. Sea Fang going down, and we do see Sigvald taking a lot of burst damage from that Mammoth right there. And the final transmutation, I think he's overcasted 2 of them, so I'm trying to think, I think 20, yeah, I think you can overcast 3 in the course of an entire game. Now, it does take a long time, of course. Army losses is about to kick in here, and we do see the Doggos in the back pulling in. The rear charge is going to be pretty devastating. Mammoth down to 3,800. Sigvald didn't hear no bell, though. He's still chasing down Wulfric and doing some excellent work. I mean, is there a chance that Sigvald can put this game on his back? I don't know, and I don't think so. I think if the Mammoth just, you know, is chasing these Chaos Warriors and charging them while avoiding Sigvald, maybe he should just close it out quickly. I mean, it's got to be like an 80-20 situation right now. Like, the only way Butcherbird can lose this if he just lets the Mammoth die to Sigvald, and then Sigvald just carries it, you know, but It could happen, I guess. We do see the big charge coming in. The Slaanesh infantry, ITP here, the insane immune to psychology posse, is doing very, very good. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, we see them break. Army loss is about to kick in. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like the cavemen have probably gotten the W. The monkey has gotten the banana. The cavemen have learned. They've discovered the wheel. They have invented fire. This is a great victory for them here today. And what do we got here? Yeah, just one warrior unit. That's basically it. Butcherbird doing some nice cycle charging, refreshing those charge bonuses. Mammoth going to be coming in. So cool to see Mammoth, by the way. And we've seen so many rad units here in the faction war so far. And there's the final transmutation. I knew there was going to be a third one. And that's going to do it. Shout out to Butcherbird as well as Angel for a great game. That was a very, very fun one. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and report that bad boy. And also take a look at the value as well. Hendrik, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Bundle on Humble. Right on. Yeah, the books, right? Thank you, Hendrik. Appreciate the donation, man. So who did good for Slaanesh? Higvald did all right. You know, the Soul Grinder got 1,100 value, but aside from that, not a whole lot of value accrued. Wolfric 2,400. Conimals did okay. Yeah, pretty fair spread of value. Butcherbird was also able to win the mobile game, which is pretty big, right? Yeah, because if those Javelins of Slaanesh had been alive in the late game, I think they could have made a big difference. Huge blunder not bringing Fiends. Fiends of Slaanesh would have been just gods here, I think. Like at pinning up a Mammoth and just doing good damage against pretty much everything. You know, I think that would be very, very strong. The Keeper versus Norsca, yeah. You know, it's a micro thing, probably Arrow. I think it's a pretty micro-intensive unit, so maybe if they're not comfortable, who knows. All right, so GG, well played, those mighty champions. Let us head on over to the bracket and report it for Norsca. So round 2 matchup is all set. We have Bretonnia versus Norsca. That's a really fun matchup. I love that matchup. And now we have the villains of the tournament. We have Kislev versus the Lizardmen in our next game. Yes. I love how Kislev has become just the villain of multiplayer. You know, they've embraced it. All right, so we get this. And Kislev is going to be getting played by Blood Penguin, who's a really, really top-tier player, too. He's very scary. I don't know how active he's been, but we're going to find out. It's funny, though. As I invited him to the tournament, he acknowledged, he's like, I guess I'm going to be the villain. I accept my role. You know, he's going to be playing the heel, you know. He's going to be playing the heel here. So it is going to be Sipa on the Lizardmen versus Plague Penguin on Kislev. So here we are. Should be quite a bit of fun. And we do have Boris Ursus. Oh, that's a cool pick. I like to see a little bit of Boris action. That's fun. I like that. Also, guys, if you want to support the stream and support the faction war, head on over to astrosnouts.com. It's my wife's new clothing business. So those are all hand-drawn designs by her. And once again, it is a great way to support. Appreciate it all. And here we are on the Altdorf outskirts. We are going to do it. And Boris Ursus going to be coming, trying to smash some Lizardmen. Oh, double Quaddle! What is this forbidden build? Templar Knight, thank you for the donation. Just wanted to thank you for your content. They've been a huge source of relaxation. Hey, hopefully you feel better, man. We're here for you. Feel better. Dwarfs in their current state are probably fighting for #1. Yeah. So, Arrow, we have a lot of restrictions on Dwarfs today. So there's no steam gyrocopters allowed, no steam gyros, and no bolt throwers. Because bolt throwers are kind of busted in land battle as well. So no bolt throwers and no steam gyrocopters. Even still, though, they're extremely powerful. Yeah. Yeah, man, the Quaddle's coming in, though. That really is some forbidden tech. That's going to be very, very evil. Well, thank you guys all for joining. It's been a very fun tournament so far. We're loading into the second half of the bracket now, of the first range of the games. Yes. Double Sky Snake. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they do have good armor piercing. Maybe they're going to be good against Kislev Cav. I don't know. I'm really genuinely curious to see what's going to be going down here. So Plague Penguin was a top 16 player in the world in domination mode in the early days. He's very, very good at land battle as well. He got pretty far with Empire in one of our faction wars. I believe he got to the top 4 with Empire once. Yeah. So yeah, neat stuff, man. Neat stuff indeed. Oh, right on. Hey, Francois, thank you, man. Appreciate the support. Bolt Bros suffering from success. They are. They are. Bolt throwers are definitely very strong. Very, very strong. I can only imagine it's for the sneaky. Yeah, I mean, is he going to be trying to sneak his army up? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what forbidden tech he's thinking of. Men of the East he must hold. Yeah, I don't know. This matchup, I don't know who's favored in land battle. And it's even different in conquest mode, right? Yeah. All right, so taking a look at the villainous Kislevite army. Front line's going to be Kislevite warriors. Makes sense, right? They have anti-large, they have halberds, pretty reasonable fighters. So Lizardmen do have plenty of things they're good against. Croc scores, feral cold ones, any of the big dinosaurs. They will be weak against Saurus and weak against, Javelin Fire and Skink Fire, but aside from that, pretty decent holding piece. 2 Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion are some of the best cav in the entire game. These are the upgraded Polish cavalry. They have the Polish kind of winged hussar look, which I love. And yeah, the Glorious Charge. I don't know what CA was smoking when they gave these guys Glorious Charge, or gave Kislev Glorious Charge in general, but it is brutal, right? So basically when they charge things, it counts as if they're flanking and their charge bonus is doubled. It is insanely good. We have the Oath Brothers of Tor, so anti-large and armor piercing. So pretty good against big dinos. Boris Ursus, also another anti-large threat, and we have a Patriarch for the healing, and the Ice Witch is going to be rocking a Hailstorm to try and knock down infantry most likely. And Things in the Woods to deal with infantry, right? So as far as like the anti-infantry capabilities, it's a very well-rounded Kislev army. We have 2 Griffin Legion and Things in the Woods to kill infantry, and Boris and Bear Cav and Halberds to deal with large threats. And yeah, that's pretty much the tail of the tape with that army. Now, looking at Sipa here, he's got a pretty, I don't even know if this is a meme. I don't know what the hell this army is. He's got a Beastcaster who's going to be rocking Flock of Doom and Blood Statuette, which is kind of a Melkos type ability. And then Banishment. We do have some Croc Scores with Power Fist, which are really good. They're able to punch a lot of the Kislevites in the face. We got Feral Cold Ones for generic armor piercing, the cohort of Sotek, and yeah, the big double dreaded Coatl. Okay, I mean, the Coatls do have bound armor piercing spells, right? So you get 2 free Uranus Thunderbolts. I mean, you're paying for it via the monster, but it doesn't cost any Winds of Magic, and Lesser Chain Lightning, and all of which do a lot of armor piercing, right? So maybe you're going to be able to really cackle hard on your Vortex abilities and your bombardments with this Lizardman build. I don't know. A couple Skank Skirmishers on the outside, you just poke, and that's pretty good against Kislev. Against Things in the Woods, Dervishes, Kislevite Warriors, you're going to enjoy having these little skanks, and they are very good at applying poison. All right, guys, the Duel of Fates is underway, and the legions of the old ones advance. Let us know who you want to win in chat. Give us your best Lizardman impression, or do you want the power muscle Slavs of Warhammer Fantasy to win? They're the Mariusz Pudzianowski, I think is how you say his name, right? That strongman. Whenever I think of Kislev, I just feel like they all are built like him, basically. Yeah, Mariusz Pudzianowski, I think is how you say his name, the Polish strongman guy. That's basically Kislev in a nutshell. So this whole army is invisible right now, which is hilarious, by the way. So the Coatls are going to be making all these units invisible underneath them. That is one of their abilities. So hilarious. But obviously Kislev is going to be discovering it very, very quickly here. And we do see the Coatls moving in, eating some shots from the Kossars, but they're going to be jumping in there. And it looks like there's going to be a Uranus Thunderbolt going down. Is it going to get dodged? Looks like it's going to get dodged, unfortunately, for the forces of the dinosaurs. Another one going down right there. It does do some good damage against the armored Kossars. And now the battle is going to be underway. Cohort of Waddle duking it out with the Oath Brothers of Tor. I can't help but think this battle's better for Lizardmen in the middle. Sipa is going to be getting the great weapons coming in from the cohort. And what is that? Oh, Shardblade. Boris Ursus with the AoE. It's easy to forget he has that. And wow, Boris is tanking it, and the Oath Brothers are barely taking any damage. I'm thoroughly surprised by that. On the outside, we do see the Skank cohorts getting run over by the Beowulfs, and there is going to be a big push on the flank with Halberds and Griffin Legion starting to cause quite a bit of pressure, and a lot of lightning bolts going down from the dinos, but is it doing enough damage? On this flank, though, we get a good engagement for the dinos. We do see the Griffin Legion getting punished pretty badly by the Coatl, as well as all this focus fire, as well as these Skank cohorts, so they're going to be running away now. Now, how is the middle fight going? We do see the Sacred Croxagors getting wrecked. Oh my god, the Bear Cab. You have to remember, Boris is an insanely good anti-large fighter as well, so he's going to be very good against these units. And it looks like overall that middle fight was an absolute disaster for the Lizardmen. We see the Cohort of Waddle ROR getting, the Sacred Croxagor ROR getting wrecked. The Banana Toad's a little bit surrounded, going to be getting a nice Flock of Doom, but yeah, this is looking pretty tough here for old Sipa. We do see him surrounded here, and yeah, you know what would have maybe been better? It would have been like a Dread Saurian healing build, but what a Chad for bringing double Coatl. After the tournament's over as well, we're going to have a vote for the People's Champion, so yeah, consider the double Coatl if you really want to support the memes. All right, so on the outside, Skank Skirmisher is going to be poking across, getting a little bit of jack into these units, but we do see the Battletoad getting taken down right here, and overall, the Coatls are not doing horribly, I guess. I mean, they're still alive. This one has 700 value. The other Coatl is going to be rocking only 500. That's very, very tough. But I think that Boris Ursus and his power Slav, his muscle Slavs in the middle were able to win that fight. And yeah, I think that was what sealed the deal, right? Like, both players committed a lot of their heavy elements to the middle. I think I would have rather seen Sipa maybe use his Coatls to help out in the middle fight, providing their armor piercing and punch to try and break through that, and also protect the Battletoad a little bit. But yeah, this is going to be probably a victory for the Kislevites. We have a 3,000 value lead, give or take, and the Lizardmen don't have healing, and Kislev does. Kislev has healing via Stalak's Lullaby. So Plague Penguin with a very, very strong build here, able to close it out. Scar Veteran, of course, one of the last vestiges of true anti-large in the Lizard army, going to be taken apart here. And the dreaded Coatls are going to be the only thing still really alive. On the outside, we do see some Skink Skirmishers poking in to the Armored Kossars. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Kislev is going to be moving on. The villains, they won several faction wars. I think Kislev, I've had, 4 or 5 faction wars in Warhammer 3, and I think Kislev has won 2 of them so far. So certainly a very, very big favorite to win. And on the outside here, Kislevite Warrior is going to be chasing down the Coatl. We do see one Coatl running for the hills. Boris Ursus going to be feasting tonight, going to be drinking one, pouring one out for the peeps. And probably is it. Nothing else really going on. GG, well played. A valiant effort by Sipa. You know, he came in with a rock-hard meme build against an extremely good player playing the strongest faction. And he did well. You know, shout out to our boy Sipa. You know, I appreciate that. That was a lot of fun to watch. But yeah, army losses is going to kick in soon. The Dark Tainted Blood activated here on the Coatl. So it's going to be slowed as well. And yeah, that is going to be it. Yeah, you know, I think Lizards can put up a decent fight against Kislev, though, all jokes aside. I just think the build was pretty inefficient, obviously. You know, a Dread Saurian build would have actually been pretty good here, right? Because the only anti-large that the Kislevites really had was the Bears and Boris. So if you bring a Dread Saurian with some other, you know, heavy fighting support, like, they might be able to beat that Kislev build. Like, looking at this build, what does this build do against 2 Temple Guard, Shredder of Lustria, and a Healing Salon? Not a lot, right? Like, this, they would have really struggled against a build like that. So I do think it would have been possible for Lizards to win if they had brought a better build. But I think he just memed a little bit too hard. I mean, the Coatls didn't breach 1,000. His, you know, Sacred Croxagors here only got 700 value. So pretty much nothing in his army really performed well. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and report it. GG, well played. Shout out to those guys. That was a fun game. Now we're going to be heading over to the bracket here, and the villainous Kislev will be advancing to face off against Berserk in the next round. That is going to be pure sweat. I am excited for that one. So next up, we have 2 fan favorites here. We have Black Knight on his beloved High Elves, facing off against the Ogre Kingdoms, who are going to be helmed by Flying Taco. All right, all right. So let me see if those guys are ready to go. Okay, so we're going to go to the next game, actually, because they're not quite ready yet. No problem. We'll go to next game. Okay. So the next game is going to be the Dark Elves versus the Dwarves. Ooh. You guys ready for the back-to-back villain games? Because I sure am. Okay, so let me message those guys and get this game name going here. That is going to be the Dwarves. Lobby code, please. Okay. And Rider of Rohan is going to be his opponent. All right. So here we go, man. Right, we don't get Twitch emotes. Do you stream on? I don't stream on Twitch. No, I only stream on here. I'm too much of a caveman for Twitch. I'm basically a Norscan streamer. I don't understand technology. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get the lobby code for these gentlemen here. All right, cool. So the player we are about to watch won the last faction war. He won it with the dwarves. Okay. Gonna see if his opponent's here. If he's not, oh, okay, he's here. There we go. Aces. Okay. So this is our faction war winner from last time, Pigman 202. So here he is, and let's get this party started. Once again, make sure to check out my wife's t-shirt business she launched today, Astro Snouts. We do mugs and a bunch of other stuff, but this is another business we're starting. So very excited, and there's got some sweet designs. And when you guys purchase from there, it will be also supporting the tournament prize pools and all that sort of good stuff. So thank you guys once again. Pigman did win with Kislev last time, and now he is back. So usually when somebody wins a faction war, what I do is I give them the first choice. I give them the first choice of faction pick for the next tournament. So if you win a faction war, you're guaranteed an invite back to the next one usually. So he got the invite first ahead of everybody else, and he picked Dwarfs. So that's what he wanted to play. All right, so Rider of Rohan on the Dark Elves against the villainous Dowie. Now remember, the Dwarves cannot bring gyrocopters with steam. You can bring gyro bombers, you can bring the flamethrower gyrocopters. You simply cannot bring the gyrocopters with steam or bolt throwers because they are banned today because they're very OP in land battle. So yeah, shirts for the shirt god. That's right. Get in there, check it out. For fuck's sake, cracked me up. Yeah, no, she's an amazing artist, and all those designs are hand drawn. I see her scheming those. Are you regular friends with all the contestants? Here's the thing. The Total War community is pretty small. And I've been doing this for about 8 years. So I know pretty much everybody in the community pretty well at this point. Like, I've posted so many tournaments over the years and have played so many games with so many people that over 8 years, I know almost everybody in the community, unless they're newer, and then I get to know them, obviously. But no Thunderbarge as well. Yeah, no Thunderbarge. Yeah. Oh my god, it's a Khorne Hellebron build. Okay, the Khorne Bone with Dread Knights and a Witch Elf Rush. Wow. Gonna be a little bit vulnerable against blasting charges, that is for sure. There's a large selection going for shirts, good for her. Yeah. She's been drawing those shirts for like a good 5 or 6 months. She's been working on designs and putting a lot of effort into it. So today is the official launch. We just published the website like 2 days ago. I think earlier in the week, and today is like the official launch of it. So yes. The juxtaposition of the haggard Total Tavern and the well-designed Astrosnouts. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's the story of our life, you know, like, especially when it comes to painting miniatures. When Anna paints my minis, like, they just look super nice, and I show up to the table, and it's so when I used to play 40K tournaments a lot, at the 40K tournament I used to go to, they had a best painted miniature thing, right? So you would bring a mini and put it up for best painted, and we would often win it just because Anna would paint these like super sweet minis, and it was cool. Yeah, we got a lot of goodies out of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break down the builds here. We have the former Faction War winner, the previous Faction War winner. It's going to be Pigman 202. So he's got a front line of Dwarf Warriors backed up by double Dragon Slayers, which are basically legendary lords for 600 gold. Pretty nuts. Blasting charges in the secondary are going to be absolutely filthy against the Bleak Swords and Witch Elves. So I don't really know how the Druchii are going to break through that without getting wrecked. We do have Rangers in the secondary to shoot through the Witch Elves and the various light armor, and mass amounts of Slayer Pirates. So the Pirates of Karak Dive Bar, which I love. So there's going to be a lot of those bad boys. We got Long Drong Slayer Pirates, more Slayer Pirates, and Thoric Ironbrow is going to be leading the Dowie. Yeah, I know, they did the same banners. They're totally trolling. And looking here at the Dark Elves, ladies and gentlemen, he is going to be rocking Khorne Hellebron with a Death Hag. So not armor-piercing infantry on the Hag, but at least Khorne Hellebron does. We have a Sorceress of Dark Magic who's going to be using Blade Storm, it looks like. Yeah, so we have Blade Wind as well as Word of Pain, Dreaded Dread Knights, and on the backside we do have some Cav coming in, Doomfire Warlocks, and on the other side it's going to be Bleak Swords. Now, if I were to just look at these two armies, I would assume the Dark Elves are going to get wrecked because of the blasting charges, but if the Dreaded Dread Knights can, avoid... I mean, there's no Slayers in this build, right? I'm not seeing any Slayers here for Pigman, so there is a decent chance that, the Cav could run rampant. If there had been some sort of a big monster, it actually could have been reasonably effective. It's Conquest mode, yeah. Conquest mode, yeah. So, are they on land battle? Oh, they forgot to put an objective. Okay, well, whatever. As long as nobody gets weird with the rules in the fourth quarter, it's fine. Whatever. They're just playing regular land battle, so. But if they just both attack like this, it's fine. The objectives are just there to make them fight. So blasting charge is going down over here, going to be nailing down the Bleak Swords, and yeah, once again, the blasting charge is going to be pretty nasty. We see Witch Elves trying to penetrate into the secondary, but oh my god, absolutely getting demolished by that firepower. Rangers and Slayer Pirates just putting a ton of hurt down on them, as we do see Rider of Rohan moving into the flanks with the Witch Elves, and they will pop their Witch's Brew, right? And that's going to make them into Murder Hobos, so they're going to get in there and start doing some good damage. Witch Elves getting blasting charged here again, and there is going to be some sort of a spell going down. I think that's going to be Thoric's Rune of Wrath and Ruin, and man, these Witch Elves are getting obliterated. Now on the outside, we got Witch Elves coming around the flank here, and more Witch Elves running up the center. The Sisters of Singing Doom eating a lot of firepower. I mean, the Dwarves are up to a 2,000 value lead, and like bringing this much light armor against a faction that is going to bring blasting charges, I'm curious if he's going to be able to stabilize here, because I can't help but feel that this is going to be an absolute massacre. We're going to have to see. So the Witch Elves do arrive, and they're going to start massacring the Dwarves here in terms of this fight. Miners moving in, but they do have great killing power, and a nice Blade one going to be going down from the Druchii right there. So currently the Dark Elves are down by about 3,000 value, which is a very, very rough start to the game. Doomfire Warlocks do get an engagement against the Long Drongs Pirate Slayers, which is going to be bad for them. It'll lower their stats by quite a bit. Witch Elves in the back trying to penetrate and do some work against these guys. Word of Pain activated, so that is going to be debuffing the stat line, and they're actually Soul Blight from the Doomfire Warlocks, so a little bit of a stat debuff, but nothing too crazy. The Dreaded Dread Knights are losing a lot of models. Oh, there was the Brotherhood of Grimnir. Okay, so Pigman did have some Slayers. Granted, they're not like anti-large Slayers, but they're still pretty effective here. So now we got the Crone Bone Hellebron fighting with her Dread Knights against Thoric and the Brotherhood of Grimnir. The Death Hag is also trying to help out where they can. But the shooting was absolutely devastating. We do see the Dark Elves pulling back a little bit of value. Bleak Swords have gotten some decent engagements in the backfield. Dread Knights also tearing apart some of the Rangers. So maybe Dread Knights are going to move over here and go after these guys now. We will have to see. Dragon Slayers, though, very effective against these cap units. So it does give them some decent anti-large there. Meanwhile, in the middle, Cold One Dread Knights with the Gaze of Cain going to be rampaging in, and that will give them a big damage spike for sure. And you can see they are ripping it up. I mean, they have narrowed the value gap to 2,700, which is, you know, certainly an improvement. Crone Hellebron versus the Brotherhood of Grimnir here she's getting massacred. We do see the big Blade Wind going down to the Dwarf Warriors, which will do a little bit of damage, but overall the Druchii don't have any support back here. And Crone Hellebron is not a tanky character. She hits pretty hard and is good at fighting. Like, she could definitely kill these Dragon Slayers one-on-one pretty easily. But in terms of, like, fighting against Brotherhood of Grimnir and Thoric and whatnot, it's going to be tough. Although she does get Thoric down very, very low. Just a true testament to her killing power. Not the worst. So do the Dark Elves have any chance of getting back in this game? They're really getting that value gap closer and closer. We see the Dread Knights and the Bleak Swords fighting over here on the side. The Witch Elves grinding pretty damn well. The purple banners making it incredibly difficult to distinguish, although I do recognize most of the banners, you know, as I suppose to an extent. Crone Hellebron able to escape. 6.2 against 8. Dark Elves are closing the gap. Crone Hellebron going to be running away, and she has been doing very good damage against the Slayers. We do see the Dread Knights moving in, trying to protect Crone Hellebron, so she is able to get away from that. Brotherhood of Grimnir reasonably low. Death Hag fighting as well. And wait a second, is there hope for the Dark Elves here? I still think that this is Dwarf favored, but man, what a respectable comeback for sure. He brought this game back to be a lot closer, and Brotherhood of Grimnir are going to be doing their Garen spin to win, and it did not do too much damage here, as we do see the Dwarf Warriors pulling back away from the Blade Wind. A Blade Wind going to be cast here on these Dwarf Warriors, so they're going to be eating it pretty hard. Now back in the epicenter of battle, we see Crone Hellebron basically kiting and trying to run away from the Dragon Slayers. Maybe going to be trying to get a finish on Thoric Ironbrow, perhaps. Death Hag is still active. Death Hag is hunting. And maybe Thoric could be in danger of dying here. Crone Hellebron and the Hag zero in on Thoric. He is an infantry character. He's on foot, so he's very vulnerable against the Death Hags. Brotherhood of Grimnir, though, still have 12 models. They're going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Crone Hellebron coming in for the kill. We do see the Dragon Slayer a little bit tar-pitted here, but Dwarf Warriors are there. The Crone is hunting down the Dwarf Lord. The Gaze of Cain active. That's going to be rampaging these units. And were they able to get Thoric? It looks like Thoric was able to cackle away from this. Looking around the battlefield, though, not really too many Druchii left. Bleak Sword's getting annihilated here, and pretty much Dwarves are winning all over the battlefield. So maybe almost getting a kill on Thoric. I can't help but think the Druchii build had some very heavily meme elements in it. Maybe it's been something they've had success with before, but the Witch Elves just feel like they get massacred. Although, what option do you have? Definitely Dark Shards would have been really good here. Like, if you just brought like 5 Dark Shards into this Dwarf build, you would have punished them pretty badly. They didn't really have any good tools for dealing with those kind of units, but that's going to be army losses. But that was a good game. That was a contested match. It kind of looked like it was going to be over, but then there was a bit of a comeback from the Dark Elves in the second quarter. But the Dwarf build was, you know, solid, steady, you know, had a lot of the staples and was able to get the dub. So GG, well played to those mighty champions. The dreaded Dread Knights, only 600 value, 800 value. Also, I think the Dark Elves should have like surrounded them instead of it engaging right in the front, like envelop the Dwarves and force them to like rotate. Things like that, the Dwarves definitely don't like. So GG, well played to those champs. And we are going to get this. Yeah, that was the purple battle for sure. They love it. They love it. Chariots are kind of not very good right now, unfortunately. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and get that victory for the Dowie. The Dowie are going to be advancing on to face the Demons of Chaos with Hitman Hippo. And next up, we do have the Skaven versus Grand Cathay. Let's go. This is going to be a fun battle. They should be ready. We'll see. All right. So let's get the players pulled up here. Jump into the next game. Grudge settled. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's another grudge taken care of. So now we have one of our champions here, Human Boy. Yes. If there's any mods in chat, if you guys could drop a link to his channel, that'd be great. Human Boy runs a ton of land battle action. So I probably, as far as my channel goes, I would say maybe 80% Dom, 20% Conquest and or land battle, but he's all land battle. So if you guys are somebody who has a thirst for like land battle action, he's your boy. And he runs great tournaments in his Discord, runs various land battle leagues and Conquest, all the sorts of good stuff. So Make sure to check him out. He's the man. Okay, cool. So, no, they didn't come up short. That's right. It is time. Yes, Hummus Boy. He's coming. Thank you, Frost. There's a link to his channel. If you guys are looking for land battle action, make sure to check him out. All right, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Dark Age Rush facing off against Human Boy. We have two very shooty factions. Double Doom Player, of course, for the Skaven. A lot of the land battle tournaments had Doom Players limited to one. I think two is fine, honestly. You know, because, like, we've let Skaven use double, like, triple Doom Player, and they still haven't won a faction war in ages, right? So, you know, just let them try and have two. Maybe they're going to get a little bit further. We'll have to see. Okay, guys. So, looking at the army of Dark Age Rush, he does have the Iron Dragon, which is for sure the meta choice against Skaven. He's excellent against all the armor and dragon form, and he can roast. He's good against pretty much the entire Skaven roster. You can't snipe him. He roasts infantry, and he's good against armor. Like, what more do you want? Tzeentch is a good duelist. He's really good at shooting down anything with mass. So, like, chieftains, enemy artillery, rat ogres, potentially Doom players. We'll see. And we do have spears backed up by Iron Hill gunners and peasant archers. And we do have the Celestial Lion, which I love. It's a really good terror piece. He does have the Roar ability, the Mighty Roar, which lowers leadership by 8. Great against Skaven. And the Empress's Crowmen, a good counter against any of the Skaven weapons teams, right? So you're going to want to get that on top of the Poison Wing Globadiers and live your best life. All right, guys. So now we're going to be moving on over to Human Boy. Yes, yes. He is going to be rocking Skaven slaves in the front, backed up by the Poison Wind Globadiers. We do have the dreaded Packmaster. Packmaster, not bad. I like the Packmaster. Yeah, he's cool because he's armor piercing. He's got poison. He can fight, you know, the Lion. He can fight against Tzeentch. He can hold his own against Iron Dragon for a short period of time. And he does have the shot caller too, which is kind of cool. Oh, and we got a Warlord on a big old Brood Horror as well. So a little bit of a Goon Squad build coming in here. They're going to be vulnerable against getting sniped by Tzeentch, but if they can get close quarters combat with Tzeentch, might not be bad. Globadiers, Night Runners on the backside, and mass Rat Ogres on the other side. So we got 4 Ogres, which makes sense. You need armor piercing against Cathay and their Cav, and double Doom Flare. Doom Flares got buffed, and they're insanely good. A top tier unit. So great against infantry, good against Cav. You know, definitely want that against Cathay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the armies are going to be clashing here in the middle. The Duel of Fates shall commence. Let us know who you want to win. Is it going to be for the Horned Rat and Human Boy, yes, yes? Or are you cheering for your boy Dark Age Rush? The Dragon Emperor, is he your homie? Let us know. All right. So Tzeentch immediately dropping a shot, and it does nail some Poison Wind Globadiers, killing 7 of the models right here. Now, what is he going to be targeting aside from that? He's going to be going after the Warlock Engineer, which I think is a mistake. I think that what you want to do in this case is just snipe the Warlord. Just sit on the Skaven Warlord the entire game and just bring him down. That's going to be extremely punishing. The Warlord is a very small target, so it's going to be hard to snipe him. But we're going to go ahead and see what Grand Cathay is going to be doing against the Rats. And this is actually extremely thematic, right? They're fighting in the Warpstone Desert. Yeah, he's shot that Rat 3 times and missed. Or shot him twice and missed twice. So yeah, clearly I think he needs to kind of refocal, get his strategy kind of restructured here. What is Tzeentch going to be shooting at? Once again, sitting on the Warlock Engineer. I mean, little things like this against a good player like Human Boy are going to cost you the game. Oh my god, is he? Oh my god! Oh! Human Boy with the plays! He's hiding behind the pillar in the desert! And I don't think that Dark Age Rush has noticed it. Oh my god, that is such an MLG play by Human Boy. Play of the frickin' game. Play of the tournament right there. That is such a power play from the Skaven. And I love it. I love that so much. So now we got a couple Wolf Rats coming in, trying to penetrate into the secondary. Dark Age Rush going to be intercepting those bad boys. A couple more Wolf Rats going to be trying to dive through, and they do massacre that front line of Jade Warriors. They get absolutely taken to town. And we see the Iron Hail Gunners going to be blasting into them, doing a little bit of DPS as the reserve spears are now sent forward. Grand Cathay holding relatively well on this flank. And we do see one Doom Player probably going to be taken out. We see the Celestial Lion spears as well as Empress's Crowmen, so that's going to be a quick kill on those. And in the meantime, Iron Hill Gunner's still online and ripping some shots. Tzeentch has now switched targets, so that's very, very good for him. He's going to be going after the Warlord. Human Boy with the MLG hiding tricks. Clever girl, I know, I love it. It's really funny. But Xiaoming taking a little bit of work, but he does have a lot of healing. As far as value trading goes, even-ish, but a lot of the gun line is going to start getting compromised now, so the Iron Hill Gunners are being dove by Wolf Rats as well as Flayers. We see the Peasant Archers being taken apart, but the Warriors are holding well in the front, aside from a couple points. Some Jade Warriors folding in the middle, but on the sides they're holding very, very well. We see one of the Doom Players going down. You see, like, Doom Players are good, but, like, really, I don't think it's that big of a deal to let Skaven have 2 Doom Players. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll be proved wrong, but, yeah, we will see. So, overall, even battle, 3,200 to 28. Tzeentch is going to be duking it out with the Warlord, as is the Iron Dragon. If this Warlord is to die, that could be a big problem. It looks like the Warlock Engineer has emerged from hiding and is going to be dropping a Cleansing Rune on Tzeentch here, trying to drag that bad boy down. The Big Lion has come back in, and it looks like Grand Cathay's gun line has been folded up on many points, but they still have a lot of infantry. Jade Warrior's still active. Here there are some nice Poison Wing Globadiers getting excellent fire into the Peasant Archers here, and it looks like Iron Dragon's going to be attacking them now, trying to take those bad boys down. Meanwhile, in the backfield, the Celestial Line and the Peasant Spearmen trying to stabilize the backfield, maybe secure some of the guns and the bows. Here we have the Doomflayers from the back chasing down what they can, and this is a really good play by Human Boy, getting the Doomflayers to just rout off all these various missile pieces if they can. That's going to be pretty fat. So Tzeentch is getting hunted by the Lord of the Rats. We do have the Warlord here, as well as the Packmaster getting in and nibbling down on Tzeentch the Watcher. So he's taking a lot of damage here, and it seems like Human Boy certainly knows what he's doing in this matchup. Now, if you're Dark Age Rush, you need to pull this thing back and get some spears under it to help poke, and also get the Iron Dragon over there to help out, because losing Tzeentch is basically a game loss. You're going to need him to win this game for sure. So here comes Iron Dragon. Going to be diving on the Warlord. We have the Celestial Lion battling it out with the Rat Ogres. Probably going to be able to terror route those. And Tzeentch does get a little bit of milk, so he gets supported. Iron Dragon does have a massive heal, remember. So even if Iron Dragon does get brought low, he's going to be able to heal. Tzeentch is in critical binding, and that's really a huge shame for Dark Age Rush, because look at how much ammo Tzeentch has. He has so much freaking ammunition, right? And you don't want this bad boy to start crumbling. That's going to feel really, really bad if he does. So Tzeentch gets a bit of an anime attack there. Zhao Meng is about to get his huge heal, so he's going to be healing up a massive amount of HP. Definitely call the Celestial Lion in here. This fight is like the only thing that really matters right now. Both players need to win this fight. So Dark Age Rush, he is down to the bounce of power, but when the Iron Dragon gets his heal, if he does, that's going to be a big bounce of power lift. Here comes the Celestial Lion. If he does have his Roar ability, that's going to be very clutch. And spears have now saturated in. And Skaven monsters do not like being surrounded by cheap spears. They're going to take a lot of damage, even from those Haggard Peasant spears. And it looks like Tzeentch has stabilized here. And the Warlord is breaking. Could this be the comeback for Grand Cathay? Mass Skaven leadership break as the Packmaster. Oh, a Cleansing Rune, though. That's very clutch. Nice Cleansing Rune. That's going to do a lot of damage. But the Warlord is on death's bed. And it looks like Dark Age Rush might be able to find a way back into this game. Kind of looked like Human Boy was going to close that one out there if Tzeentch went down, but he stabilized, and Dark Age did use his SEs very effectively to come in and punish the Skaven SE core. Now, looking around the battlefield, Skaven do have a couple Ogres left, and they have a lot of healing. Remember, the Packmaster is going to be healing. The Warlord also is going to be healing on the Brood Horror, right? Yeah, he has regeneration. But, man, Dark Age Rush really, really on point. The Empress's Crowmen going to be chasing those bad boys down, so we do see the Warlord starting to flee. Skaven are like a bully faction in some ways when it comes to their monsters. Their monsters are good at swarming things, but when they get surrounded... Oh, Tzeentch with the snipe shot from downtown. He hits, and the Warlord has shattered, ladies and gentlemen. He has shattered. But the rats are still pretty swarmy. They do have a Doomflayer here. The Packmaster is alive. Tzeentch needs to get his heal. Man, because army losses might kick in. Dark Age Rush needs to get Tzeentch in a... not Tzeentch, Zhao Meng in a bad fight and get him healed up, because that would win him the game. But army losses could potentially trigger here. And the heal has not procced yet because he is not low enough. He literally needs to take like a couple hundred more damage. So right now, Human Boy's Lord is going to be fleeing off the battlefield. That's going to be a big leadership issue when he does flee. Iron Dragon going to be coming in, going after the Flayers, but you just got to get him engaged, Weber. Attack the Rat Ogres. You need to proc that heal for that bad boy to heal. Otherwise, you're going to be losing on army losses, which definitely could happen. 2,100, and did he bring the Burning Van Braces? He must have brought it, right? Yeah, so you need to be at what percentage? Okay, less than 25%. So should be proccing pretty damn soon, if at all. And it looks like right now the forces of Grand Cathay are pulling the bounce back from the pits. Look at this, man. Human Boy probably just gripping his desk with rage. And the heal going down right now. Look at that. His little rat hands just squeezing his mouse, praying for army losses. But Grand Cathay's Iron Dragon might be able to pull this out, as the Skaven are looking to be in some trouble now. The big heal's going down. Man, Human Boy was so close to winning. He was so close. Oh, man. And now Grand Cathay is going to be cackling all the way to the bank as they're going to get mass, probably routes on the Skaven army, who's very, very tattered. We do see the Warlock Engineer fleeing, and the Packmaster also going to be fleeing and running towards the edge of the map. And I think that the Iron Dragon is going to be carrying this right now. Another Cleansing Rune going to go down there. That's a very, very nice cast. Human Boy bringing the bounce of power back. And remember, he does have healing, and Doom players are coming back too. Slingers here as well. Oh, man, what a close contested game. Now, who has the objective? The Skaven do have the objective here, ladies and gentlemen. They do have it. And Human Boy can do some kiting if he wants to. Ooh, nice breath attack by Dark Age Rush. This definitely has the makings of Game of the Day, maybe. This is a very, very good match. All right, so Night Runner's going to be retreating right here. We do see the Packmaster coming in, trying to get a break on that Celestial line, which is good. A couple Doomflayers on their way back in, but I think Iron Dragon is just too much of a Giga Chad. He's definitely been one of the harder elements for the Skaven to deal with. I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know what he could have done too differently. But, dude, like, Human Boy was so close to winning this. Like, the bounce of power was so low. Right now, Human Boy still is favored to the bounce of power. He does have a lot of random rats kind of running around the battlefield, some players here. Night Runners are gone. Okay, so really, it's just going to be the Packmaster as well as that Doomflayer. Packmaster is sitting at 10 leadership. He does use the Scrying Stone to give him leadership and damage res, which is going to keep him in the battle. He does attempt to break those Jade Warriors, and he is going to be trying to route everything else. And there is going to be another Breath Attack going down on the Warlock Engineer, which is pretty hilarious. And here comes the Iron Dragon going after him. Human Boy still has the balance of power, which is pretty nuts. I don't know why it's looking good. I mean, Iron Dragon... Oh, it's because there's another Flare coming in. Okay. So the second Flare is on its way over. Oh, yeah. Okay, so maybe this Skaven still have a chance. Human Boy clenching his little rat hands, trying his best to close this game out against the Iron Dragon. This is an epic duel of fates. This is glorious. Iron Dragon is actually potentially going to go down here. What is the cooldown on his healing ability? Because I think he can get it more than once. Let me see. Oh, no, he only has one. It used to be a multi-proc, but now they balanced it. Okay, looks like Human Boy gets the game back. It looks like he gets it back. The Flares as well as the Packmaster Giga Chad. The Packmaster is carrying this. He's poisoning and doing good AP damage. We also have some Night Runners over here with their Ninja Stars getting into him. Breath Attack going to be going down from Dark Age Rush. And wow, Human Boy pulls it back. What a freaking fight. What a game. And I think that the Iron Dragon's going to be breaking. You definitely don't want to put him in human form. He's trying his best to break these guys off. And yeah, negative 55 army losses kicking in. Human Boy gets it. Wow. The little rat claws, they emerged victorious. Yeah. That was a great game. Now, what kind of value did we have? Tzeentch, you see what I'm saying? If Tzeentch had not wasted like his first 5 shots on that Warlock Engineer, Cathay probably wins the game. You know, they win the game. Like, it's crazy how close that is. 2,500 on Iron Dragon. Guns got shut down. That guy was pretty good. The Lion, Crowman did good. I mean, like, people talk about Flayers being like insane value. I mean, 600. I mean, they were good. They were nice, like durable pieces for Skaven, but 500 and 600 value on those Flayers. I can understand how 4 of them could be obnoxious to deal with, but like 2, come on, I don't think it's that bad. GG, well played, man. That was a great match. I mean, Human Boy's characters carried that. 1800 and the Warlord didn't do super well, but yeah, overall, that was a really, really good match. I think my favorite part was him hiding behind the rock. That was hands down the best moment, but really well played to Dark Age Rush, right? Dark Age Rush predominantly plays domination mode. I don't think he really even plays land battle that much at all. And he came in and competed with one of the best, right? One of the big dogs. So that was a very, very good match. And he almost won it. So shout out to Dark Age Rush as well. All right. So let's head on over here to the bracket. Let's update this. So we have a very fun game in the next one, the classic Empire vs. Skaven. That's one of my all-time favorite matchups. I love Empire vs. Skaven. It is so incredibly fun. All right, so now let's go ahead and get the next game sorted. Let's see if he's back yet. We're going to be checking and seeing if he's here. And, is he back? Okay, no worries. I'm going to check here and see if he's back. Is he back yet? If not, zero problems. Can do other side. So we have a lot of fun games coming up, guys. A lot of fun matches. I just realized I forgot to do Match Madness today. I'll do it next time. We're gonna have another faction war soon, by the way. Yeah, we're gonna have another one very soon. Like whenever they do that new patch that they've been talking about, we're gonna have a faction war like right after it. So I think it's the most fun format we do. So I don't think he's back yet. So we will just go to the top side. So we're gonna do Vampire Counts versus Tomb Kings right now. So Tim, let me tag him. Tim. And Salinator, lobby code please, and we will jump in there. All right, shout out to those players. That was a really, really good match. I loved it. Okay, so now we have the true Halloween duel. It's going to be Tim versus Salinator, who's going to be our Vampire Count Master. Okay, what is the game name called? I'm looking for it. Don't see it. Gonna see what the game name is. They're gonna remake that real quick and we should be good. This is good. It'll give me a time to get some water. This is a wild lineup of players today. Love to see it. Yeah, that's what's great. I love faction war because it brings together the whole community, you know? Like, whether you're Dom or you're land battle, it brings us together in the middle, which is conquest mode. So it's great fun. Okay. So now we got Tim. Let's join with the code here. And do this. I see it now. Vampire counts versus Tomb Kings. You know, vampire counts used to win this in Warhammer 2, but there's been a lot of changes since then. So yeah, we're going to find out. No worries. All right, outstanding. Turin, I'm addicted to Age of Mythology vids and streams. Yeah, I'm going to do one soon. This week, Javier. Yeah, this week. Correct. All right. No problemo. And now we're just waiting for the vampire counts to arrive. They'll be here in a second. The evil children of the night are here. Okay, so it's going to be Tim the Wilder on the Tomb King. Salinator, I think he's here. No stress. Okay. I think the vampire count player's here. Let's see if he is. If he's not, we can jump to another game and come back. It's like wrangling cats. Speaking of cats and astrosnouts and all sorts of stuff, if you guys are just joining the stream, here's my wife's new t-shirt business she just launched. It's a great way to support the channel and the family as well. It's going to help support prize pools for tournaments and also my wife's new business here. So make sure to check it out. We got a link to the website here if you guys want to go check out all the designs. Working on some fun stuff. Yes. Yeah, sometimes that happens with new websites. When a website's brand new, sometimes like the web browsers will be, you know, a little bit. If you have like firewalls and things like that. Okay. So looking here at the matchups and the players. Yeah, Salinator is new to the Faction War circuit. I don't know if I've seen them or had them in a Faction War before. But this will be the first time. I'm sure Tim has his build ready to go. They're going to be battling on a Tomb King's map, so Tim is going to have the thematic advantage. Okay. No worries. So if he's AFK, I can move to the next round. Copy that. Okay, so let's give him 2 minutes. Okay, he's here. We're all good. All right, perfect. So we're going to be loading into the match in just a minute, and I'm going to go fill up my water. In the meantime, I will be right back. We're going to make Wookiee shirts. Yeah, there's going to be a Wookiee shirt. She's the next t-shirt design Anna's working on is she's doing a D&D alignment chart, so it has like lawful good. She's doing that for dogs. So she's making a D&D alignment chart for dogs. I think the chaotic evil is a Chihuahua. I don't know if we have a sketch yet of that. It'll be we'll show you guys next week when we have a new stream. Yeah. Yes. So when are we getting Nobblers and Hobgoblin anti-large variants? Yeah, that'd be pretty wild, wouldn't it? All right, guys, I will be right back. The Demi Pug is supreme. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the Pug is neutral good, I think, on the D&D chart. There's a Pug. Lawful good is a Border Collie. The Husky, I think, was it chaotic neutral is a Husky, and true neutral is a Shiba Inu. Yeah, I think that's the tail of the tape. Sale is great. Well, I'm really excited to see him in action. Cool Undead versus the Cooler Undead. I was painting Tomb Kings all last night. I painted up my Casket of Souls. It looks freaking sweet. Yeah. Golden Retrievers are, I think, chaotic good. Yeah, or it's either a Chocolate Lab or something. I'm not sure what she's done in there. All right, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back in business. Let's have some fun. Happy Halloween to everybody. And we are going to be looking at the old Tomb Kings first, fighting in their home turf here, which is going to be rad. God, I wish Sepulchral Stalkers were good in tabletop. They're so freaking terrible, but they're like the coolest looking unit on the Tomb Kings roster. Like, their tabletop models are so good. Oh, man. All right, guys. So, taking a look here at the forces of the Tomb Kings, Tim the Wilder, one of the Dark Lords here, going to be rocking the Sphinx as well as Cetra. So that seems to be his standard kit, which makes sense. Sphinx is a great anti-large fighter against the Vargulfs and the Dragons, Vargeist, and it does fire damage, which mitigates healing. And Cetra, of course, is just great against everything. He's just very, very good on the Khemrian War Sphinx. So we got Skeleton Spearmen backed up by Skeleton Archers to poke some of the bigger threats. Double Sepulchral Stalker, so Tim really likes his playstyle. Like, the Sepulchral Stalker poke, pulling you into his bigger monsters. Seems pretty sweet. And then Skeleton Horsemen. Now for the Vampire Count and Salinator, he's going to be rocking Zombies and Graveguard. Well, that's kind of cool. So one Graveguard in the middle to anchor his build. Double Vampire Gorilla to fight the enemy monsters. And they do have good healing. Going to be backed up by a Strigoi Ghoul King. Excellent choice. One of the premier anti-large fighters in the Vampire Count roster. So he's going to be excellent against some of the big scaries here of the Tomb Kings. We're going to see how well he engages Vargeist as well as the Dire Pack. So ideally for vampires, getting Vargeist and Dire Pack to jump a Sepulchral Stalker together is going to be very, very brutal. So the two undead factions, certainly I would imagine the Tomb Kings hold a bit of a grudge towards the Vampire Counts for, making them these horrific undead monstrosities and all that sort of good stuff. So, yeah, bit of an issue there. And the bow's now going to move in, probably going to start shooting into the Graveguard. So, yeah, all three archers going to be shooting into the Graveguard. Great open unit, which makes sense. They do not have shields. 90 armor does help them a little bit, but still, they are going to be eating quite a few shots. Now, on the outside, Sepulchral Stalkers of Tim are going to be shooting into the big, spooky Strigoi Ghoul King. But he does get a Death Shriek Breath on top of the Skeleton Archers there and does a little bit of damage. In the meantime, in the front, the Sphinxu Saphir going to be jumping into the front and ripping up zombies, not doing too much damage, but really just doing whatever he can before the Vampire Counts can respond to that engagement. Here, Tim the Wilder using his Skeleton Horseman Archers to shoot into the Crypt Horrors, and those bad boys going to be getting melted down a little bit. On the outside, Dire Pack. Oh, this is a good opportunity here. So Dire Pack maybe, the Vargeist were out of position. If the Vargeist had been nearby, that would have been a god tier engagement. Like Dogs, Vargeists, and Strigoi, just like alpha striking that Eyes of the Desert unit, that would have been incredibly sweet. So vampires are now engaged here. We do see the Sepulchral Stalkers getting beautiful shots into the Vargulf. Vargulf also getting melted by these Skeleton Archers, which is not a good start for the Vampire Counts. To be taking, 40-50% damage on one of your SEs that quickly is going to be very, very tough. Aside from that, we do see the Strigoi Ghoul King a little bit out of position, so a bit of a lapse in micro there. Definitely want to get those guys over here. Skeleton Spears do get on top of the Eyes of the Desert. Going to be doing some pretty cost-effective damage for like a crappy chaff unit. Definitely not the fight that Tim wants. So he will be retreating out of that situation. So big Papa fight's going to be going down here. With Kepra Guard getting nuked by something. Oh, I think that was a Gaze of Nagash. Was it? Something hit them hard. I'm not sure what it was. It might have been something from the Ghoul King. Maybe it was Gaze of Nagash from Salinator. Okay. So now we have the big pit fight. We got the Crypt Horrors moving into the secondary, but getting annihilated by the Sepulchral Stalkers' beam fire. You can see the laser beams from those snakes doing big, big damage. In the meantime, Vargulf's going to be trying to hold it down against Cetra as well as the Sphinx, and they're doing a pretty respectable job. Good breath attack coming in from Salinator. He does get an excellent breath damage on the big Sphinx, but now you're going to need to engage with that Ghoul King. He's been a little bit apprehensive this game, and he's going to need to help out his Vampire Gorillas before it's too late. Good play from Salinator as well, getting his spears in. Vargulfs need to get activated. The fact that he has an 1100 gold unit idle at this point is certainly going to be setting him back, but it looks like he's going to get it in here. And yeah, get those Vargeist to just rip up these archers. I mean, they'll kill them incredibly quickly. One archer unit here going to be crumbling down. In the meantime, zombies and skeletons in the front having a bit of a wet noodle contest, and it looks like the Sphinx kind of losing out in this duel a little bit. Getting swarmed down by the Vargulfs as well as the Strigoi Ghoul King. So that is a big, big win for the Vampire Counts. If the Vampire Counts can find a way to win this single entity duel, that's going to be massive. And now we get the Vargeist landing on top of the Eyes of the Desert. And they will do big impact damage and shock damage as they approach, but they will lose in a sustained grind because of the Skeleton Spears nearby, the Archers as well as the Horsemen. You're going to be seeing this very expensive unit die. So that was probably a mistake. I think getting the Vargeist to come over here and sandwich these weaker ones who have you have undead support there, or maybe go into some of the archer units and maybe clean out these ones. There was a lot of better options there, but I think Salinator is very, very focused on the SE fight, which he's doing incredibly well. He's able to punch through the Sphinx here, getting good damage against Cetra, and the vampire monsters are all pretty healthy. Tim definitely looking to be on the back foot. Vampire counts, I think, are trading slightly better in this battle. As far as the infantry fight goes, zombies and skeletons, nobody's going to really be a winner there. Kepra Guard are still in decent shape. Those are going to be providing some nice support there, and we do see the 2 skeleton archers. These are going to be the breadwinners for sure for the vampire or for the Tomb Kings. If they're able to keep shooting and providing good value against these Vargulfs, maybe the Tomb Kings will be able to claw their way back into the game. Big Sphinx is going to be going after the Necromancer here, trying to wear that bad boy down. And the Sepulchral Stalkers over here are in guard mode. One Sepulchral Stalker is crumbling. It's going to be fleeing away. It does, of course, have 11 leadership, so that's pretty big if that thing can stabilize. As far as the Vampire Gorillas go, one of them is more or less full health, and the other one here is at about 70%. Strigoi Vampire Lord going to be jumping in on the Sphinx. Does get some fat anti-large damage against him. Currently he's sitting at 3,200 HP. If we do see Tzeentch and the Sphinx turning around, and really, really good SE management from Slaanesh. He's doing a great job with that. Every time one of his gorillas gets in trouble or gets surrounded, he pulls it back, taking advantage of the speed to get the job done. But really, this is a pretty even knockdown, drag-out fight. I mean, the value is dead even. Both sides have healing. A little bit more healing on the Vampire count side, so I would say they're probably ahead. Tzeentch taking down the Necromancer here, and the Skeleton Archers really trying to carry this game where they can. I think that Tim needs to disengage from the monster fight that he's losing. He does get the Necromancer, but he needs to take advantage of his Archers and his Sepulchral Stalkers a little bit more. In the meantime, one Sepulchral Stalker, however, does get just ripped apart by the Strigoi Ghoul King. The other one's very healthy, though, and is going to be trying to maybe take him down. We do see the Big Sphinx on its way back in. Archers are kiting around the map, so 2 Skeleton Archers are fleeing the scene. Tim trying to kite out these melee units, which is very, very smart. They're pretty much the same speed, though, I think. Yeah, they're both 31 speed, so both are going to be potatoes. Archers running out of ammunition. As far as the objective goes, Vampire counts do own that. The Ushapti Summon is activated, providing a little bit of support. And now the Big Sphinx gets in, and like even a Sphinx with this much health could probably beat a Vargulf head up. But with the Vampire monsters, they thrive in numbers. When they're able to kind of swarm you with these Vargulfs and this Strigoi Ghoul King using their really, really quick speed, they have 80 speed, right? The Tomb King's monsters are a lot slower. Gaze of Nagash going down. Beautiful Gaze of Nagash. Huge. Does several thousand damage against that Sphinx. Direct hit. That was overcasted. That ability is so freaking good. Tzeentch looking a little bit damaged as well. And could the Vampire counts... This is kind of a battle for the Halloween Championship, right? Although we still have Anticity on Vampire Coast coming up, so he is going to be the Dark Wizard there. So what do we got? We got the Sphinx battling it out versus the Vargulf, and down goes the Sphinx Usef here. That is brutal. As the Vargulf is now going to be switching onto the Archers, which of course are almost out of ammunition. The one thing the Tomb Kings have going for them is 1,000,000 chaff units, right? Like the Vampires don't have any chaff left really. I mean, they have a couple zombies and skeletons like far, far away. But looking at the Tomb Kings here, who of course have stolen the objective, Tim has a lot of skeleton spears. So the longer he can keep Tzeentch from dying, the better the grind is going to be. Because every one of these skeleton spears, their anti-large damage is going to add up. Those little poking thrusts, you know, they'll get there. The Vargulf is eventually going to be taking some lethal damage from those guys. So on the outside, we do of course have the Archers running away. And like, this is such a huge play by Tim, right? Keeping these skeleton Archers alive. If somehow the game gets like really, really down to the wire in the fourth quarter, these Archers could make the difference. And so too could these spears from, Slaanesh. I think it's a good job that he's chasing down those skeleton Archers, because if those guys had been online, it'd be tough. So Vampires don't have as many summons as you would think right now. They do have no Invocation, so there's actually no summons for the Vampire counts. Rather, he brought Gaze of Nagash and Invo. Usually you only have enough Winds of Magic to effectively use like 2 or 3 spells, especially if you're overcasting Invos and overcasting Gaze of Nagash. You're not going to be having... No, he does not have a Ghoul Summon. The Ghoul Summon would be very, very clutch right now for sure. But Tim might just win the grind, because he's just got so many chaff units here. And the Sepulchral Stalkers are super Giga Chads. These guys got, 14 models left, and they have anti-large halberds. They hit hard. I mean, they have, close to 100 weapon strength. So they're going to be able to grind down these Vargulfs no problem. It looks like Tzeentch is going to get away, and Tim is more than happy to just let this grind happen. Now, as far as the Vampire counts go, I mean, what kind of options do they have? The Vampire counts could disengage from this fight, take their mobility out here, and maybe go kill these Archer units and then come back? I don't know, because that would allow them a little bit of time to heal. And the Strigoi Ghoul King could do some cycle charging and whatnot. I can't help but feel this like grind is just not a good idea for Slaanesh, and he's going to be losing this fight eventually. Although Bounce Power is very, very even. Tzeentch is kind of low. Tzeentch is sitting at 2,400. The objective does belong to the Tomb Kings. It's going to be another about 6 minutes before he wins on objectives, which, I mean... Kind of looking at the situation, Tim might just straight up win on objectives. The Vampires might not be able to get it done, in that regard. Tzeentch could go out here and go try and help out. That's very risky, though, because then the Strigoi Ghoul King might escape and hunt him down in open field. Vampire Gorilla escapes the pack and punches Tzeentch in the face, does a little bit of damage, does about 200 damage to him. These things have 300 weapon strength. One Vampire Gorilla is going to be pulling back. And, I don't hate the idea of the Vampire Gorillas going to hunt down these Archers. I don't think that'd be a bad idea. These guys are in critical binding, so the skeleton's going to get them to crumble. So Tim does lapse in micro a little bit over here, maybe. Yeah, he stops moving. Those skeleton archers are going to get caught. Settra is very low, though. 1100 HP on Settra, man. And if he dies, you know, all these undead are going to be very, very close to crumbling. And the Strigoi Chad King is pretty healthy, too, right? We do see laser beams going down from the eyes of the desert, so they are slapped in guard mode, and they're going to be ripping shots where they can. Settra might as well just engage where he can. What a close game. This is just a classic undead sausage grind, which we all love to see. But how are they going to kill this many skeleton spearmen? There's so many. I mean, the vampire counts do have their own spears. If some of them came in and then the vampires could fight on top of them. Gaze of Nagash going down. Is Nagash going to be getting the last laugh against Settra here today? We do see some sort of witchcraft going down. Was that Realm of Souls? There was some sort of an ability activated there. I don't think it was. But yeah, Settra's probably going to crumble. He's at -1. If you're Tim, do you just like go balls to the wall and charge with Settra and at least try and get some value before he dies? I think it's too late now. The -1, 125. Is Settra going to stabilize? I don't think so. Oh, at 1 leadership. He stabilizes with 100 HP. Chad Settra the Imperishable. Let's go. So 1 Vampire Gorilla is going to be crumbling down. Looks like it's going to be crumbling with -35 leadership, so going to be slamming into the skeleton archers here. In the meantime, we do have the Vargulfs in the back. They have 4,200. Laser beams of doom shooting into the Vargulf, and now he's going to be on his way back in. The objective is, you know, ticking up here. Slowly but surely. Vargulf at 4,000 HP, and we do see the Strigoi Ghoul King very, very healthy. And those archers, like the fact that Tim is distracting these skeletons is so big. If those skeletons had been in this fight, the vampire counts probably would have won it. But the fact that they're having to run around, that is pretty big. Settra is running to the edge of the map. I love it. Oh, he gets a heal. He uses Jaff's Cursed Blades, which heals him. And is he going to be going after the skeleton spears? It kind of looks like Settra's thinking about it. Maybe heading over there. Okay, so we see the skeleton horsemen crumbling. We see the vampire gorilla battling, but Kepra Guard, man. Kepra Guard are so hard to kill. They have regeneration, so they are just like constantly healing. What a freaking game, man. Literally, yeah, he's actually imperishable, but the vampire gorilla, oh, look at this. The hunt is on. Can we do, oh, I wish I could do like a cinematic following of the vampire gorilla. Just like make it like a horror movie. Yeah, so we will keep tabs on this Benny Hill engagement, but he's going to be chasing Settra to the edge of the map, looking to get a kill there. In the meantime, we do have another Gaze and Nagash going down, and what is it going to be shooting? Nice big damage against Kepra Guard there. Balance of power actually massively in the favor of the vampire counts, which makes sense. I mean, the Tomb King's quality is very bad. Basically, I think he just needs to try and trigger army losses. Tim is probably going to get army loss when Settra dies. Yeah, I mean, just cycle charge. Like, that's how you play. You got the objectives. You don't need to worry about attacking rules. We have the skeleton spears coming in. Vampire counts are probably going to win this. You know, I think there's a toggle for cinematic follow. I don't know if there is. I know there is when you're playing, but when spectating, maybe. There probably is somewhere, and I just don't know it. Despite having done this for like a million years. Oh, look at Settra running to the hills. Oh, look at him hiding in the bushes. I love it. Oh, he got another heal, though. Balance of power is so close to army losses. We do get the Strigoi Chad King. This guy's been a menace the entire game. He's got 3,000 value. What a beast. So he's just been cleaving through just mass amounts of these Tomb King's units. And now he's going to be trying to snipe the highest, value, which is going to be the Kepra Guard. Skeleton Spears moving in to battle against these Skeleton Spears. They have the exact same stat line, basically. So, it's going to be a bit even there. Archers are crumbled down. Oh, but Tim has another archer coming in. Okay, there is an archer coming from the distance. Settra is running. Look at this. Oh, my God. Run, Settra, run. The Vargulf's on his way. Oh, man, he's coming for you. -5. Just turn and fight. Turn and fight. Tim, you got to turn and fight. You got to just do some damage before you go to help your balance of power. Oh, no. And now the whole Tomb King's army is probably going to get army loss. And Salinator coming in and taking down the Tomb Kings, it looks like, in a knockdown drag-out fight. Absolutely scrappy fight. Army losses, though, should kick in soon. Skeleton Spears have arrived. Yeah, the Vampire Gorilla gets it done. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Tim to win on objectives, which is really funny. Could happen. I don't think it is. I think there's going to be enough crumbling here that army losses will kick in. Oh my God, Salinator is sweating bullets right now, guys. He's sweating bullets. Tim the Wilder making his last stand on this objective. His Kepra Guard are crumbling, and his Skeleton Warriors are getting crumbled over here as well. Strigoi Ghoul King is getting some nice DPS. Vampire Gorilla is on its way back in. Could come down to the objective. Is Tim going to be able to get it with the objective? Yeah, he might. I mean, that's the thing. If you don't bring any tools to contest the point, mainly go for SEs, you could have some problems. I mean, he could have probably wrestled the point earlier, but his skeletons were chasing around the map. Oh man, he's so close to army losses. So many of these guys are crumbling right now. Vampire Gorilla is coming in. Oh my God, guys. He's got 50 seconds. He's got under a minute. Kepra Guard are almost dead. And these skeletons are also crumbling down. Vampire Gorilla is going to get in and start punching. Dude, he might be able to win on the objective. We're going to see. Okay, Vampire Gorilla has arrived. Look how close army losses is. It is so close. It is so freaking close right now. We got 30 seconds left for Tim to win on the objective. The Tomb Kings are hanging. I mean, look, even without, like, the Spears might be able to solo this entire army. Like, even if Conquest wasn't in the picture, there's a chance that Tim's Spear units would just win the fight. Because these are all super vulnerable against Spear units, right? So, yeah. We see these guys crumbling. It's 15 seconds. His army loss is going to be kicking in for Tim. Down to the wire. Okay, Tim is holding. These guys are crumbling. Keppergard are going to break. Oh my god, it's so close to army losses, and I think Tim just edges it out just barely. Oh my god, what a match. And Hemry endures. They hold back the vampires long enough to complete the fell ritual to banish the undead from the realm. Oh my god, what a game. What a match. And, you know, even without the army losses, I don't know, it could have been close with those spear units, but, you know, I think maybe vampires win without conquest, but yeah, hard to say. GG, well played, dude. That game was so sweaty. That was so sweaty. What a great win. Yeah. That was incredible. Yeah, I know. We've had so many good games today. Well, that's what happens when you get all the best players in the world to come battle, right? You get good games. All right. Wrong one. Sorry. There we are. So that's going to be Tim the Wilder advancing to the round of 8. He's going to be the first. And next we have Khorne versus Outer Region. So Outer Region on Khorne and Charax on Wood Elves. It's going to be the play. Yes, yes. Okay, perfect. Damn. That was a crazy game, dude. That was nuts. All right, let's get that next game going, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining today. It's been a very fun faction war so far. Definitely going to invite Salinator back. He played really well, so we will get him back. Okay, so Wood Elves versus Khorne is going to be our next Duel of Fates. Yes, yes. Everything is Conquest today. Faction Wars are going to be Conquest from now on, because I don't like dealing with attacking rules, so yes, we will be getting ready. Carrot Shell, thank you for the 20. Those 2 games were killer. Cheers for making these tournaments a thing. Hey, you got it, man. You got it. So right now we have Khorne versus Wood Elves, and we are going to be jumping into that right now. So here we are. Cetra does not serve. That's right. He does not. Yes. GG. Well played. Okay. Just let me know when you're back, and we're building. You got time still. Okay. So I think everything's set here. Charax going to be on Wood Elves versus Khorne's versus Outer Regions Khorne. Charax is Wood Elves. Yes. Brain's getting a little bit frazzled. Juggling a lot of stuff here. Carrot Shell, thank you, man. Why no qualifiers? If you want to play, just hit me up, dude. That's basically how I do it for Faction War. Like, most of the people who are playing have hit me up in between Faction Wars and been like, hey, I want to play, you know. So yeah, I mean, I could do qualifiers too, but yeah, just hit me up to play, man. It's pretty relaxed. We got some cool prizes, by the way, too. We're giving away a lot of like custom art. So we have some Warhammer themed art that we're going to give away. I could show you guys. Yeah. $5 in Outer Regions victory. All right, guys. So this is fun. These are 2 guys who are both good at both formats, Land Battle and Dom. And Charax, of course, very, very innovative player. He plays some wild builds. And of course, we know Outer Region. He gets pretty crunk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the hardwood. Yes, Anticity is coming up next, I think. Let me take a look. Yes, Anticity is up next after this. It's his Vampire Coast versus the Beastmen. Yes, yes. Should do the same faction tourney to have players fight for their faction and represent the faction members after. Yeah, yeah. People just hit me up if you want to play. I'll rotate people in, you know. But as long as I know you're a competitive player, you know, like that's the thing. All right, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the forces of the Wood Elves, it's going to be Charax with Eternal Guard. Makes sense. You know, spears are good, and they have good leadership. We got Firebark Elders, which are kind of a fun pick here because they do magic damage against demons, and they do also have fire resistance, so Khorne does have some fire damage. We got Big Daddy Durthu coming in, so Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith with a Melkoth spammer. And more trees. We got Blade Singers on the outside for the true killing power in the army, a couple Starfire Shafts, and the Zoats in the backfield. So Zoats, I kind of like them here. They do magic damage and anti-large, so they're good against Hounds, Minotaurs, a number of things on the Khornate roster. So I do like the Zoat pick, actually. Xiphos' favorite unit. So, looking here at the Legions of Outer Region, he likes his mobility. Outer Region plays Khorne very mobile. He's got a lot of Marauder Horsemen, mass amount of Furies to disrupt the ranged. He's got Warhounds over here, and pretty much a symmetrical flank over here as well, with Marauder Horsemen and Hounds. So a lot of pressure coming in with a very, very small infantry corps. So he's got Marauders with one Cultist and Valky of the Bloody. You know, I'm a little concerned. Is he going to have the killing power to get through this army? You know, Marauder Horse and Throwing Axes can definitely drag down Durthu. They do fire damage too, so Durthu does not like fire, right? He's a tree. So, you know, they do fire damage, right? Yeah, they do. So that could be a problem for Durthu. We're going to have to see how that plays out. Valkia also pretty good against Durthu, but the Bladesingers are going to be very, very scary. And it looks like Charx is going to be waddling up to the objective here. So the Wood Elves not playing any sort of a kiting build, which is good. If the Wood Elves had gone for like a kite build with a mass amount of archers, I think they would have gotten wrecked. Like Outer Region was very much ready for that with all of his mobility. He was just waiting to swarm archers. But this defensive kind of, you know, hybrid box, I would say it's like a combined arms army. He's got a little bit of everything. Valkia does jump in and is now attacking the Starfire Shaft. She does take down 2 models. And is Outer Region going to get a little bit too crazy with his Furies? You definitely want to engage them with the rest of your army. Yeah, don't rush it. Wait till everything else is kind of poking in there. Valkia doing a little bit of harass, going after the Bladesingers here. Whirling Death is activated, so that is the one that gives them base damage, and I think they lose a little bit of AP. But now the shield of Khorne is gone. The Demon Shield. So the Bladesingers can actually kill Valkia here. We do see the Furies descending on top of the Gladeguard Starfire Shafts, but I think this is going to be a bad trade for Outer Region because what's going to happen is he's going to get double kills. So these 2 Furies, which cost over 1,000 gold, are going to die, and they're only going to have shut down 1 archer. So Charx off to a very, very strong start this game. And I feel like Outer Region is probably wishing he had brought a more infantry-centric army at this point. But man, Bladesingers get wrecked by Sloughnir, so Valkia able to get a really good cast right there. A couple Hounds sitting more or less idle. Could get those guys active. Definitely some archers to chase down here. So yeah, you want to get those Hounds feasting on these archers. And then these archers have not broken. They're holding the line. Durthu and company and the Zotes able to anchor the middle. 2 of the Fury units are down. Value trading in the army is very, very even right now. So these 2 players having a very, very good scrap. And now we see the Khornate Infantry coming up, getting ready to fight. Couple of the Eternal Guard. And if you could pull the Eternal Guard away from the formation, you could surround them, you know, even with your mobility. And it's like your Hounds as well as the Flesh Hounds, and probably get decent kills on those guys. Throwing Axes going into the Gladeguard Starfire Shafts in the meantime, and the Khornate Infantry have arrived. The objective, of course, does belong to the Wood Elves here, as we do see the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne pulling back, getting Throwing Axes into the infantry. Unfortunately for them, that's a big waste of ammunition. The silver armor or silver shields on the Eternal Guard makes them very resilient against that kind of poke. On the outside, 1 archer unit is harried and feasted on by the Blood Gods Chosen. Throwing Axes, trying to take down the archers. It's so funny. Like, the Khorne is playing more like a Wood Elf than the Wood Elves are, which is really, really funny. Throwing Axes, yeah, the damage is adding up, I guess. But yeah, it's going to feel bad when you run out of ammunition and you have to kill Durthu. That's for sure going to be the situation. Bladesingers here in a very easy fight. The Khornate Marauders will, you know, do some damage on the way back, but Bladesingers are just absolute killers. They're going to be able to just tear apart these infantry. And you can see the Marauders getting ripped up. Bladesingers, though, yeah, that Sloughnir did work. And very, very nice flank here. So Outer Region sees the opportunity to kill a very expensive unit. He swarms in with his Hounds, but Charx is very quick to respond. He's going to be launching his Pierogies here with the Zotes, attacking into the Flesh Hounds. And like I said, they're a hard counter against Flesh Hounds. Anti-large armor piercing absolutely will wreck those Flesh Hounds. They're going to get torn to shreds. We see Furies as well as Flesh Hounds also battling these Treekin. Not going to be a good fight here. And Valky the Bloody is going to be going to duel with Durthu. She does have her Demon Shield active, so she should be pretty favored in that situation. And as soon as it wears off, she does retreat. A very, very good tactician indeed. And now Outer Region's going to be using his Hounds to try and win the infantry fights, swarming into the back of the Dryads here. But Charx is probably a little bit ahead here overall. Oh man, it's a close game. But like you can't just look at value. You got to look at like the remaining elements in the battlefield. Like if the value's dead even, but one side has something that counters the other, obviously in the late game that could come into play. Really good Flock of Dooms from Charx, by the way. Durthu able to drop a fat one on these Marauder Horsemen. So those bad boys going to be getting nailed here as the Chaos Warhounds do pull back. They feast a little bit on some of the running Wood Elf units. There's another Spear unit here. And the Marauders of Khorne not doing bad. There's some Marauders left. Not too many, though. Valky the Bloody is being circle beaten pretty badly. So she's, you know, a good anti-large duelist, but she's fighting, you know, much more value than she brings to the table. The Spear units, the Firebark Elders, there's quite a bit there. And now the Marauders are going to move in. We haven't seen a Bloodletter summon yet. Bloodletter summon here would not be bad at all. Maybe dropping one behind these bad boys. Who knows? On the backside, the Wood Elves do get chased down on the outside of the battlefield, but this is kind of the point in the game when it's going to devolve into more of a blob situation. So a lot of it's going to come down to can Charx endure the Marauder Horseman throwing axe fire on Durthu? Nice summon of the Bloodletters there. They're going to definitely rip up a lot of the Eternal Guard. Bloodletters are just such a good infantry unit. Really, really fun to paint. They're really easy and fun to paint, too. You literally just can, like, spray paint them red, wash them, and then dry brush them, and you're, like, good to go. So Valkia going after Tzeentch. That's a good call. Tzeentch are anti-large. They kind of suck against infantry, and she is infantry-sized, so that is a good call indeed. Khorne's mobility going to be pulling back, so what do we got? We got 2 Marauder Horsemen for Khorne, 3 and 4. So all Marauder Horsemen are still alive. Really nice Sleipnir right there. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that did some really, really nice damage against those Eternal Guard there. And the Bloodletters are ripping it up. In the meantime, though, Valkia getting bullied a little bit. For the Forces of Chaos, what they really want to do is get rid of the Eternal Guard and get Durthu in an isolated situation, but I don't know if that's going to happen. The Khornate Infantry are pretty haggard right now. All they really have is this summoned Bloodletter, which is going to be disappearing very soon. I think he's going to have to start cycle charging with his throwing axes, maybe. We do see some Blade Singers on their way back in. These throwing axes going to be throwing at Durthu. Valkia going to be going after the Eternal Guard. Looking at the balance of power, it does favor Charx pretty heavily. So I think the pride of Poland here is going to be showing the legendary Polish powers, Jan Błachowicz says. One of my favorite MMA fighters. And is going to be probably getting the dub. As the Forces of Khorne were expecting a kite build too much. I think he indexed too heavily, right? Like, if he had brought a couple more, even just like baseline Chaos Warriors, this army did not have great tools against standard Chaos Warriors, that's for sure. That would have been very effective, but I think the Wood Elves just kind of anchor down on the objective. Outer Region's going to be able to use all of his ammunition, but you can see the bounce of power massively in the favor of the Wood Elves. They have 2 very healthy units. Firebark Elders are full health. Tzeentch are reasonably healthy for this point in the game. Durthu's just sitting there with his giant wooden dong hanging out, and I don't think there's going to be any ways for the Khorne Dogs to get in there and get her done. They're getting us around. Probably going to be preparing one last Alpha Strike, but yeah, he's just going to hang out here. Just sit on Objective 1, and I'm so happy I don't have to deal with attacking rules. We can just, the objective forces them to fight, which is great. Yeah, it's the tree people. The tree ants are coming, dude. Treebeard is all up in this game right here. So this round is going to be coming around. Marauder Horsemen are getting ready for the Envelop. Oh, Charx actually won a faction war. Not the last one, but the faction war before that. I think Charx won it with Wood Elves, because we sent him a trophy. It was a Wood Elf trophy. It was like a Waywatcher trophy that Anna painted, so he does have that somewhere, I am sure. Okay, so around here, we do have the Surround coming in. It is going to be the last stand here of Outer Region, as the victory tickets are rapidly approaching 500. He's going to have to act soon. That is for sure. The power of acorn. Is acorn milk actually a thing? I know that where I live, we had, yeah, there was a culture of like acorns and food here with the Chumash tribes and the Native American tribes, but acorn milk. I don't know if I've ever heard of that before. It's kind of an interesting one. All right, so Marauders moving up, and the Marauder Horsemen are about to run out of ammunition. Not that he has to attack. I mean, he could just sit out here as long as he wants. He's going to lose on the objectives. And the Chaos Warriors and Marauders are arriving on the flanks. We do get the Chaos Warhounds screaming into the Eternal Guard here. So here they come. Going to be charging into the back of the Eternal Guard. There it is. And Marauder Horsemen. Nice Alpha Strike. Outer Region is such a scrappy player, man. Like, he finds one opportunity to get this Eternal Guard, and he just catches it. But, a great response from Charx. That Flock of Doom probably accrues even more value. I mean, that's the thing of beauty. Granted, Khorne does have really good spell resist. We see the Cultist and Valkia fighting in the front line, and even if, I think it's a little bit too late for Outer Region, even if he magically won this, which he won't, there's not going to be any way for him to get the objective in time. And we do see the big Chad Durthu getting it done. Sword of Khorne! Oh, awesome thematics. But it's not going to be enough. It drops down and does a little bit of damage. But Charx and the Wood Elves are going to be advancing forward. GG, well played. All right. That was a great game. Really fun. Outer Region with huge mobility, but he just didn't have any way of killing the big stuff, really, outside of throwing axes. Yeah, his infantry quality was very poor, too. He wasn't able to really even get through the Eternal Guard, which is something that Khorne usually does. Like, the old meta for Khorne was, like, double Chaos Knight, Valkia, like, really heavy hammer kind of push, but even still, Chaos Knights would not have been great here, probably against Tzeentch and, some of the tree cannon stuff. Great match, though. Really fun. Durthu, 2,700, Valkia, 1,300. So decent value on both sides. Now let's go update the value here and head over to the brackets. So that is going to be, okay, so now we have Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves, which is actually a very, I think, even-ish matchup. It used to be, at least. It was very fun. So that's going to be our first round of 8 game. And now we have the great legendary Kraken King versus Lord Chicken Feed himself. 2 titans of Total War are going to be doing battle here in our next match. So let's get this all set up here and have some fun. All right. All right. Yeah, Tzeentch 131337. Yeah, they got the elite value. Yeah, they did. All right. So let's refresh this, and we need to find the Faction War game. Looking for it. Let's see. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's something else here. So let me get the lobby code from Anticity and whatnot. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All good. And where are we now? So I'm going to message Anticity, see who has lobby code. Lobby code, brother. All right, so there's that. And he's playing against Perfect. Great Kraken King has sent me the lobby code. And let's refresh the list. Lobby's been a little bit funky today. Ah, there he is. All right, the game was called Chicken Feed. That's why I couldn't find it. No problemo. There we are. So this is going to be a fun one, guys. And once again, my wife has been working on her clothing business for quite some time, and we're just launching it today. So if you guys want to support the channel and support my wife's business, make Lady Turns Day, there's a link to the website. It is Astro Snouts. Great gifts for yourself, for your partners, whatever, you know, whoever's into it. Mostly animal themed stuff. So a little bit of nerd inflection too. But here we are. Loading into our next game. It is go time. Chaos Dwarfs lost, Shetland. Yeah, they had a really close game. They barely lost. It was razor close. Yeah. I will, Hippo. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. The regular dwarves are still in it, but the Chaos Dwarves lost in round 1 to the Beastmen. It was like a razor close game. We even got a Cygor Shetland. It was awesome. All right, so this is old school Kraken King action. We got Anticity in here. He has done very well. I think Anticity has won a couple faction wars, right? I think he won 2 of them with Vampire Coast in the days of old in Warhammer 2. Bringing back, you know, dusting off the old gloves and getting ready to do battle once again. And here we are. Here we are. So looking at Inticity's army, it's going to be deckhand mobs in the front line. Makes sense. Very chaff-centric with pistol mobs backed up by hand cannons and bombers. So a big gun line, but not just going to be guns. He does also have Depth Guard, the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard, a couple Hound units, and regular Depth Guard. So yeah, very, very much like a layered gun line strategy, which is classic Anticity, right? He does have Luther Harkin, who's great against Beastmen. He's, you know, causes terror. He's very disruptive. He can deal with any of the large threats and is an absolute menace. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out. The caster is going to be a Death Caster. So he has Buna, which is a really good idea because with the prevalence of Centaurs of Tzeentch and Centaurs in general, I think that having Buna might be more valuable because Luther himself has the hunger. So as long as you don't blunder him too badly, he's going to be able to heal. So looking at the build here for Lord Chicken Feed. Chicken Feed is going to be rocking Ungor Spearmen. We do have some Ungor Raiders as well as more Raiders and Raiders and Raiders. Bows are the hard counter against Vampire Coast. They hate them. Harpy's also very disruptive and some backline pushing via Centaurs, and Butchers of Chadden are going to be the only big thing. Yeah, I think Zangors are going to be the core infantry, which makes sense. They're very good. Zangors are silver shielded. They regenerate HP, so that makes them quite nice. All right, guys, let's get it. Oh, yeah, he's arising from the deeps. He is. He is. So let us know who you're rooting for in chat. Are you rooting for Lord Chicken Feed? He has been a menace in domination mode, but also has been making a bit of a transition, playing some old faction wars, which has been very fun seeing how effective he's been. Or the legendary Kraken King, a multi-time faction war winner from Warhammer 2, dusting off the old boxing gloves, getting ready to do battle here with the Bray Herd. So it should be fun. Yeah, Anticity is basically always going to get the first invite as Vampire Coast, just because of the legacy he's built. If he wants to, you know, we'll do it. We will do it. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, man. These guys are both super good people, too. Lord Chicken Feed is such a nice guy, and so is Anticity. They're both just solid humans, great players. You know, that's the power combo right there. Luther Harkin does have silence on his pistol, yeah. So you can shoot at wizards and silence them, which is kind of cool. For the Beastmen, what do they have? They have a Bray Shaman to the Wilds, and the Carronades will now open up. So Anticity does have a single Carronade, and he's going to be shooting at the Zangors. He immediately kills 10 Zangors, so he does bowling pin them with that Carronade, which is nice. And we are going to be seeing the Beastmen pull back. Now, I think what the Beastmen want is they want Anticity to move forward so they can surround them a little bit easier. He wants Anticity to come grab the objective. Or maybe he's going to be flanking around, like rotating his army this direction and trying to, like, you know, I don't know, outmaneuver Anticity a little bit with the Beastmen mobility. But I don't know how well it's going to work. Luther Harkin's going to go and disrupt some of the archers. Oh, he's going straight for that wizard, I think. Luther Harkin, of course, you know, he hates wizards, but you got to be careful for the Butchers. Butchers could disrupt you, but yeah, he's going to potentially get some good sniping on that Bray Shaman. Yeah, Bray Shaman eating a pistol shot. So Luther Harkin moves in with his pistol, able to get some work in there. And now Morker the Shadowgave. He's going to be very hard to kill. Probably better to just army lost the Beastmen rather than try and take that bad boy out. Up in the sky, though, Luther Harkin gets a nice breath attack, so he is able to breath attack on the Harpies there. And they do take about 15-20% HP damage as the Bray Herd now advances on the Vampire Coast. That is for sure. So here they come. Will the Vampire Coast endure? Will the gunline be effective? Gunline play is extremely difficult. I think it's one of the most skill-intensive playstyles in the game to have layered gunline play like this. It's very, very hard, but we're going to see if he can pull it off. Luther Harkin coming in, getting a nice engagement here against Morker the Shadowgave. He actually manages to punch him in the face and do some respectable damage. So now the shotgun volleys, oh, you gotta love it. So these Ungors have no shield, so they're just gonna get wrecked. These shotguns are gonna just put them in the trash can. And here you see the Ungors advancing in, and they're also eating quite a bit of fire. Luther Harkin gonna be trying to get a terror round on those guys as they advance. Now Bowfire shooting into the handgun mobs, and the Bloody Reaver Depth Guards are gonna be on their way up. Another handgun volley moving in, but we do see the forces of Lord Chickenfeed getting a nice envelop here. Bomber mobs gonna be ripping through these Angors, while Harpies do get ready to engage in the backfield. And nice bomb volley there. Yeah, definitely not bad at all. So the engagements have collided across the battlefield. We see some routes going down. The hand cannon mob still very much online, providing good fire support. Granted, the bomber mob is probably going to want to pull back here if they can to get away from this archer fire, which is doing quite a bit of work. And Butchers of Kalkengard are taking heavy casualties, actually, from the Carronade. Harpy's looking like they want to get to the cannon, but the Kraken King is very aware of this. So he's going to have his dogs here at the ready and probably will turn a couple gun units. So let's see how quickly he reacts. He reacts almost instantly. No invocation to save that cannon, but the Harpies are going to get broken and routed there. Meanwhile, we do get Harpies engaging on the far side, but the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are going to be able to take those down. Beastmen making a desperate bum rush for the back line. Butchers of Kalkengard swarming in. Harpies get absolutely ripped apart, but oh, is there a second Minotaur? No, those are Centaurs with throwing axes he's targeting. So Chad Luther Harkin coming in, and he's going to wreck these Butchers of Kalkengard pretty well. If any of the Halberd Depth Guard can get over there, that would also be quite good. But yeah, very, very aggressive here as the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard make their way over, and they're going to be trying to help Luther out. Looks like there's going to be a taunt going down on them. And yeah, this is going to be very tough for Chickenfeed if these guys get caught. So we see a spawn summon. The cannon could be going offline. It is absolutely annihilating those Centaurs. Looking across the battlefield, Kraken King seems to stabilize in several areas. If we look over here, we can see his gun line. He's still shooting here. Yeah, and I guess, he's got some guns over here still shooting as well. Depth Guard able to chew through those units. And now his hounds are feasting. So the Kraken King moving in with his scurvy dogs, hunting down the Ungor Raiders. And old Luther Harkin able to really keep the Butchers of Kalkengard in check. But good play here by Lord Chickenfeed. He's able to get the Chaos Spawn and shut down the Carronade here. So the Carronade is going to be getting put in the old trash can. So that's a big value in there for Lord Chickenfeed. But I think that Anticity is in a winning position. He managed to, hold the rush for a long time. Didn't really lose any guns like super quickly. I mean, his hand cannons eventually died to archers, but they were able to shoot a lot of volleys before they died. We do see a Trader King going down. Nice damage right there. Some of the Hound units of Anticity are going to be fleeing. Chaos Spawn are going to be disappearing from the battlefield relatively soon. Looking at the value right now, Luther Harkin and his Depth Guard in good shape, but the Beastmen Archers could potentially pull the game back. You never want to underestimate those Ungor Raiders against Vampire Coast. They're so incredibly good. So what magic is going to be getting used? We see Taunt active. A full health Zangor unit would be a pretty good idea for a Fate of Buna, which I believe he has. So probably going to be using Buna on the Zangors to wear them down. We see the Depth Guard moving into the secondary, and the Scurvy Dogs getting on top of the Ungors is pretty god tier. And another Depth Guard unit out here, which is very healthy. So there's a lot of things looking very good for the Kraken King here in this game. He's looking very, very nice. Doggo's going to be sprinting up the middle. He's still got it. Apparently, he's still got it. He's doing great. Doggies moving in. Scurvy Dogs swarming into the Ungor Raiders here. Centaur throwing axes going to be trying to charge in and help maybe, but they're just going to die to the Depth Guard here. So the Bloody Reavers are just going to tear them to shreds. The Bloody Reaver Depth Guard is so freaking cool. Yeah, Depth Guard got to be one of the coolest aesthetics in the entire game. They look so freaking rad. But yes, those Centaurs are absolutely taken to Pound Town or Pound Land if you're in the UK. Scurvy Dogs here looking to be in decent shape. Maybe they're going to be going after some of the archers. We'll have to see. Anticity has always had some of the best hound play in the game. He's very, very good hound control. He usually doesn't lose them early. Like most people I've noticed lose hound and skirmisher units very early on. But Anticity, he somehow doesn't. And this is a great surround. He catches one of the Bray Shamans naked here, uses a Fate of unit to finish off the Centaurs, and this Bray Shaman is going to be dead. He only has 28 melee defense and 15 armor, although he's forced to run away from those guys. Okay, so he does run, allowing the Bray Shaman to live a little bit longer. Here, the Butchers of Kalkengard get afflicted by Doom and Darkness, so that's going to be tanking down their leadership right there. So those guys sitting at 5 leadership as Luther Harkin continues to give him the dirty. And yeah, he's getting it done, man. They're going to rout, and then Old Morker's going to be standing alone. And if you're Anticity, you probably just go kill the Wizard next. and chase down any of these routing beastmen, and then you just win. You just army loss them, right? You don't even need to kill Morker, right? That's a Traitorkin. Luther Harkin, does he have his magic resist item? I don't think he does. It's not really worth bringing, to be honest. Maybe in a couple matchups, like against Tzeentch, you probably want to bring it, but here, I don't think you really need to against like just Traitorkin. But the old Butchers of Kalkengard gonna get routed in just a moment, but man, such an insanely durable unit, right? The objective does belong to the Beastmen, so Anticity is probably gonna want to pay attention to that just in case you never freaking know. So he's got a couple zombies heading to the objective right now. And what else do we got on the outside? A couple Ungor Raiders have rallied. The objective's going to be starting to flip right now. So we do see the old Zombo Jackin moms are going to grab that bad boy. Meanwhile, Luther Harkin attacking the main characters here. So going after the carries on the Beastmen roster, which makes sense. You know, you want your carry to be taking out their carry, which is going to be the case. Hound units still feasting like the Heathen Kings of old. A couple of Harpies coming back in. Beastmen do have a couple, units on the outside here, like Raiders, that can generate some good value. But Anticity is going to be grabbing the objective back there with his double depth guard. And yeah, I mean, these two depth guard would be hard for the Beastmen army to kill, let alone dealing with like Luther Harkin, right? So where's that wizard? Is the wizard of the Beastmen still alive? Is Harry Potter still going strong? Harry Beastman Potter? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Luther Harkin just killed him. And we see the Harpies coming in, just getting ready to get broken in a matter of seconds. Hounds are just feasting like the Heathen Kings of old, finding ways to get value into the fourth quarter of the game. 10 leadership on these bad boys as the depth guard do surge forward to chase down. Zombies just waddling after Ungor Raiders. It's going to take a while, but they'll get there eventually. Dude, Butchers of Kalkengard are such an insane unit. They just are so hard to kill. Like, they were in so many bad positions this game, and they managed to fight to the bitter end, which is nuts. Hey, Nomi, appreciate the support, man. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. All right, so objective 1 is there, and depth guard and doggos cleaning everything up, and the Kraken King going to be taking the dub and advancing on to the next round, which is going to be quite exciting. We don't know who he's going to be facing yet, but we will find out all in due time. Objective Uno is there. Yeah, Vampire Coast has got that one. Gun mobs chasing down the bows here, but yeah, there's nothing Beastmen can do. The depth guard would probably be able to kill Morker, not the halberd variant as easily. Well, maybe actually. But the depth guard with anti-infantry would. And Luther Harkin can kill Morker as well. So there's really no chance. It's just, for some reason, Morker accounts for like a disproportionate amount on the bounce of power. It's very weird. So it kind of fools people from time to time. But here comes Luther moving across. The Butchers of Chattengard literally returned with 2 models, which is nuts. Anticity does have the objective now, so he's not really in any danger of that losing him the game. And Morker, once he gets hit like 3 or 4 times from Luther and these vampires, he's going to go down. GG, well played. Great game by both players. Lord Chicken Feed, of course, with a very nice win in the first round of the tournament against Hitman Hippo. Not Hitman Hippo, excuse me. Stingers. But Anticity shutting him down and advancing, showing why he is the 2-time Faction War winner, Kraken King, getting the job done. All right. So let's go update the brackets. We can look at value real quick. Yeah, 1900 on that man, and we did get the cannon here. Fun game. That was a fun match. It was very scrappy. All hail the Anticities, rising from the sea. He is. It was a solid game. All right. So let's go get the bracket now. See what things are looking like. And that is going to be Anticity advancing on to face the winner of Bretonnia and Norsca, which honestly are both fine matchups for Vampire Coast. Like, there's no real counter situations here. It's a good time for everybody. So that is pretty fun indeed. All right. Anticity washed back up on the shore to kick some ass. Yeah, he did. That was a lot of fun. Okay, so next up, we're going to do Bretonnia versus Norsca. For the lady. That should be fun. Let's see if they got the lobby set up here. Shout out to the players, by the way. The fact that they're doing such a good job organizing these lobbies is making these games really quick. Which is what Faction War is all about. Pigman thought Luther was going to lose, yeah. You never know. Anticity showing that old man strength. Yeah, dude, he's got the old man strength. It's like when you try and arm wrestle your dad. When you're like, a teenager and you feel like you're strong, and then your 50-year-old dad rolls up and just crushes you in arm wrestling. Yeah, that's what it's all about right there. The old man strength. It's been a great tournament so far. It has. Yeah, Anticity, were you sweating or what? He must have been sweating pretty hard. All right, so we got Norsca versus Bretonnia. Oh, that's a cool Bretonnia in that castle. I like that. Like the black color scheme for Bretonnia. That's fun. Yeah, all right. So here we go. King Lewin versus Throg. Lewin, of course, a great fighter. Very, very good in land battle. And, pretty good in Dom as well. But, Terror Out, great fighter, passive healing, what's not to love. And we got Knights of the Realm to fight Condom Wolves, Archers to shoot fire damage into Skin Wolves, and Throg. Very standard stuff from both sides, it looks like. Very, very standard stuff. You were sweating so hard. Yeah, I bet. Well played, you and Chicken Feed, man. You guys both played a really nice game. So, taking a look at the build of Norsca. Norsca is going to be rocking a front line of Marauders. Makes sense. You don't need much to win the Bretonnian infantry fight. Although there has been a bit of a precedent to see Marauder Champion Grey Opens in this matchup just for the grind against the Cav, and, it can surprise people. So in the secondary line from Butcherbird, we do have the Javelins and the Spears. So the Cav, when the Cav charge in, the Spears are going to eat the charge, and then the Marauder Javelins will take them down. A lot of Ice Doggy, so he's got triple Ice Wolf, which is really good, because if Bretonnia blunders one engagement, like they move a Cav unit to a bad position, you catch them, you Frostbite them, and you drag them down. That's going to be super sweet. On top of that, Armored Skin Wolves are the way to go here because Knights of the Realm do lack armor piercing. So the armor helps, and they're also more durable against archer fire with their armor. So this is a really, really good call, having the Armored Skin Wolves. Throg Daddy is awesome. Again, he can fight any of the Cav units. He can fight against King Lewin. A solid anti-large character. And last but not least, we do have a Metal Caster. So he's going to be trying to catch Bretonnia in a big Final Transmutation punishment blob. So we'll see if he's going to get it. Now, looking at the forces of the lady, it's going to be the Catholic Alcoholic, and he is going to be here, coming off some boozing, I would imagine. He's got his Spearmen into the sunset, backed up by Peasant Mobs to get massacred by the Berserkers. Peasant Bowmen to do fire damage against the Skin Wolves, which is an excellent choice. I like the Royal Hippo Knights. Just having one big, hard-hitting beast in tandem with Lewin, I think, is a nice combo. And, lots of Knights of the Realm as well. Hey, thank you for the donation, Hosky. So it's $5. Easy win for the French. Yeah, we'll see. Butcherbird is really good. These guys are both top-tier players, so you never know. That's what's fun about Faction War. We have so many good players that it's hard to guess who's going to win, It's hard to guess. All right. We'll see if the French are able to get it done. And, this is the French versus the Scandinavians. Let's see who's going to get the W here. All right. So they're moving on up. Norsca preparing to slam into the Bretonnian lines. Throg Daddy going to be eyeing King Lewin. He's going to be keeping tabs on him. And the Knights of the Realm are going to be fanning out on the outside. But I can't help but think the Knights of the Realm are going to have some issues getting into combat because of the Spears and the Frost Doggies really making their engagements much more hazardous, much more dangerous. So moving up are the Marauders, eating a lot of firepower from the Peasant Bowmen. But they do, of course, have shields, so they don't care too much about it. But even still, damage is damage. And the Peasant Bowmen will probably switch onto Throg eventually. So on the backside, we do see the Royal Hippogriff Knights waiting. They're probably going to go get a free charge on these Marauders. So there's not really a reason... Oh, the game's on mute, is it? Let me check. No, it's not. It's not on mute. It should be there. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. Let's go, Danes of old. Yeah. All right. So in move the Marauders, and Lewin is going to be helping in the front line, taking down some Marauders, helping the peasants. But Throg Daddy is hot on his case. So Throg's going to be coming in with his big old pimp hammer, and he'll be dropping some bows here, I would imagine, on King Lewin. So Lewin's going to be in a little bit of danger. Javelin fire also going to be supporting, so you can see the Javelins have set sights, but one Javelin unit getting eviscerated by Catholic Alcoholic. Man, those peasant archers of Bretonnia showing the cavemen what true archery is, as they just tear down those, literally caveman technology, right? Like throwing javelins, so... Yeah, ever since this last update, I've been getting weird graphic lag in my game. I'm going to have to probably reinstall the game. Hopefully it's not too distracting. But here, we do get the Final Transmutation activated, and it's a pretty okay cast. It only really hits one unit, though, so not going to be like a game-changing one. But I really do like that the Catholic Alcoholic is methodically shooting down these Marauder Hunters. He's been doing a pretty good job getting rid of the Javelin support. Meanwhile, on the outside, Norsca is going to be penetrating into the secondary, and there's going to be a big fight. Two Knights of the Realm, as well as some peasant mobs, are charging in. Lance's couch for the lady, battling it out versus Skin Wolves, Marauders, and Ice Wolves here. I think the Bretonnian Knights might be able to win this engagement. It depends on the magic that's going to be getting allocated here. This would have been a game-ending Final Transmutation here, but it is on cooldown. Now, on the other side, we do get some more Witchcraft going down. Fight or Die and Sword of Khorne is active. Royal Hippogriff Knights getting a nice engagement there, and they do break these Skin Wolves super, super hard. Up here, we do see the Knights of the Realm charging into the back of the Marauders right here, getting a good engagement while King Lewin leads from disguise. Now, as far as this attack goes, we did see the Norskins try and break through, and they do actually kind of successfully break through. The Skin Wolves and the Berserkers able to push back the Knights of the Realm. So the Knights of the Realm sound the horn, they retreat backwards, and they charge into the back line, trying to protect the peasants from being eaten by werewolves and various other canines. And Lewin battling it out with the Norsca Ice Wolves here, trying to get a terror route, maybe get them that much closer to shattering. But a very, very close fight. Over here, we do see the Royal Hippogriff Knights kind of left to their own devices. Bit of a blunder by the Catholic. He hasn't been able to get these guys out. Throg and the big boys here have been doing brutal damage. And yeah, losing that many models or that much HP on the Royal Hippogriff Knights definitely feels very, very bad. But Catholic is doing a good job with his Cav Corps. Also, away from that fight, you can see his Knights of the Realm are very active. His micro is very, very good. He's charging all over the place and just getting, engagements wherever he can. So he does charge into these Marauders here, potentially going to be taking them down. Ice Wolves and the Spear units here might be able to stabilize this position. We'll have to see. Now, back in the main fight, though, the Grail Relique, they're holding it down on the backside. Knights of the Realm getting hunted by the Skin Wolves. A little bit of archer support nearby. I think taking the Hippogriff Knights over there to maybe go help those guys would be big. So Hippogriff Knights charge, and then you sandwich them, and that's like a free kill right there. Very good play by Butcherbird as well, using his very tattered cab to hunt down these archers. Because like even little pockets of archers like this, having them alive in the fourth quarter of the game is so incredibly big, right? That's a big one. So King Lewin tearing into the Marauder Spearmen. Let's see what kind of damage he can get. Probably going to get a terror route here in a second. But looking at the balance of power, it is a pretty damn even game. The objective is owned by Norsca, though, so they're hanging in there. Norsca and Ice Wolves chasing down Knights of the Realm. Couple peasants nearby. Lewin, a lot of it's going to come down to Lewin versus Throg, but the Bretonians, I think, maybe might be slightly favored overall. I mean, I know they're down in value, but like they have some good isolations here, right? Like this is a full health Skin Wolf unit, which with proper control, Catholic might be able to get the kill on it. Pull these spears back in here, commit all your cab to this blob, keep the Knights of the Realm and the Hippogriff Knights in there, maybe rout them off. Yeah, and Lewin, remember, Lewin has a lot of healing too. Okay, so now we have a duel. We have Lewin versus Throg. Throg will be much happier in that duel with his anti-large and regeneration. I mean, of course, Lewin has regen too, but Marauder Spearmen nearby are going to make that very, very tough for Bretonnia. Now Throg is going to be taking the Grail Relique to Pound Town as Butcherbird starts to kind of take command of the game. So my assessment was wrong. I thought maybe they would get a good engagement out here and maybe drag down these Common Wolves and pull ahead, but yeah, maybe Lewin can get an Alpha Strike on the Shaman Sorcerer, deny the final transmutations in the fourth quarter of the game. That would be very, very strong. Bretonnia does have a lot of like raggedy troops all around the battlefield. Yeah, what is this weird like graphics lag I'm getting? Have you guys gotten this since the last update? It's very strange. I mean, I could try restarting stuff, but yeah, it's not too bad. It's honestly very minuscule. The Skin Wolves here at -3. And over here we do see the Shaman Sorcerer and your boy Lewin having a mortal combat, but that is going to be a break on the Shaman Sorcerer. So the Catholic Alcoholic going for the low-hanging fruit, which is smart. Throg is much slower than Lewin, so it's good to take advantage of Lewin's speed. Bounce around the battlefield, but beautiful final transmutation. That is a Bane backbreak right there. He just put the Bretonnian army over his knee and dropped them down. He did the tombstone, man. Undertaker, those bad boys. But that was a great one. It hits the Hippogriff Knights, it hits the Knights of the Realm that were very healthy, and double check that you don't have a graphics card up. Yeah, it's some weird stuff. I haven't had this happen in years. Strange stuff. But Skin Wolves here, -3 leadership, and we do have the Royal Hippogriff Knights taking them to town. Looking over here towards Objective 1, Throg and Norsca going to be anchoring down on that one. Couple Knights of the Realm trying to stabilize over here, and maybe they'll be able to fight the Wolves, although 6 of them charge into the Wolves and probably get wrecked. But very good micro from Catholic. He's able to find, the best that he can possibly make of that engagement there. He has 14 of those against 31 Wolves. Couple Peasant mobs coming in, and let's refresh that. Hopefully the internet didn't die out. Is it? No? Okay, it was just YouTube. YouTube's being a little bit funky as well. Things are getting wild here today. So, Lewin does stabilize a lot here, though, and those big, scary Hippo Knights are still very much online. Common Wolf's going to be sitting at 7 leadership. 2 leadership might break off the edge of the battlefield. And now Norsca's just going to be kind of sitting down to the middle. They're going to be getting Throg and the Marauder Spearmen just getting ready to party here. Meanwhile, Lewin is going to be going to healing cap, right? So he has a lot of healing room left to do. And if you're Bretonnia, there's no rush. I mean, well, there's a bit of a rush. But, probably you go over here and you kill all these units that are not with Throg right now. You need to take advantage of the mobility. On the outside, we do see these guys getting a nice pick. So the Hippogriff Knights, despite being literally on death's door, showing that they're absolute Chad units. 1,200 value, breaking those Common Wolves off the battlefield. Back towards the center here, we see the Marauder Horsemen Marauder Spearmen, getting chased down by King Lewin. Couple Peasant Archers coming in. If the Peasant Archers can stabilize, that's really big. They'll put a lot of damage on Throg as well as some Marauder Spearmen. Only have 15 armor and no shields, by the way. So Lewin pulls back. Throg Daddy going to be chasing him down. There is a Damsel. There's no caster here for Norsca. And I kind of think Norsca might terror route here, and then Throg might just die to a bunch of spears. That could very, very well happen. And there's a lot of ammunition left on these Peasant Bowmen, and that's enough to probably put Throg in the can. So if you're Bretonnia, you go for a full envelopment, right? You get a full surround, not even full, but sides, the sides and then up the middle here. You're probably going to be able to get it done. These Marauders are going to get just massacred probably by Lewin and the Hippogriff Knights. So the mobility of Bretonnia really shining through here for the Catholic Alcoholic. He's playing a very, very nice game. So here comes the big charge. Marauder's going to get routed, and Throg and the Spears trying to get over there to help, and they do manage to break some of these units here. So the Norskins do strike back. I think there's probably still some healing left in the Damsel, so probably going to be gathering up the Knights of the Realm to try and get what heals you can. 16 Knights of the Realm here, and it looks like there's going to be 14 here. And oh boy, is that going to be a regrowth? Oh god, that is such a direct regrowth. That's going to be so much. And uh-oh, big mistake by Catholic, though. He let the Skin Wolves come back in, so they were like close to the edge of the battlefield. And now they're going to get on these archers. The Hippogriff Knights will rout them almost instantly, but that regrowth was super, super clutch. So Bretonnian's going to be stealing the objective, which makes sense. They need to get that, otherwise they're straight up going to lose the game. Skin Wolf's going to be shaken and stirred as well. So Terror Rout's going to go down and potentially shatter here in a second as they do break. Wavering, 16 leadership. Are they going to get a natural break here? We will see. Uh-oh, Frost Doggy's coming. You don't want to get your Hippogriff Knights caught on the ground by those Frost Doggies. That could be very, very bad. You're going to want to disengage here, and it looks like Catholic is going to disengage, but if he loses even a Hippogriff Knight, model on the ground, that's going to be bad. Okay, so committing to the fight is also not a bad idea, because you can probably Terror out them. He had to just be decisive there, essentially. So Catholic going to be taking the objective back. So many good games we've had here today, ladies and gentlemen. These have been absolute master classes with these players. Knights of the Realm and Spears grabbing this. Lewin just getting beautiful terror routes wherever he can. And I don't know. I think that Bretonnia wins this now. Because they're going to get this objective before the game ends. It's at 392. Norsca only needed to hold for a little bit longer. It might have been a blunder for Norsca to go chase out like that. I mean, they do break a lot. We see a couple Spear units break. And oh my god, these Conan Wolves didn't hear no bell whatsoever. And the fact that they're going to get this Damsel is huge. Because she could still have some Winds of Magic and rally. But now, probably going to get chased off the battlefield? I don't know. We'll have to see. We will have to see. So over here, we see King Lewin chasing down the Spear units, and the Royal Hippogriff Knights are going to be pulling on back. The objective is going to be flipping, so Norsca is going to be losing that. Is there a Grail Relique still alive? I think Throg killed it. A Grail Relique would be pretty backbreaking. Okay, so the objective does flip, so now there's a big cushion here for the Catholic Alcoholic. He has a lot of time to work with. He doesn't need to be sweating bullets anymore. Lewin and company going to be going and probably diving these Spearmen. That's what I would do. Maybe just, get a cheap route on them. But no, good play by Butcher. He pulls back. He gets Throg in position. Throg is going to have to carry the hell out of this game. We see the Peasant Mobs and the Haggard Legions engaging. Lewin with a rear charge right there. Fight or Die activated by Throg Daddy. Sword of Khorne. All the buffs are being activated. Throg does get knocked over by the King of Bretonnia. The Knights of Bretonnia shall be your shield as they advance in on the flank. Beautiful charge into the side there, melting a bunch of those Marauders. And they're unbreakable. The Wintertooth Crown is so MLG right here. So that's going to be giving unbreakable all these Spear units. Granted, they're going to break as soon as it wears off here in a second. But yeah, that was very, very good. So they're shaken. Negative leadership. And the sons and daughters of Bretonnia looks like they're going to be pulling out a W here as Throg is in the pits. We got King Lewin and the archers putting a lot of pressure on him and a ton of peasant spearmen. That should do the trick. Couple Skin Wolves are coming back in. This would be the play to run them down. You don't want to let the Skin Wolves get back here. But looks like they're just going to try and break Throg and end the game, which is possible. His leadership is pretty decent, but still an old troll here. He's still an old troll. The Wrath of the Peasants, indeed. The Peasant Archers teeing off into Throg. He's at 7 leadership. The Fire is going to be mitigating his healing. Hippogriff Knight's going to bounce out there. Catholic Alcoholic, man, coming into this land battle tournament, bringing some, some serious sweat. Because I don't think Catholic even really plays land battle. I don't think I've ever seen him sign up for land battle tournament, maybe. But he just comes in and shows that he's got the chops for both game modes. Man, for the lady, what a great game by Butcherbird as well as Catholic Alcoholic. That was an awesome match. That was very back and forth. Very, very back and forth. All right, guys. So King Lewin, he carried the day. And yeah, the Knights did good. Hippogriff Knights were solid. Throg was a pimp. He tried his best. Skin Wolves also did nice. Some of them did. 1900 on that one and 17 or 1100 there. And the Bretonians advance on. All right, so let's go. So Anticity is going to be playing Bretonnia in the next round, so we do have that decided. So let's go get the bracket all nice and updated here. So that is going to be a win for the Catholic Alcoholic and Bretonnia. So our top 8 so far has Tomb Kings, Wood Elves, Vampire Coast, and Bretonnia. All right, so taking a look here at the players. These are our champions. You were sweating just watching? I know, me too. I was sweating for him. So Nurgle versus Kislev. Now we have the villain duel. We have evil Kislev against honorable Nurgle. Which is not something I thought I would ever say. But it is what it is. Okay. So here it is. We're going to be getting into the game. All right, all right. And there we are. Cool, man. So it's going to be Berserk versus Plague Penguin on the Tower of Hoeth. Two of the best players in the world, once again. Super excited for this one. YouTube polls are kind of janky, Shetland. We could. I wish mods could do it for me, because it's kind of annoying for me to do. But yeah, we'll see. Human Boy's still in the tournament. He had a very, very epic victory against Grand Cathay in the beginning. It was a very tight game. Very, very tight game. Okay. And by the way, if you guys want to support the stream and also support my wife's new business, here's a link to her clothing business. This is Astro Snouts. Buy a gift for yourself, for your partners. Definitely some good ideas coming up for the holidays. She'll be doing themed gifts. So for coming up for the holidays, for Christmas, she'll be doing some Christmas shirts as well too. So if you guys want to support the channel, it's a great way to do it. And yeah, it's there. Check it all out. All right. So let's move over here, back to the tournament. And get it going. Berserk, he's definitely a Chaos Lord. He is a Dark Lord of Chaos. Yeah, I wish mods could do the polls. That'd be sweet. That'd be really nice. I know on Twitch you can. YouTube's moderator stuff is really bad. Yeah, it's really bad. So here we are, the Chaos Lord. He loves his Chaos Lord of Nurgle. I know that Berserk is a big enjoyer of that character. And he's going to be facing off against Kostalton. Oh, this is very thematic, right? We have Kostalton trying to purge like some Nurgle Chaos Lord. That's actually very fun. Yeah. I'm glad you like him. I'm glad you like the shirts. Yeah. Cheers. She's been putting in a ton of work drawing those, like so many hours just sitting out in the backyard drawing on her little pad there. Evil Kislev. Yeah, Kislev's definitely evil. But, you know, if anybody's going to take him down, Berserk is certainly up to the task. Chad Rasputin. Yeah, a little bit here. A little bit. Okay. And how are we looking? Cool beans, man. Why my Nurglings got to be limited? Hey, don't count out Berserk yet. I know Kislev was worse in the last tournament too because we didn't have restrictions. So in the last tournament we didn't have any I forgot to put a single entity rule in the last tournament. I thought it was included in Creative Assembly's army cap, so I didn't put it in, and people kind of cheesed it, which is fair because it wasn't in the rules, but yeah, this time Kislev isn't going to be quite as scary. They'll still be really good, but it's definitely more beatable. Does your wife? No, Kimsey, I don't think so. My wife does have a bunch of tattoos though, but she doesn't do tattoo designs. What do you recommend for tabletop old world starting off army? So Declan, tell me your favorite armies. Give me like your four favorite factions, and I'll tell you which one is probably the best starter army. Tell me your 4 favorite armies and your playstyle. Do you like Elite? Do you like Horde? Do you like Magic? I need to kind of have an idea. Ogres are coming up. One of the players is running late to the tournament, so we've been putting off the game. But he's going to be here in 15 minutes, he says. So we should be okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys. Here we are. Taking a look at the forces of Berserk. Representing VM Clan. He's going to be rocking his Marauders with Grey Weapons in the front, backed up by Pestigors. Makes sense, right? All armor piercing. And the Noxbringer, which I think is quite good. If your opponent doesn't bring Little Grom, the Noxbringer is going to be able to party pretty hard. So you just rip some fat shots into the elite Kislev archers and, you know, not even elite, but just their Kossars, whatever. I do like the Noxbringer pick. It gives you a lot of agency on the battlefield. Now, on top of that, this is like one of Berserk's signature combos. He loves the Chaos Lord, who's a good fighter, and he's got some good debuffs as well. He can, you know, give your units leadership and damage reflection, which I don't know how good that is. Father of Blades is good for assassinating characters, and he also does have the Icon of Eternal Virulence. And then we have a Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle on a Rot Beast backed up as well. So yeah, it's the classic build here, and just a lot of great weapons with the Noxbringer, and yeah, so basically great weapon spam. Oh, Chaos Knights of Nurgle as well. Interesting against Kislev. They probably should be able to beat Griffin Legion in a straight fight. I'm not sure. Okay, Dwarves, Orcs, Beastmen, and Wood Elves. Okay, those are all pretty solid armies. Like, they're all mainline supported armies. I personally think the Wood Elves are kind of cheesy in Old World right now. The way to play them is cheesy. Beastmen are very aggressive and fun, and they're probably one of the most fair factions in the game. So for that, I would recommend Beastmen or Orcs probably. Dwarves take a certain mindset to play. Like, you really, really have to be into the dwarf style to play them. Yeah, Orcs or Beastmen probably. Beastmen are really fun, just like aggressive, fast, hard hitting. Anyways, back to the game. So we see a big charge from the Griffin Legion from Plague Penguin. It ends up being a disaster. He charges the Noxbringer and loses about 40% HP on those units. So that was a colossal mistake. And we see the Chaos Knights of Nurgle swarming in to try and countercharge them. But we do see the Kislev warriors rapidly emerging and putting an end to that countercharge. So the Great Open lines have advanced. On the side, we see Griffin Legion charging into the Pestigors or the Marauders with Great Opens, but even still, they will take some damage, although Plague Penguin does have very good control. He's able to pull back pretty quickly, but Nurgle off to a pretty good start. I mean, getting that much damage off of Griffin Legion right out of the gates is very good. There's also not too many good targets for the Oath Brothers to fight. I mean, they are getting some nice rounds on the Marauder units, but every time they do that, they're going to be taking some damage. Pestigor's coming around the side. Noxbringer, you see the Noxbringer sitting in a very nice pocket right here. He's just ripping some very, very cost-effective shots. Chaos Lord does take some damage, but Rauder Die is active, so very, very heavy metal. Going to be buffing up the nearby Nurgle units as the Great Weapon Legions do advance on. So Great Weapons, and Great Weapons, looking to grind down this Kislevite army. In the meantime, the Wartime Beowulfs also taking some damage. The Chaos Knights out-trading them super hard. Heavy metal Chaos Knights pushing through the battle lines. A very good counter against the things in the woods because they're not really good against monstrous things. So yeah, a little bit of a tricky one. Although we do get the Oath Brothers engaged. Chaos Knight, big epicenter of combat here. Chaos definitely needs to get some Great Weapons engaged there, get some of these Great Weapons piling in, although they do have some here. So there are some Pestigors, which are pretty effective at dragging down some of the Oath Brothers. And now we see the Griffin Legion committing, both players committing to a blob fight, which I think is going to be favoring Nurgle. Nurgle is the king of the bump and grind, the absolute king. So Oath Brothers are actually broken and running. Nurgle is keeping the value actually ahead of Kislev. Deathfrost is activated here from the Kislevites, but I don't think that's going to be very good because Nurgle can just heal that easily using the Fleshy Abundance, which I'm assuming they have. So the Great Open units trading well. We do see the Kossars of Spears ripping pretty cost-effective shots into the Great Open units. And really, I think like a more bow spam build would have been a little bit better against this, but even still, it looks like the forces of Nurgle do win most of those fights. We see the Oath Brothers of Tor getting pushed back, the Mordheim Beowulfs getting wrecked, and Nurgle's Chaos Knights are still reasonably healthy. The Chaos Lord can be healed. The Noxbringer, the Arwar, it's kind of like this mobile artillery station that just moves with the melee, goes into guard mode, and then rips really cost-effective shots at close range into the Kislevite forces. So Berserk is up by about 1,000 value here in this game. The Fleshy Abundance going to be going down, hitting the Chaos Knights too. Berserk going to be jumping massively ahead in this game. He's going to be pulling a huge value lead as the Fleshy Abundance goes down. Noxbringer going to be chasing down these Chaos Knights here, or excuse me, these Griffin Legion. So used to calling Kislev evil in these matches because they're so OP, but although they're not as OP in land battle, I think they're more OP in domination, that's for sure. On the outside though, Pestigors pushing through the armored Kossars, and the Kislevite infantry corps kind of getting massacred by the Nurgle infantry. There's a lot of cost-effective Great Weapons, so it makes sense. Oath Brothers dropping a little bit of a bombardment there, but Chaos Knights ripping apart the Griffin Legion, the Chaos Lord, as well as the Noxbringer. Just such a scary, scary grind. This is like a Death Guard army in tabletop, just like this super grindy army that's just going to push you down, not do a ton of burst damage, but it's going to be like a slow, brutal death, which appears to be the case for Kislev here. Rasputin is doing his thing, you know, he's a pretty good fighter on his bear. Head-to-head, Rasputin versus the Chaos Lord. I don't know who would win that. The Chaos Lord might win it. I think the poison would make the difference, and Rasputin probably would lose that fight, especially since he has a couple items. He has the Father of Blades and some other abilities that, of course, help him a lot. So looking around here, we do see the Pestigors battling against the Kislevite battle lines. Objective does belong to the forces of Nurgle. So that's going to be giving Nurgle a lot of kind of, safety and, time to grind out their opponent. Not like it's going to be a big rush here. Stream of Corruption going down. Beautiful cast there by Berserk. He is able to get the job done. So he nails those Kossars, gets them breaking. And the big man's going to be pulling back. And what's pretty crazy, if the late game goes down to a situation where Nurgle's holding on the objective and Kislev is kind of kiting them, the Noxbringer is going to be able to shoot back and really, really keep that honest here. So, yeah, they're going to get it done. Big break here for the Kislevites. We do see the Kislev warriors, which don't have a ton of killing power. They only have 24 melee attacks, so they're really actually quite bad at killing infantry. But they have really good holding power. As you can see, they've been holding the entire game. Rasputin here is going to get punched in the face by the Noxbringer, and you have to remember how good of a fighter the Chaos Sorcerers are, just like in tabletop. Chaos Sorcerers in tabletop are like basically as good of a fighter as a general of the Empire, which is pretty crazy. They're very, very solid. They have good combat stats, multiple attacks, and they also have heavy armor and ward saves. So very cool. It's hard to snipe Chaos characters. They are absolute menaces. But yeah, this game is over. Berserk showing why he is one of the best in the world. He is a Total Tavern season champion, so he has won several major events on Total Tavern. I think he was the season champion 3 seasons ago, but yeah, he's always a contender. GG, well played. And the villainous Kislev has been dispatched by Nurgle. The Plague God's Chosen has done it for you. All right, guys. GG, well played. Big shout out to Plague Penguin, though. Despite the fact that he was eliminated, he accepted the villain role with grace, and he was very solid. So shout out to Plague Penguin, man. Looking forward to getting you in future tournaments. All right. So that was cool. Chaos Lord and the Sorcerer were nice. The Armor Piercing Core is very effective. And yeah, just everything kind of clicked in that build for Berserk. The Rotfather rejoices. Yeah, maybe more bows, more shooting. Like, all these Grey Opens were so vulnerable against bows. If we had had like a huge Armored Kossar bow line, I think it would have been more effective. But hard to say. Hard to say. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go update the old brackets. So heading on over here, Berserk is going to be advancing on to face the winner of the next bracket here. So the top 8 is rapidly emerging. And I don't know if the Elves are back yet. They should be back in the next couple minutes, but if they're not, we can do Demons of Chaos versus Dwarfs. So we will get to the bottom of that. Okay, very cool. So let me go ahead and check this out and see if they're back yet. Not quite. Cool. I mean, some calls and cancel my defense. I think, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good, Taco. So next up, we're going to do Dwarves versus Demons of Chaos. So where are we? That was an amazing game, by the way. And here we are. All right. Next game should be ready to go here. And once again, if you want to check out Lady Turn's art, make sure to check out the Astro Snouts. There's a link to it. Awesome stuff. And it is time for us to party. Here we go. Here we go indeed. So Demons of Chaos against Dwarves. I wonder how this matchup unfurls. It's going to be an interesting one. Nurgle is associated with carnivals. Oh, interesting. He has a thing in lore called the Carnival of Chaos. Ooh. I don't know how the commentary relates to that, but I just had a dream we were on a demonic Ferris wheel. Yeah, I know Ferris wheels can be a little bit scary. The heights can be tough. Nurgle OP. People saying Nurgle OP. I love it. Okay, the dwarf player is going to be scheming. Fiends are good. I guess a fiend is nice, but you have fiends, you have plague toads, you have bloodletters. There's plenty of things that can kill dwarves on the Demons of Chaos roster. Yeah, plenty of things. And cool. So now we're just going to hang tight, and here's all the players for the day. A fair amount of them have been eliminated, but, you know, we've had some amazing games. Win or lose, great matches. I know, isn't it funny how, like, some of these Order-Tide factions have just become such villains? Yeah, it's hilarious. All right. And if you guys are enjoying the old faction war, do drop a like as well. Helps me gauge what you guys want to see. I was thinking about getting really crazy and having a faction war like every couple, like maybe like 2 a month maybe, instead of like, I've been doing 1 every 2 months now, but I think we need to do it more often. What's the weakest faction? It's hard to say. It's different for domination and for land battle, so. And like even the worst faction in the game has good matchups, you know what I'm saying? Every player in this tournament got 3 bans. So they were allowed to ban 3 factions they didn't want to play in the first round. That's how I do the faction war. So basically, you're guaranteed in the first round at least to not be countered with your first opponent. All right. Krell is good for PvP. Yeah, Krell's pretty good. Yeah, he's a nice little summon. He's not bad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Once again, thank you all for joining. And now up in the sky, we have an Exalted Lord of Chicken, and he's going to be rocking Infernal Gateway and Tzeentch's Firestorm, so just 2 bombardment spells. We got the Fiends, Bloodletters, a massive amount of Flamers of Tzeentch. There's going to be 3 of those. Sour Guts, Noxbringer. Yeah, so demons are just getting real crazy. And where is this their whole army? Oh, no, they're vanguarding. Okay. Oh, look at the Nurglings in the bushes. I love it. It's just like Tabletop. In Tabletop, Nurglings have Vanguard deployment, so they can pop out of the bushes. It's really, really funny. So yeah, you got 3 of those, waiting to grab the objective from the Dwarves. Chaos Furies to dive the backfield. And I don't know what the hell is going on back here. He just hasn't deployed them yet. But like, how does this army have enough killing power to get through all the Dwarves? It is such a small army. You know, it's like tiny. I mean, okay, Exalted Bloodletters are pretty killy. Man, this is gonna be nuts. So, looking at the dwarf army of Pigman. Pigman is our defending faction war champion. He won the last faction war with Kislev, and now he's coming to do it with the dwarves, picking the pure villainous factions, which I love. You need to have some villains, right? Like, Attitude Era WWE wouldn't have been good without the villains. And you need them. They're great. So we got Dwarf Warriors backed up by Blasting Charges, Double Dragon Slayer, which of course are incredibly strong, Thoric Iron Chad, and a lot of Rangers to shoot down the demons, backed up by Slayer Pirates. So his playstyle is pretty much, this is like an identical build almost to what he brought. It's a little different, like the Rangers and Infantry composition has changed a tiny bit. We don't have any Doomseekers in this one, but yeah, it's pretty similar to what he did earlier. A big Archer line, Pirate Slayers to put firepower down to Flyers. And I don't know how the Flamers are going to do against all the shooting. It's hard to deal with, although the big chicken is probably going to be using his Infernal Gateways to try and knock down the gun line, which is very smart. And yeah, we will find out. Rangers are going to feast on the Flamers. They might. It's going to be very micro-intensive. Like, he's going to be using all sorts of stuff here. He hit something in the bushes, a miner with a blasting charge. Maybe he brought one too many, according to the rules or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Can I put one miner in? Yeah, so he's just hiding it in the corner. Fair play. So he brought one too many miners, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. It's like a couple hundred gold. We do have some rules today. We do have some rules. The website isn't working for you. Try a different browser. Anna can look into it for you. We need the tech support. All right. So it might just be you. It's been working for most people, the website. Yeah. Let me drop another link for you here. Okay, there you go. I'm going to check real quick before the action gets started to see. Yeah, website's working just fine for me. So maybe try closing or try and get a different web browser and it should work. Thank you so much for your support. And the battle is now on. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, Homeboy literally brought the exact same build. He's got the Brotherhood of Grimnir here too. You think Demons of Chaos are dead on the build screen? Well, Hitman Hippo is very good. I don't think he plays as much land battle as Pigman does, though. Pigman, I think, plays land battle quite regularly. But Hitman Hippo is playing the old dreaded Demons of Chaos. And the Flamers are going to be enveloping the army. It's going to be very micro-intensive. Like, Hitman Hippo is going to need to have God tier control to win this. That is for sure. So we're going to be seeing the Rune of Slow on the Fiends. Oh, boy. That was not good. Definitely a bit of a blunder. Hitman Hippo is going to be juking, though. Maybe he's going to get away with them before taking a lot of damage. And are we going to be seeing the first Vortex coming out? You got to watch out because this chicken is going to get shot to pieces potentially by these Slayer Pirates. So he feigns a charge. He baits out some ammunition, which isn't bad. He gets away without taking too much damage. And now he does have the Noxbringer up on the high ground as well. All right. So the Noxbringer is going to be sitting up here, ripping some fat shots from downtown. And is it making contact? Yeah, it hit the Long John Slayer Pirates, and it does delete ammunition, which is pretty sweet. So he grabs the objective to buy a little bit of time. And yeah, he's kind of wasting some of the Dwarvish ammunition, but the Dwarves have plenty to spare, right? They're going to be good. We see an Envelopment coming in, so Hitman Hippo's going to be trying to kind of attack on the sides, which is much smarter than going head-on against the Dwarf army. You don't want to be doing that. So moving around here, the Exalted Lord of Change, is he going to be dropping a Vortex yet? Not yet. He wants to probably wait till the fighting gets more chaotic to drop Vortexes, because that's going to make it harder to dodge, right? You know, people are going to be having their attention focused in multiple areas. Noxbringer, though, getting some very cost-effective shots. These long-drawn Slayer Pirates taking big casualties. Fury's going to be able to do some work, too. Furies are actually pretty good against Slayer Pirates, believe it or not. And now we're going to be seeing the big chicken running away as it does some good damage. And the objective is going to be flipping to the Dwarf. So a little bit of time was bought by the Demons of Chaos, but the Dwarves are just going to sit on this objective and wait. Big damage getting into the Rangers there. Beautiful stuff from the Noxbringer. And now we see some pink fire shooting up at the high ground, getting into the miners and doing a little bit of damage. But blasting charges are very much at the ready. Not all gyrocopters are banned, only the broken ones. The steam gyrocopters are just disgustingly broken. So they're banned in this tournament. Yeah, but aside from that, dwarves can, you know, just no... Thunder barges are also really stupid. They're a campaign unit. They shouldn't have been put in multiplayer, honestly. But yeah. Here we see the Exalted Lord of Change juking a lot of the shots, and the demons are doing good poke. The question is he going to be able to get it done within 8 minutes? Hitman Hippo has really good micro. I play against him in tournaments quite a bit, and he's always really, really hard to defeat. He's doing good work, though, as the Demons of Chaos usually do. He's using his shields effectively. He's juking. He's only taken superficial damage so far, and you can see the dwarves have definitely taken a lot more damage. Like all the value the dwarves have gotten so far is basically on the shields of the demons, so nothing terribly substantial. Now, the flamers have not engaged yet, looking for opportunities. Noxbringer shooting in, and the pinks are also just melting into the miners of blasting charges here. We see a little bit of flamethrower damage coming out of the trees. I like that. It's very cheeky. So Hitman Hippo goes into the trees here, and he's going to be sneaking and shooting some flamethrower shots out of there. In the meantime, in the backfield, we do see an isolated unit, so it is going to be that miner with blasting charges. It's going to be getting picked apart here by the Exalted Lord of Chicken. And yeah, he's going to be getting ripped on up. Slayer Pirates coming back here to provide a little bit of support, but that should be a free kill on those guys. In the meantime, Rangers shooting into the chicken, but he is kind of obfuscated by the tree a little bit. Not really, no, he's more in open field, but that is going to be a pick there. And I would imagine the Fiends are going to come across, and yeah, this is really strong, actually. There's a potential opportunity for Demons to get a really, really cost-effective pick here. Flamers are going to be pulling back. The bolt shot's doing good damage. Meanwhile, the Noxbringer is still just shooting whatever it can. But that is one minor unit down. And trading it for a Fury, I don't know if that's worth it. They cost about a similar amount, I would say. The Exalted Chicken diving in, but I think that Hitman Hippo is going to want to retreat and maybe use his shields here at this point. Because, yeah, it's going to be tough. The Dwarves hanging in there. We do see the Flamers rearranging. The Archers still, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's got a lot of Rangers. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's pretty much got the max amount of Rangers and is getting good work done. Fiends screaming back here. This is going to be really bad for the Chicken. We see the Flamers on the outside getting a nice volley into these Rangers. And I would imagine there's going to be another one coming soon as the Fiends do move in and they start to rip apart these Slayer Pirates. Yeah, good game so far. Pretty even. I would say the value is like kind of probably more or less dead even at this point. So the Exalted Lord of Change, though, unfortunately for him, does take a lot of damage. That's not good. We haven't seen any magic used yet. We haven't seen any of the big vortexes. I don't think he's felt like he's had the opportunities to, get good shots quite yet. Noxbringer is about to run out of ammo. What's probably going to happen is once the Noxbringer runs out of ammo, he's going to move it in and use it to bait people into magic blobs. Like he's going to try and get the enemies, baited on top of him there. So Flamers of Tzeentch encircling the Dwarf army. The Dwarf ammunition is looking pretty good still. I mean, he's at like 25 to 40% on most of his units, but he has been kiting pretty effectively with the Flamers of Tzeentch. But remember, the Dwarves have the objective. So as the battle grinds on, you're eventually going to have to Alpha Strike, and there are some good units. You have the Exalted Bloodletters, but they're very vulnerable against the against blasting charges. So maybe using some big vortexes on the blasting charges could be good. But the Noxbringer's out of ammo now, but it still is a great AP fighter. So using it in that way will be quite strong. Flamethrowers going down on the Dwarf Warriors there, melting a couple of those. Ammunition still looking okay. Yeah, we've only had one game decided by the objective today, only one, which is pretty normal. I would say like maybe 2 or 3 games over the course of the whole tournament will be decided by the objective, which is fine. When somebody wants to kite like this, this is the downside of it, right? You gotta worry about the objective here. So we don't need to police attacking rules or anything like that, which is great. Sour Guts shooting into the Long Drawn Slayer Pirates. Is the Noxbringer going to move in? Honestly, I would move the Noxbringer close and maybe try and absorb shots with it. Just like screen and dance back and forth and try and waste ammunition, maybe bait out some blasting charges or something. If that's possible, that'd be quite good. The Chicken was able to get its shield regenerated. And are we going to be seeing a Vortex soon? Nurglings looks like they're going to be moving towards the blasting charges, which actually is a good idea because of the tree here. So maybe you're going to be able to get a little something done there. Over here, Nurglings ripping it up against the Slayer Pirates, and this is very cost-effective. Seeing the Slayer Pirates tar-pitted by a chaff unit and the Flamers getting their full volley, that is bread city. In the meantime, more Flamers of Tzeentch are going to be coming across, and we are going to be seeing a portal glyph. Oh, so those Furies were probably a summon from the Chicken. Okay, interesting. So they weren't the ones he lost earlier. It didn't even really matter. Okay, so the Flamethrower's going in. Demons of Chaos starting to kind of envelop a little bit. Yeah, blasting charges through the tree line is a really good play because a lot of them hit the trees here. You see the Nurglings barely took any damage. And the Chicken just needs to make sure he doesn't die. He needs to get all of his magic off. We haven't seen any magic yet. Also, the Fiends here going to be jumping into the Rangers there, trying to tear those bad boys apart. And now I think it's time to see a little bit of magic. Are the Exalted Bloodletters going to come in? The Big Chicken moving in on this side. And honestly, a pretty good Alpha Strike by the Demons. Able to get some good engagements across the board. Remember, a lot of the value lead you're seeing for the Dwarves has been against the Protoss shields of many of the Tzeentchian units, so this game is actually much closer than it looks. Other Blasting Charge salvo going down to the Miners, and ooh, that's going to be a really good Rune of Wrath and Rune. So Pigman getting a great Rune of Wrath and Rune on the Exalted Bloodletters. Flamethrowers doing big damage, and a huge Vortex karate chopping the Dwarven position there. So we see those guys getting cooked up, so that's going to be the first of big value. And yeah, Slayer Pirates being killed to the last. Both Slayer Pirates in a very, very bad position. Now, the Exalted Bloodletters are being saved for the fourth quarter to try and kill the Dwarf characters, which makes sense. Big Chicken's going to be moving across with the Nurglings, and the Noxbringer also doing very good work. That Dragon Slayer, though, an absolute menace. And now there's going to be a Tzeentch's Firestorm going down right here. So this magic is going to be nasty. That's going to do some big, big work, potentially, depending on how it rotates. The spell is always a little bit weird. Yeah, it ends up doing good work, actually. Yeah, get some of those guys down. Exalted Bloodletter's going to be catching some Rangers in the tree line. Hitman Hippo, man, it's crazy. Like, this happens every so often, right? You see land battle players come and just crush in domination tournaments, and then you see the same thing where you see like someone like Hitman Hippo, I don't even know if he plays any land battle, come and compete with like a top player, right? It's pretty intense. It's fun to see that. The anime crossover, yes. So Dragon Slayer's battling it out here, and the objective is going to become an issue soon, though. So he's going to need to get on that objective with his Exalted Bloodletters and Nurglings. But the Dwarves are kind of getting folded up in this position. Flamers on their way in. Balance of Power does favor Hitman Hippo, but is he going to be able to get the objective back on time? Brotherhood of Grimnir are going to be char pitted by Nurglings, and we do see big flamethrower shots doing a lot of work here as the big chicken moves in. Exalted Bloodletters are now engaging against the Dwarven Lords. Thoric Ironbrow is on foot, so he's potentially going to die very quickly here. Nurgling starting to flip that objective with the Fiends. Hitman Hippo really needs to pay attention to that. And wow, are we going to see the Demons of Chaos take down the Dowie? That would be pretty insane. I know Demons of Chaos are top tier in land battle, but Conquest really reins them in. If this was like a traditional land battle game, I think like it'd be a very easy win for the Demons of Chaos based on the builds we've seen this game. But here, yeah, it looks like, you know, the objective makes it a little bit easier for the Dwarves to get it up. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to save them. As Hitman Hippo, oh man, he needs to get that objective. He needs to get it. Yeah, okay. It starts to flip, and the Nurglings there are providing good capture weight. Slayer Pirates should be getting karate chops. Looking around the battlefield, Nurglings are cleaning things up. We have Tzeentch, you know, flamethrowers kiting all around the battlefield. Kiting here with the Sour Guts. Brotherhood of Grimnir doing God knows what, chasing down some Nurglings. But yeah, he needs to focus on that objective or else he's going to lose the game. And it's a very easy win. Like, if Hitman Hippo just moves here, he wins. That's it. He just needs to move on to the objective. There's no reason to do anything else. Just get on that objective, Hippo. It would really bum me out if he lost that way. Like, it happened to Tim last time, too. He had a game in the bag, and he just, like, threw it. So he needs to get on the objective. You see the Dwarves know this, too. The Dwarves are swarming onto the point, because they know that's how they win the game. But if, like, he just gets this objective, he just wins. So, yeah, now he realizes it. Hopefully it's not too late for him now. I mean, if this starts to flip back, that could be a big problem. Chicken's going to pull back up in the sky. He looks at the victory tickets here. And, yeah, that's... I mean, when the Exalted Bloodletters get there, that should be full capture weight. And boom, that flips to the Demons. So now he's out of the danger zone. It's going to be very hard for the Dwarves to get that back. Great Vortex over there on the Rangers. And now we see the Exalted Lord of Chicken coming down. Man, Hitman Hippo, an absolute menace here today. Absolute menace. He has really shown a masterclass of micro and decision-making in this game. That was impressive. And Hitman Hippo is a major event winner in the Total Tavern community. And he won a major Creative Assembly event. He is very, very good. So clearly he's got the land battle chops as well. So Exalted Bloodletter ripping it up. The Dwarves are recapturing the objective. Got to make sure they don't get that, because if they recapture it, you pretty much lose the game. So the Exalted Bloodletter is going to need to hold that one out. Flamethrowers of Tzeentch doing massive damage, and it looks like we do have the Brotherhood of Grimnir on the point. Nurgling's going to be waddling over there, and we do see them chasing. But yeah, that's the only way Hippo could lose is if he throws. Because this game's over, right? It's over. Like, look at the bounce of power. The Dwarves do have unbreakable units, though, so there's that problem. Pigman is juking with his Slayers here to try and get that point. Like, desperation juking. I love that so much. But army losses will kick in soon, but it's not necessarily going to end the game, right? Because Dwarves do have unbreakable units, so... Okay, Brotherhood of Grimnir is gone now. Nurglings have resecured the capture weight. We see these guys getting poked down, and man, what a master class of a game here. What a master class. It's got to be army losses here in a second. Thoric Ironbrow's getting cooked. Nurgling's trying to prevent the capture. And right now, you can see the Rotbringer as well as the Exalted Chicken here just hunting down the Dwarven Dragon Slayers and basically just taking them apart. Exalted Bloodletters will hard counter them too. Thoric gets shattered due to army losses, but it's not over yet because of the Dragon Slayer here. And ladies and gentlemen, GG, well played. That is going to be a victory for the Demons of Chaos. What an impressive, impressive game here. But yeah, that was close. That was really, really close. Goddamn. Goddamn. What a masterclass. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Fun stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. And yeah. All right. A righteous army loss, indeed. Indeed. So taking a look at the brackets here. Let's go take care of that and move to the Forge World bracket. Demons of Chaos are going to be advancing on, defeating the Dwarves with a... I could not have done that. The amount of like micro and... I don't have the skill set for that. That was like some next level stuff. Okay, let's see if we're ready. And we're going to check and see if the High Elf game is ready. It's fine though. We can just keep doing other games until they're ready. There will come a point where we have to switch to them, but we're flexible. All right, so let's check this. So Faction War, we have... do we have it? What else? Let's see. Skaven, Grand Cathay, Ogre Kingdoms vs. High Elves. Cool. That was truly a dwarf land battle moment. Yeah. It was. Oh, okay. So Taco's in here. I love how he has Greasus eating a taco. Checking to see if he's here. He's got the Skaven as his ally. Cool. If they need more time, it's all good. Okay, sounds good. We could go do Skaven versus Empire. Like it does not matter at all. Okay. So we will go to the Skaven Empire game, which is going to be glorious. So we have one of our we have time. Okay. So switching on to this one, we have Alfredinho, one of the best Total War players of all time, for sure, facing off against Human Boy, yes, the Dark Lord of Land Battle himself. So, here it is. It's going to be the Empire versus Skaven. It's going to be, yeah, two shooting factions. Oh, of course, you Wicked. Yeah, you're totally fine. Yeah. That was a masterclass by Hitman Hippo. So I was playing in a tournament the other day, and I got to the grand finals and lost to Hitman Hippo. And he was playing Demons of Chaos, actually. So he's been practicing them. And I don't feel so bad about losing to him now. I'm like, all right. All right. Doesn't feel so bad now. They're very careful. Yeah, there was not too many mistakes made there. All right. So we are good to go. And what's cracking? What is cracking? Cross out the eliminated factions. I don't know how I would do that effectively, but yeah, this is kind of a build. I love Elspeth double engineer. It's very strong. No Doom players, actually. Wow. Alfredinho is going to get real sweaty in this game, and so is Human Boy. Yes. Alfred still plays line battle stuff. He doesn't do any Dom, but I mean, he plays Dom. Alfred has played some Dom games. Sigmar, let there be a Luminarch. It's going to be Elspeth. I don't think, will she be on the dragon? Maybe. Might actually be Dragon Elspeth. We got Ikit Claw, a Plague Monk line with ogres and slingers and some wolf rats. Yeah, so very kind of grounded Skaven army. You're not going to be using any weapons teams or anything like that. Granted, I think like a Warp Lightning Cannon can be okay against Empire sometimes. Depends on the map. Yeah, well, you'd be surprised. Doom players are actually good against Empire Knights because they have high armor and armor piercing, so they can hold back Empire Knights. But ogres do it better probably anyways. So that makes a lot of sense. Okay. High Elves will be playing, don't worry. Yeah, the High Elf player's just running late. Something came up in real life, so we've just been skipping their games until we're ready. We will get there, don't worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the forces of Alfredinho, the ODM powerhouse. He's going to be rocking Elspeth von Draken, so he does have Spirit Leech and Buna, so just going to be probably using Buna on like Council Guard or, whatever, and then Spirit. If there's nothing to target with Buna, you just Spirit Leech spam and everything else. Yeah, very scary. Good at killing Ikit Claw and a big monster, so what's not to love? We got a big core of Pistoliers coming in from the Sons of Sigmar, so the Pistoliers will be excellent at shooting ogres and plague monks. I've always really liked Pistoliers in this matchup. They're quite good. And if like the rats are breaking and running, you can chase them down. They can also deal with wolf rats pretty well too. Spearmen is going to be the core battle line with Empire Knights, and then we do have two Master Engineers, which are awesome. These guys are absolute chads. Mercurial Shot is one of my favorite abilities. It's like a shotgun blast, so who doesn't want to blast a bunch of rats in the face with evil, chaos rats? Because rats are adorable creatures. Let's not wish any ill on them. But the Mercurial Shot is great. It's going to be excellent against the Plague Monks and some of those other units as well. So that is it. Yeah, Giamma just got home. Yeah, we're still going. It's going strong, man. It's going strong. Does he have the engineers on mech horses? No, you don't want to do the mech horses because the mech horses give you a lot less speed. They have 60 speed. These things have 78. So if you're going to be playing a more mobile style, this is much better. All right, so Ikit Claw is going to be the lore choice for the mighty Human Boy. He's gone as Doom Wheel, so going to be, effective armor piercing and also just a good magic caster. And we got Skaven Slaves, Ogres, Plague Monks. So a very aggressive Skaven army. It's actually going to be looking to march down the Empire and just punch right through them. So we're going to see if Alfredinho is going to be able to endure the wrath of Human Boy. So here comes the Empire Knight surging out the front. Alfredinho with what we like to call the dreaded ODM micro. It's very, very good. Hammering into the Skaven Slaves, but is he going to be retreating quick enough? We'll have to see. But then he comes across. Look at that cross engagement, right? Like in the front, and then the other Empire Knight comes around the back of the Rat Ogre. That was masterclass. And Elspeth von Draken obviously there to be providing terror as well. So the Empire is going to be pulling back, probably relinquishing the objective. One Empire Knight unit does get a little bit overextended, but at least did some decent damage on the way out. Plague Monks moving up. Plague Monks are going to eviscerate these State Troopers probably, so we're going to be seeing these Spearmen getting put in the can if the Empire Knights don't help. But Alfredinho with a nice Alpha Strike and then pulls back. But Ikit Claw emerges from the bushes, so he is here now. Probably going to see some fat Flensing Runes coming out. Yep, Flensing Rune is going to be the name of the game, and he's just going to be looking for targets. Elspeth may be a little bit surrounded. Uh-oh. She's in the danger zone here. Ogres and Wolfrats getting some work done, and the Brass Orb is dodged by Alfredino. So the MLG dodge, and the Sons of Sigmar, lances couched for the Emperor, are going to be charging in, getting a big charge here, but Human Boy, for the Horned Rat, gets a nice counterpunch. He's going to be using the Flensing Ruins. That's just really nice. But as we've seen today, the Rats usually don't do super well in these blob fights against other factions that have better leadership. Elspeth able to tear out, all the supporting elements off. Then Ikit like, wait, where are you guys going? And he's just going to get punished by Elspeth. Elspeth is an insane duelist. She's very, very good. Now, looking at the rest of the battlefield, Pistolier Corps is very much online. Engineers are, they got their long rifles or their repeater rifles set up and are trying to snipe Ikit Claw. A couple Empire Knights going to be running over here, intercepting Skaven, very heavily invested into this fight. Probably going to break through the Empire position right there, as Elspeth does get hit by that Flensing Rune, takes a lot of damage. But she does have healing. She has Death's Timekeeper, which does heal her, so that's quite nice. Even battle so far. Alfredino probably a little bit ahead. He's most likely going to find a way to kill the Skaven Lord. Between the breath attacks of Elspeth and the Spirit Leeches, Ikit Claw is going to be in some serious danger. Alfredino doing a really good job keeping his Pistoliers alive and doing the bait and switches, right? He baits the charges into one unit and then charges with a different one to screw up the charge order sequencing, which is so powerful, right? Yeah, so Pistoliers looking great, but the Skaven have a big pocket of units here. A full health Plague Monk, 2 healthy Ogres. I mean, they got a lot of stuff, but the Skaven are getting folded up in the middle pretty bad. This fight's not going well, and oh my god, the Coruscating Blast! Ikit Claw gets freaking crushed by that breath attack, which has also been nerfed, mind you. It got a pretty big nerf. But Ikit Claw is a really big target, so pretty much the entire breath attack just nails him. And Human Boy taps out. Oh man, GG, well played. The Empire able to overrun the Skaven, and yeah, really, really clean engagements. But the Rats are going to fall, and the Sons of Sigmar and Alfredino will advance on. Regardless, even if that breath attack did do double damage, that game probably was not looking great. Yeah, that was pretty OP for sure. Yeah, Jesus, man. The Kamehameha. Yeah, maybe Ikit on a Doomflayer is better because he's like a smaller target. I don't know. Yeah. Well, that's it. GG. It's okay, Human Boy. You had a glorious first game against Grand Cathay. Don't sweat it. Bro got lasered. Oh my god. I thought they nerfed that. Like, nobody in domination mode uses that anymore. But like, I guess it's still good. Yeah, that's crazy. I thought it got nerfed enough to not be that gnarly, but yeah, insane. Okay, so what matchup do we have now? Let me see. Everybody's talking about the Elspeth breath in Discord. Yeah, let me talk to Flying Taco. Okay, so we are checking to see. I don't think he is. Yeah. Just doing some adminning stuff here. Yeah, still no High Elves. We might have to substitute for him soon. I mean, we have a couple more games we can do, but there will come a time when we're going to be obstructed by not having him play yet. So we're going to keep pushing a little bit longer. Anyways, let's go to the bracket. And Alfredino with a nasty, nasty Empire victory. Khorne did lose, yeah. So in the top 8 so far, we have Tomb Kings, Wood Elves, Vampire Coast, Bretonnia, Nurgle, Demons, and Empire are going to be the factions. Yeah. So what do we got next? Okay. Check here. Perfect. Yeah, so we're going to go to another game. We're going to do Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves right now. And then we're just going to have we're going to literally have 3 High Elf games in a row, basically. Okay. Okay, so Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings. We're going to get in there. Oh, Tim needed a little bit of time. That's right. So we can do Vampire Coast versus Bretonnia if you guys are ready. Yeah, they look like they're ready. I need a spec slot anticity, so let me message you. All right. So we're going to do Bretonnia versus the Bad Boys. Yes. The Vampire Coast. It's going to be super fun. Okay. Looking good. Yeah, I think it hit Ikit from the rear side. For some reason, Coruscating Blast has extreme damage strikes when fired from those angles. Yeah. I feel tough. Okay, no worries. No worries. Okay, so let's refresh this. You got the spec slot. Let's get this party started. Okay. No problem. You have time. Doing Tzeentch first. Yeah, so the Skaven player saying that he had already lost the game, human boy, but that is a feel bad way to lose it, but he thinks he had already lost the game to Alfred pretty hard, so yeah. I think Alfred had that game in the bag too. He had the Pistoliers, full map control, he had the objective. The Skaven army was going to get kited and shot to pieces and pulled apart 100%. But, you know, it's tricky. It's tricky. All right. So thank you guys all for joining. And once again, if you want to support the family here, my wife's new business is just launched, and we got a link for it right there. The old Astro Snouts. Buy some shirts for the holidays for your friends and family. And on that note, we are going to be having Vampire Coast versus Bretonnia. Hyped matchup. I would love to see a Colossus, but oh my god, 4 cannons. Holy shit. Anticity's going hog wild here, dude. The quad cannons with Count Noctilus. Let's go. Oh, this is going to be so fun. The breath was just the cherry on top, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Checking here. Ah, no problem. So, let me see here. He forgot a... Okay, so we'll just do a quick restart. Yeah, jump out of that game. All right, no problem. Same armies. He will let you know. Okay. Okay, so we just need to restart this real quick because we're using limits today on armies, like pretty strict limits. So the players just need to make one adjustment. Yeah, should be fine. I think it's too many Knights of the Realm. I think there's a limit on them. Yeah, so you could just switch it up for other cav. It's fine. Feel free to make any changes as he is. Okay, let me see what he's changing. Okay, looks like Anticity's ready anyways. They don't care. Catholic is like one of the most honorable people in the game. So he will probably even tell Anticity what he's changing. Okay. So he's going to make the adjustments to his build, and we should be all good. All right, awesome. Yes, yes. Feast, feast. They're max 4, yeah. He switched it up. Yeah, it's basically the same build. He just put a Grail Knight in there. Although Knights Errant would be better against Vampire Coast, but, you know, Grail Knights are still super cool. But they're very vulnerable at getting cannonballed. Yeah, we might have to sub in the High Elf player. I don't know where he is. He was running late. Hopefully he's all right. Gonna check in with him here and see. Why don't you use the normal unit caps in your tourneys? We're using, well, the CA unit caps, unfortunately, don't account for single entities. They are going to in a future patch. The Creative Assembly said they're going to put a single entity limit on, so then we could just use those. But for now, yeah, they don't do a good job with that. Yeah, that's some serious cannon action. Anticity loves his artillery and his gun line, so yeah, it's going to be tough. Okay. Ready to... Talking to the rider of Rohan here to see if he's going to be able to do it. Yeah, we have a High Elf substitute on standby just in case. So I think we're going to be okay. I feel like my computer's like running something in the background that's causing some issues here. Okay. Maybe it's just hot, overheating a little bit. Yeah, the map does have some hills and some terrain and some trees, so they might be okay. Let me make sure I have the correct perspective on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Halloween Faction War. We have 2 spooky factions left. We have Tim the Wilder on Tomb Kings in top 8 and Anticity in top 8. So 2 Halloween factions have made it to the top 8 here. Now looking at the forces of Anticity, he's going to be rocking a quad cannon build, which he's going to be spreading out super wide on the battlefield, which are going to be protected by dual units of Depth Guard polearms, one of which is going to be the Arwar here, so he does have the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard. Aside from that, we have Scurvy Dogs into the Sunset. Anticity is going to be using them to hunt hounds and peasants and run interference. A couple of Fellbats, Count Noctilus, and more zombies. So a true cannon build from the Kraken King. And those Bretonnia Knights are going to take a hammering on the way in, most likely. Now, for the forces of Bretonnia, archers are amazing against Coast. basic chaff infantry. You don't need much to beat zombies. And yeah, swarming with knights is good. Knights errant are also quite good. Grail knights, you don't want to get them popped in the face. And you can see the Kraken King going to be using his dogs and bats to also run some interference on the knights. Now, what are the cannons going to be shooting out of the gates? Look, he pulls back all the knights. Yeah, Catholic pulls back all his knights. And the cannons, where are they going to go from there? Are they going to just go after, you know, King Lewin, for example? Yeah, Demons of Chaos are also kind of a Halloween faction a little bit. Yeah. A little bit. Vampire Counts lost a very close game to the Tomb Kings. It was down to the wire. So Lewin's going to be going back here, and now the Cav are going to be coming in. So they are going to be advancing in. Fellbats are just diving onto the Peasant Bowmen, which honestly isn't a bad idea. Count Noctilus uses his Wrath's Moondial to do a zombie summon just to push the archers back. And the other two Fellbats are just waiting to feast on these bad boys. Now, the cannon fire has opened. Knights of the Realm are being shot by cannons. Lewin trying to disrupt the cannon back here. And you can see these Knights of the Realm have also been hit by a cannonball, which is going to be targeting them. Absolute bowling pin. Yeah, Knights of the Realm getting bowling pinned by those cannonballs. Nasty. So trading a Fellbat for an archer is a really good deal. If you could just go 1-to-1 on those, that is going to be very, very good. Objective is being contested. We see the zombies. Count Noctilus fighting over the point here. As the two Fellbats from Anticity going to be swarming onto the archers here of the Catholic Alcoholic. Grail Knights, pretty safe. Should be able to take down these bats very, very quickly. These other two Cav are running away from the... Oh, these are actually deck droppers. Oh, he brought some deck dropper guns too. That's very, very interesting. All right, so Scurvy Dogs here nibbling away on the Spearmen at Arms, but the Spears and the Cav should be able to finish him off. So a very rare dog casualty from Anticity. Usually he doesn't lose those early, but you know it's easy to lose track of things when King Lewin's getting a little bit crazy. So King Lewin trying to compromise the mortar crew. He might be able to do it. One mortar team, or excuse me, cannon team might be going down here. We do see Spearmen moving in, but this is where Anticity gets you. He waits for you to advance to his artillery with some haggard isolated infantry, and then he uses his hounds to feast. So these peasants are going to get absolutely ripped to shreds. It's going to be a massacre. Yeah, they're like, God help us. Just getting swarmed by the doggos of the night. You can see they're crumbling very, very fast. Metaphorically, not literally. They're not undead. As far as the cannons go, one cannon is offline. It has been fully crumbled. The other cannon is now going to be compromised. It seems like King Lewin is causing a lot of havoc here, and Count Noctilus isn't able to deal with him. The Bretonians have salvaged their cav really well, though. We do see the Knights of the Realm and the Grail Knights holding on, and yeah, he kept them back long enough to avoid the cannon fire, and now the cannons are going to be switching back onto those units. But there's a tree. If you look here in the line of sight, there's a tree right there, so high likelihood that cannon is not going to be hitting. On the backside, one of the cav units is taken down by a bunch of doggos before it can get to the cannon, and the other Knight of the Realm here chasing the dogs. But Anticity with his classic god-tier doggo micro doing very, very good. On the middle objective, Count Noctilus, dropping a zombie summon to roadblock the Grail Knights, maybe? It looks like a bit of a miss there as the Knights do get past them. There's going to be some fat heals going down. The objective currently owned by the Vampire Coast, if I'm not mistaken, but, you know, could drop at any second. And that's going to be a Mel cost going down. Very good usage. And now the Depth Guard maybe going to be able to run interference. We'll have to see. On the outside, Spear Unit is feasted on, and these Knights are probably going to be next. I wouldn't be surprised to see all these bats and dogs go swarm those Knights and maybe drag them down. Cannons still very much online, need to be rerouted a little bit, although this artillery piece is very vulnerable, and it looks like Catholic Alcoholic is coming for blood. His Knights going to be charging straight through, and these are no mere Knights, these are Grail Knights, so they're going to be getting some serious bread here, as Anticity definitely struggling a little bit to defend. 4 cannons is a lot for anybody to defend. But the Grail Knights, Lance's couch for the lady, going to get fat crumbling as they get in there, and that is going to be the death of that carronade. As far as the carronades go, we do have, let's see, oh man, good maneuvering. Catholic Alcoholic does have really, really good micro, and he's going to be sweeping about, getting on top of that carronade as well. So despite very good, valiant defenses by Anticity, it looks like his cannon line is going to be compromised finally. I don't know what kind of value we had on them. A little bit hard to say. But the Doggos and Depth Guard could be a big problem too. Like, even though he lost his cannons, Ent still has 2 units of Depth Guard polearms, which are going to be a menace to deal with. But Lewin might be able to deal with them with cycle charging. We'll have to see. So cannon's going to be taken offline over here. Is it? Maybe it stabilizes for leadership. The Depth Guard polearms, the Bloody Reavers, are able to rip apart those Knights, and there is a decent chance that the carronade can be remanned and start shooting again. That would be huge, because then that could start putting pressure on these Grail Knights across the battlefield. It's a really good map, by the way. This map's pretty epic. Scurvy Dogs running away from the Knights of the Realm. Here we got the peasants being mulched up, and Count Noctilus just doing Count Noctilus things. He's just kind of hanging out here, grinding through these units. Scurvy Dogs trying to take down the archers where they can, but Lewin and Catholic able to defend those very, very well. And the cannon crew is stabilized. So despite wavering, it's coming, and oh, this is going to be epic. You guys ready for the last samurai? The Knights of the Realm charge again, hunting the doggies, but the cannons should fire. Powder's wet general. You know, they're trying. It's Vampire Coast. A couple of them do get caught in the cannons there, and is the cannon going to be shooting? It should be shooting any second now. Come on, don't blue ball us. Give us the cannon shot. And, oh, the Knights may have moved out of range there. Yeah, they're running around the arc of the cannon, which is making it very, very tough for that bad boy to fire. Deck droppers coming in. Zombies going to be moving towards the objective to support Count Noctilus. I think that Bretonnia probably has the edge here, but the value is really, really close, actually. I mean, I don't know. Noctilus is so annoying to kill, but Bretonnia does have the objective. And the Peasant Archer fire is going to be devastating against the zombies and against Depth Guard, too. Depth Guard really don't want any of that smoke. So the cannon's still online. Yeah, and that is going to be doing good work against Knights of the Realm. Definitely should try and zero in on the Grail Knights if you can, if they're still around. Yeah, don't really see him. We have some Scurvy Dogs coming to nibble on some units here. We have Count Noctilus taking apart the Peasant Bowmen. In the meantime, up in the sky, the Jackdropper Bombers, just regular Jackdroppers. Yeah, that's what I thought. Shooting the Knights of the Realm. Depth Guard maybe going to pick off a couple of the models as they try and run by. We're going to see. Yep, that Knight is dragged down. One leadership, and they're broken. Clutch save on that Carronade. The fact that the Carronade is alive is a huge win for the forces of Vampire Coast. I think they only have one Carronade of the 4 initial ones that they did start with, so very, very good stuff indeed. So moving up are the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard, and the zombies and the various vampires have arrived to the point. Count Noctilus really struggling to deal with these guys, probably wishing he had brought a regular summon now so he could summon on top of the Peasant Bowman, but they are shooting into Depth Guard. But Depth Guard do have the hunger, so when they're fighting in combat they do heal, which is incredibly nice. And they might have an opportunity to kind of bunker bust this objective. Noctilus is very, very disruptive. Lewin on the outside probably going to be going for the cannon, I would imagine. We do see the bats and the dogs. Man, Anticity gets so much value out of his mobility units, out of these little dogs and these bats. This is so many good games today. This has definitely been like some of the best quality faction war games we've had. I've done so many, I can't remember them all, but yeah, this definitely in recent memory. We've had just God tier games all day, which is so good. Scurvy Dogs going to be screaming across, maybe getting a kill on the Peasant Bowmen, but they're being harried very aggressively by the Grail Knights here. So probably not worth, yeah, you probably just run if you're Anticity. It's not worth it. Really good Melkoths by the Kraken King. Catholic, though, defending his backline pretty well, but the middle objective might actually start to flip here as Depth Guard rip apart the Spearmen. Doggo's able to get away because of the Melkoths. They have 95 speed. These guys are down to 63 speed, so they're going to be kited pretty effectively despite the charge acceleration. And you know what? It's kind of looking like Vampire Coast is clawing their way back into this a little bit. They are getting a lot of picks on these archers, and I mean, Lewin is good, but is he able to kill 2 Depth Guard polearms? Maybe with the Grail Knight rear charging? I don't know, man. I'm thinking that Anticity might be able to pull out the steel chair here in this game. Both sides do have healing, of course, so, you know, it kind of negates one another. You know, there's Invocations, and that's going to be an Earthblood going down to the Grail Knights. But dealing with these Depth Guard polearms is going to be a huge, huge issue. And it's funny, the objective actually is being contested. Currently, Catholic does have the points lead on it. Anticity going to be trying to get that back. He's working on it. His Depth Guard moving on over there. Zombies cruising, deck droppers shooting what they can. We do see another Melkoth being activated on the Grail Knights, and the Carronade is now offline. Where's his last doggo unit? I knew he had another dog unit kind of scurrying around somewhere, or did he get caught? It might have got... Nope, it's back here. So this is why having a dog, like having dogs left in the late game is so valuable. Like, these are all units that can come back and make a difference in a close game, but if you just chase them off the battlefield, it's so incredibly powerful. Yeah, Lewin is no joke. The polearms might be able to carry it, especially if they stay together with Noctilus, but easier said than done, right? You got to deal with these archers. I think you move Noctilus and the Depth Guard back here and then just bring these dogs out here to feast on these archers and just call it a day. That's probably the plan. You can also use the deck droppers to chase them down. And I think Vampire Co's grind might be able to get through Bretonnia. Like, these Depth Guard are easily going to be able to just mulch through all these units. There's no killing power in the Bretonnian Infantry Corps, but rear charges from Grail Knights will do good damage against anyone. And you can see the Depth Guard do start to take some casualties as Noctilus comes back. And the doggo units, where do they go? So who let the dogs out? Are the dogs just going to come and try and alpha strike here? Just get a wipe? Or are they going to go after the archers? The archers have rallied. Deck droppers should be able to handle them. If you just charge with the deck droppers, I think you got it. What an epic duel of fates. Epic duel of fates. So running away are the doggies and being hunted down by the Grail Knights. Anticity's micro, man, it has not missed a beat. It feels like we're watching, you know, his olden day plays. Catholic also has insane micro, so that's why this game is so good, right? You get 2 players with equally skilled control, really fun armies, and yeah, it gets it done. But we do see Bretonnia starting to break here, guys. Lewin is getting shanked by those halberds, and another Melkoth. Melkoth is such a good counter against Elite Cav, too. Grail Knight's going to be charging in here into the back, but they do get taken down by that Melkoth. And now the dogs are going to be sprinting over to go after the Peasant Bowmen, and the Jack Droppers are juking, you know, wasting some of the ammunition here. But the Depth Guard polearm Giga Chad's probably going to get it done. Anticity's got a rock-hard hold on this objective, and he's going to be getting some beautiful shanks on King Lewin, who's going to be forced to run away. I don't think Lewin can deal with Noctilus and all these guys. There's no way. Noctilus is a halberd character, right? He's pretty good against those bad boys. He's really, really good. And yeah, dogs get caught. Yeah, good persistence by the Catholic, making sure to get those dogs don't get anything for free. But how does he deal with this? I mean, Lewin does have room on healing cap, so he can just chill out if he wants to. The Depth Guard are going to be chasing down the Damsel, making sure to get the Shadow right there, while Anticity is going to be chilling on the middle objective. Jackdropper Bats do get on the Archers, and will they break them? They are peasants, but I think the crossfire from the other peasants might get the job done. This game is not over yet. Catholic has 2 Archer units, which are going to be stable, and a Grail Knight, and Lewin, who has a lot of healing room. This is a close game. Mustada, we're playing a game mode where you can't summon reinforcements. There are several types of competitive multiplayer, and we're playing the one where it's just like 2 armies fighting instead of reinforcements. It's better for Faction War because domination games take way too long. If we wanted to do all the games in one day, it'd be like an 8-hour stream. It would just be obscene. So I think I would croak. You know, I would croak. So Bloody Reavers are going to be coming back, and we do see King Lewin charging in. Is he going to take some damage? He does take a couple hundred damage instantly from those Depth Guard, which is pretty devastating. A couple zombies going to be waddling after the Archer units, and the other Archer unit is going to be stabilized by the Grail Knights. Catholic could scrap this back, maybe. If he gets like every single arrow used effectively and crumbles down these zombies, the Depth Guard are just going to be chilling on the point for a while. Damsel does come back too. That's very clutch, because that means potentially Earthbloods for the Grail Knights. All right, guys, we got a game on our hands, guys. This is going to be tough in turn. Lord Croak confirmed, yes, of course. The Depth Guard always have polearms. There's 2 variants. There is a polearm that's anti-infantry, or excuse me, there's anti-infantry variant that's dual weapons, and then there's a polearm variant, which is what you're seeing. And against cavalry factions, you're going to want to bring the polearm variant, right? So Anticity going to be pursuing the Bretonnians. He's going to be chasing the Archer line, which makes sense. You know, you got time on the objective. It's more about winning the fight than just kind of camping on the point. And if you can run down these Archer units, that's going to be a huge boon. I think if the Archers are offline and they don't get to generate value, then I think that the Vampire Coast is probably going to win it. So Grail Knights are going to be pulling back, trying to push into the deck droppers here. Anticity is wisely going to be running back to the point. I don't know what kind of Winds of Magic he has. Are we going to be seeing the Peasant Bowman break? The other ones do break in Waver and Rally. Okay, so King Lewin, the king, has rallied those bad boys. And now the Archers are going to start shooting again. Anticity just going to want Invo, probably. But man, if this was a regular Depth Guard unit, I'd be like, maybe. But the Bloody Reavers are so nuts. These guys, I mean, I wouldn't say they're like a super meta choice, but they're very powerful in their niche role, which is like dealing with big armor. Like, they are raid bosses. 62 melee attack, almost 50 weapon strength. They heal in combat. They do also have the Enrage ability for alpha strikes, so they can pop this to get ward save. And I think Anticity now basically just has to eat these shots. He just has to eat the ammunition and try and hold the point. So King Lewin attacking in. Peasant Archers are on their way up, and they're going to go after the injured Depth Guard unit first. Lewin takes a big hit on the way in, though, which is going to be very dodgy. And this is like, so in old school land battle, we used to have to deal with attacking rules, right? Like, oh, you know, if he's not shooting his archers, you know, whatever, you know, we would have to make like a call and give him a game loss afterwards or something, right? But now that we have the objectives, it's gonna, you know, it's an inevitable timer that the longer he messes around, the more dangerous it's gonna get. And it's gonna be hard to get this from a full health unit of Bloody Reavers. King Lewin moves in, and the Depth Guard polearm's going to be getting some nice shanks. And every time Lewin comes in, he's kind of getting bullied a little bit. I think you got to time Grail Knight charges with Lewin engagements, as an Archer is teeing off on these Depth Guard here, but they have very good leadership. I think Depth Guard are base 80. Oh, only base 70. Okay, not quite as good as I thought, but yeah, still decent by vampiric standards. So Grail Knight's getting a charge on the side. He pulls back, Anticity juking about, and we do see Lewin going after Count Noctilus there. That's a good call. If you can get in and punch Noctilus in the face, not take any damage and escape, maybe. Anticity only needs to hold for 2 minutes. So 2 minutes from now, Anticity wins the game, assuming he just holds the objective. But here comes the charging. And even if this were a regular old school land battle, the attacking rules would be getting obeyed right now. The peasants would be obeying the attacking rule for you. So you wouldn't need to worry. All right, Noctilus battling it out versus Lewin. Lewin does get dropped, but they're both healing. Noctilus does not have hunger, actually, so he needs Invo. I always thought Count Noctilus had hunger. Did he cut that ability? Probably regretting it now, I would imagine. Bloody Reavers do pop in Rage, which is going to be giving him 44% ward save. Catholic coming in for the big charge down on old Count Noctilus, and maybe the King of Bretonnia can carry this? Maybe? I don't know, man. Yeah, he needs the cycle charge and not get surrounded, but a beautiful rear charge from the Grail Knights. Beautiful right there. With Sword of Khorne active, that is super Giga Chad. And you could actually see the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard taking huge casualties, but they are going to drag down a lot of Knights on the retreat. So we see several Grail Knights paying the iron price as they do try and flee. Lance Formation active, and Anticity just needs to hold for another minute. 1 minute left, and Anticity wins the game if he can hold the objective. This is crazy close. Grail Knights are going to move in once again. Lewin is going to lead the charge. Sword of Khorne still active. He gets in. He punches Noctilus in the face. And the Grail Knights are going to get a nice charge, but Anticity does get the counter charge on them, it looks like. Noctilus, I think he's out of WOM. I think he's out of Winds of Magic, which is really tough. And he doesn't have Hunger. We see these guys in critical binding at -1 leadership. The Grail Knights are such chads. Peasant's going to be moving in. Count Noctilus is holding. Anticity only needs to hold for another 30 seconds. These guys are crumbling down, so they are taking a beating, but they are giving it right back to the Grail Knights. Count Noctilus, can he hold long enough? Man, and Enrage right now would be so freaking clutch. But I think the Grail Knights maybe get it done. I don't know. Will the Bloody Reaver stabilize? They got 1,500. Anticity only needs to hold for another 16 seconds. Noctilus is going to go down. And wow, Bretonnia comes back in the 4th quarter. Jeez, that was insane. With literally 14 seconds left, Bretonnia defeats the Vampires. Oh my god, that was crazy. Grail Knights do have huge armor piercing. That was nuts. All right. No worries. Cool. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. GG. Anticity saying GG in Discord. Great game. That was crazy. Dude, the Catholic alcoholic, he's here. He's not playing around today, man. I'm loving it. I'm loving the crossover. This is fun. Insane game. Insane. Super well played to both Anticity and Catholic. Those guys are absolute Giga Chads, and they will for sure be invited back in the future. All right. So with that, let's go update the bracket, see where we're looking. Okay, so let's get the bracket. And where are we? So that is going to be a victory for Bretonnia. Bretonnia advancing. I don't think Bretonia's ever won a faction war. Ever. Yeah, they've never won one. Those are lore-accurate Grail Knights. Yeah, they are. So this is the only match that from round 1 we haven't gotten to. But it's okay. We can do a couple more games. But there will come a time when we're going to have to get to him. So I'm going to hold out as long as possible for the High Elf player because he's a really nice guy. We're going to do it for him, and we're going to get there. All right, let me see if he's back yet. That was a very close game. Yeah, it really was. All right, so next up, we're going to do Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings. All right. I'll get you the value. So value on Grail Knights was 2,200. Lewin had 26. Noctilus had 2,800. And the Depth Guard had 2,100 and 1,600, respectively. Okay, right on. Let's do it. Never mind. We're going to do High Elves versus Ogre Kingdoms. We're going back to the round 1 of the bracket. Let's go. Shout out to our High Elf player. You know, he rushed home from work, had some real life stuff come up, but he still showed up, which I love to see. And yeah, Taco and you guys don't need to rush. It's okay, because it's not like the tournament's been slowed down. We've been doing games nonstop. Yeah, we got you, Taco. No, it's High Elves versus Ogre Kingdoms on Galbaraz. Dude, Flying Taco has Greasus eating a taco as his profile picture. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Once again, if you guys want to support the stream, check out my wife's business here that we just launched. It is the Astro Snouts. A lot of fun holiday gifts for your loved ones, your partners, or yourself, whatever you're into. And yeah, we're gonna keep it rocking, man. We're gonna keep it rocking. So, High Elves versus Ogre Kingdoms. It is go time. And I need to refresh my water. Yes, yes. The poor Tzeentch player has had to wait a while. You're next. All right. The poor Tzeentch player is like in Europe. It's like, I'm too weak. Yeah, I mean, they knew what they're signing up for. Faction wars are long events. So if you're going to play the full thing, it's going to go long regardless. Did Turin ever run single faction, single build tourneys? I have before. It's been a long time. I've been waiting for the Tzeentch game. Yeah. Yeah, I know. So, it's going to be Imric, the Lord of Dragons, and several Dragon Princes facing off against the might of the Ogre Kingdom's Cav. We have Triple Crusher, the Flying Taco ladder special. Flying Taco is the scourge of ladder. He just shows up with Triple Crusher and just crushes you. He's got an Iron Blaster, which is really good against High Elf Cav and monsters, and also a Leadbelcher squad. So, yeah. Let us know how you guys think it's going to go. Yes, yes. And let's have some fun. It's a lot of Dragon Knights. Yeah, it is. Dragon Princes are decent here, especially Fireborn. But they do lose horribly to Crushers. The Fireborn won't be a bad fight into Crushers, but the other ones will. So yeah. He definitely didn't know that his first game will be 4 hours even at the start. I know, that's true. That's true. It is unfortunate, but yeah. It's okay. He can hang out and watch the stream. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one sec. All right, guys, we're back in business. Checking in with the lady. Ogres, my lord. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So, looking at the builds of Black here, he's going to be rocking Imric. Imric is great. He can outduel any of the Ogre characters. He can decide blob fights. Just a carry. And his items are good. He's got the Dragon Horn, Lord of Dragons, and no Dragon Horn. Interesting. Okay, just Star Lance and Lord of Dragons and Star Dragon Breath. All right. So we got 3 Dragon Princes, 1 Reaver, and a Life Caster. So basically, if you look at the high elf build, it's very centered around its cav. So the Dragon Princes and the Dragon Princes here, Imric and a healer. Those are the carries. Everything else is kind of tertiary here. So we do have the Archers as well as the Spearmen. So it's going to be 5 Spearmen in total. Looking at Flying Taco, he's got the Crusher army. So it's going to be a whole bunch of Crushers looking to take them to Pound Town. We'll see if they do. Yeah, Sky Striders and Crushers are just the destroyers of enemy heavy cav. If they just take straight up fights, they will annihilate. Elves are going to have to be tricky, like mix in spears and have Imric like make the deciding engagements more winnable for sure. Iron Blaster is awesome, and it's going to be a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Infantry are just basic Spearmen, because he invested very heavily in triple Dragon Prince, which means the rest of his army is going to be very, very, weak, It's going to be tough. All right. It is time. Ogre's going to eat well tonight. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. It's going to be fun. Yeah, Taco, of course, our resident ogre. He's like, I don't know any other Ogre Kingdoms mains. I don't think there are any other ones. Can anybody in chat tell me of any other high-level Ogre Kingdoms mains? I don't think there is any. When they were OP, there was a lot of Sweats who played them, but as soon as they got nerfed, the Sweats abandoned them. But Taco never did. He stayed true to the gut, You want to draw it. You want the Dong. The Dong maybe will come at some point today. I'm not sure. Any factions banned? No, every faction is in the tournament. Everybody is represented. Dark Elves were eliminated by the Dwarves. Wood Elves are still in the tournament. So the Elves are doing pretty good today. We have a very good split of faction representation, which is quite nice. Tim plays Ogre. Yeah, Tim is actually very good at Ogres. That's true. I think he would qualify as an Ogre main. He played them a lot. All right, so the battle is on, and the Elves are going to be forming ranks and advancing towards Objective Uno, so there they go. They're going to be grabbing that one pretty quickly here. Meanwhile, Taco is just kind of chilling out. Iron Blaster is going to be ripping downtown shots. Ooh, that's going to hurt. Oh, they're so good against cav units. Look at that. Immediately, you see the Dragon Prince is getting pounded, losing 13 models by that Iron Blaster. That's just Value City. And Imric is thinking about coming in here, but it's not easy, right? Iron Blaster can shoot Imric in the face, and Nobbler Trappers and the various anti-large cav units will keep him honest. Yeah, Lead Belchers are actually shooting Imric and doing some really, really good work. Aside from that, we do have Flying Taco's Ogre lines hanging out. Elves are going to get the objective. So Taco's just going to be doing some poking and a little bit of ranged harass here. Dealing with the spears might be a little tricky, but, charging him in the back should get the job done. Imric, in the meantime, still taking more shots and dodging most of them, actually. Taking it like a champ here. Nobbler Trappers with their Ninja Stars, and it looks like Black is going to be hiding his cav. So he's hiding his Dragon Princes here. On the outside, we do have the old Dragon Princes flanking on the sides, but Taco looks pretty ready for it. He does have his Crushers. There was a Vanguard of Reavers I did miss, so there was some sneaky Reavers in the shadows. And are the Crushers going to be charging into Spearman units? It kind of looks like they are. Or did he just blow his attack order? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was a blundered attack order here. So he's going to be pulling back, charging into Imric, which, honestly, oh god, no, Imric, not like this. The Sky Striders and another unit of Crushers are on Imric. Oh no. Imric's getting taken to Ogre Pound Town. Look at the HP loss. And now he's going to be charging with the Crushers into the Fireborn. Fireborn coming to save Imric, which is really good. If he didn't do that, Imric probably would have died or gotten very low. We do see heals going down on the Crushers here to try and top him off. But so far, I don't know who's going to win in this blob fight. It's going to be very, very tough. So looks like the Fireborn are getting taken to Pound Town by the Great Maw. Imric is able to get away here. And so far, the Ogre Crusher Cav with Troll Guts are able to emerge victorious. Flying Taco jumps up to a massive value lead as the Fireborn just get friggin' crushed. Here, these Dragon Princes still doing a little bit of damage on the sides. And a good breath attack. That's not a bad one by Black, but it looks like it's mostly dodged by Flying Taco. He's able to get away. And now the Reavers get dismembered, and they're going to get feasted on by the Saber-Tusk pack. So the Great Maw is eating well tonight. We do see the Lead Belchers continuing to shoot as the Crushers do pull back. And Imric, oh my god, Imric's just going to charge right into the mouth of the Ogres again, I think. Yeah, they're going to turn around and charge him, although Black is probably going to micro away. Taco, is he going to countercharge? It does not look like it. Archer's getting good volley fire, so Black is getting probably the most value in his army is coming from his archers, I would wager. And the Cav pulling back, so the Crushers with great weapons are retreating. The Illyrian Reavers here getting munched on. Iron Blaster shooting into the Reavers in the backfield, and it looks like it's done a relatively good job of it. In the middle, Emmerich's going to be getting an Earthblood. Not a Regrowth, but an Earthblood, but he is fighting Skystriders, which is not a great call for him. I mean, with healing, he can put up a fight if there's spears nearby, but if it's just one-on-one, not something he wants. So the healthy Dragon Prince unit's going to be screaming back in here, looking at the value, 3.3 against 5.6, advantage Ogre Kingdoms. And here we do have the Saber Tusk pack nibbling on the tattered Dragon Princes, with Iron Blaster refocusing its gaze over to the other side and dropping a huge shot down the pipe against the infantry, getting some nice flash fire. While the Crushers with great weapons a little bit tied up on some of the spears. So probably Taco needs to restructure where his Crushers are, and it looks like he's going to be doing that. He's going to be pulling back here in this game. So High Elves have, stabilized a little bit. The initial beating they took was definitely tough, but the Archers have done great damage, and there has been really, really top-tier healing. Crushers here going to charge into the Illyrian Reavers and screen them out, so those guys going to get absolutely wrecked. So beautiful stuff indeed as they get melted on down. Probably should die in a matter of seconds, but a couple spears coming in as well. Taco going to be getting his Crushers. Spears do brace, so it looks like he did put them in hold formation and braced. Iron Blaster in the meantime is trying to juke all those arrow shots, while the Saber Tusk pack rampages on the tattered Dragon Princes. In the backfield, the Slaughtermaster, the Great Maw, going to probably be healing up his Crushers. Yep, so the Crusher gets healed up. Very, very juicy stuff as the Spearmen do get worn down, and both sides have pretty stable positions. They've both kind of stabilized their respective parts of the battlefield. We do see a balance of power advantage in the Ogre Kingdom's hands. That's largely because all the big value pieces, like the Dragon Princes, are mostly dead. I mean, there's a couple of them still fighting over here, I guess. Oh, Iron Blaster shot in the face. Nails Emmerich. That is some beautiful, beautiful damage. So these are just basic spears. So Crushers with enough cycle charging and, using Noblars to help can definitely kill Spearman units. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but they can. Here we have a Noblar unit swarming across and getting on top of one of the archers. That's a very, very nice kind of late game play here. But Black is going to have a nice response. He's going to be using his Dragon Princes to run across and deal with that. And Taco's just going to be reforming his ranks, probably looking to get a big overcasted Troll Guts just to, seal the deal. The High Elves are definitely in the losing position. Ogres have really not lost anything outright, aside from a couple Noblar units. And if the spears aren't braced, Crushers can definitely kill them. So you see the Sky Striders hanging out nearby. Spear units coming in. Taco's going to be charging back into those. And where's the Iron Blaster? Iron Blaster is on a weird hill, so it might have some line of sight issues. Crushers running into the spears, but like I said, I mean, they're such raid bosses. Crushers have 120 armor, so spears and archers basically do like no damage to them. They're super raid boss. Another nice heal by the High Elves. Emmerich does get a juicy heal right here, but alas, I think the Lead Belchers are going to be able to put him in the old can. And yeah, now the Ogre Cav, just not giving any shits about those archers, are going to swarm in, and they're going to be eating Star Dragon tonight. That's got to be a delicacy for the Ogre Kingdoms, man. Emmerich is running. They get the swarm. There's a Crusher unit heading into the Archer line, which is basically going to be ending the game. And with that, the Ogre Tyrant, Flying Taco, Shrek, has emerged from the swamps with a glorious victory against the High Elves, most likely. But yeah, we got leadership 15 and a couple Lead Belchers ripping shots back here. Big old Earthflood going to be going down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Crushers are rampaging in the High Elf lines right now. And it looks like Shrek is pissed. He's back, He's hungry. The Maw is hungry, and he's going to feed it. So next up, we're going to have Ogre Kingdoms most likely versus Tzeentch. I believe it's Tzeentch who's waiting for them in the next bracket, which will be very, very fun. But Flying Taco gets the job done. He takes out the High Elves. Well played to Black. Sorry if you had trouble getting to the tournament today. I know you had some IRL stuff, but happy you made it. But the Ogre Kingdoms get it done. All right. So Crushers are good against High Elves. We've learned that today. They wrecked. I mean, these Dragon Princes had a really hard time against the Crushers. 3,000 Sky Strider value, 1,100 and 2,100. I mean, and look, the Iron Blaster did good at 18 too, so pretty nice. Emmerich did okay. He got about 14. Fireborn, yeah, the High Elf Cav did not pay for themselves. So, GG, well played. All right. So now, Taco versus Tzeentch now. Get that lobby and send me code. Okay, cool. So we're going to go update the brackets. And let's get this set going here. All right. So Flying Taco emerges from the first round, which we're a little bit behind here, but it's not a big deal. And now we're going to be doing Tzeentch versus Ogre Kingdoms. And then we will continue through the rest of the matches, which is going to be a whole lot of fun. All right. How you guys doing? You guys having fun? You enjoying the tournament so far? Why the Great Maw is good because it has healing. Healing is just very powerful in Ogre units because they're tanky and have a lot of health. So the Iron Blaster was pretty brutal. Yeah, it was pretty brutal. It was good, but the Crushers are what won the game. They were pretty nasty. Okay, so Taco should be getting his lobby together. Okay, where's Flying Taco here? Here he is. Okay, so let's jump out of here. Let's see if they have the game up. Not yet, so they will soon. Lobby code, please. And we're going to message Tzeentch here and get the lobby code. Okay, Tzeentch has a lobby here. Poor Tzeentch has been waiting 4 hours to play. I do feel bad for them. We'll send them a consolation prize or something. All right. There it is. I think this is the game. Yes. So this is going to be Tzeentch versus the Ogres. Tzeentch has some good tools here. Screamers, Centaurs of Tzeentch. Blue Fire is really good. Curious how this is going to go. Those Crushers were sick of waiting 4 hours. Yeah. It is a good day, Okoy. How you doing, man? Hope your channel's doing well. Yeah, we're going to have another Ogre game here. So we're going to have, and we'll then do another Tzeentch game too. We won't make them wait. We're just going to, whoever wins this, we're going to follow their games for a couple matches. Taco had 3 pre-battle feasts. That's probably why he's doing well, yeah. Okay. Let's check it out. And let's have some fun. Hey, Anticity, glad you had fun, man. See you in Discord. Yeah, so this is the meta. Like the double Chaos Lord, I don't know how Ogres deal with that. It's very hard, right? Because you have the Tzeentch Chaos Lord and then the, is this a Sorcerer? I think it is. Yeah, the Tzeentch Chaos Lord is anti-large on his disc, and he's a really good fighter. Really good at sniping Ogre characters. Aside from that, we got blues and spears and screamers and spawn. Oh, triple spawn. I think that's kind of cool. You're going to be very vulnerable against shooting and the Crushers. Taco is the Lord of Crushers. He loves them. Yeah, he loves them. What do you think about command movement Q in like in Age of Empires? Command/movement Q? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. All right, screen blocker still up? Okay, we're just loading in right now. Thank you guys. Sorry, I spaced out. All right, team. Let's get it going. Let's party. Looking at the Tzeentch army, as is not a surprise, we do have a lot of spears. Spears are good against Ogres. They're big, and spears, poke big things. Nice hybrid shooting from the Blues. Blues will be able to fight against Noblars and also put firepower down to the bigger threats. Screamers, counter large targets. Spawn are interesting. They hit hard against light. Ogres do have a fair amount of light armor in the infantry department between their Ogre Bulls and, things like that, Man-Eaters. But they will struggle really bad against Crushers and like big armored things, especially anti-large. So I'm curious to see how the Spawn are going to be doing here. And aside from that, we got a Tzeentch Lord, really solid anti-large assassin. It's a great choice here, and a blue firecaster. So that's going to be it for Tzeentch. Now, looking at the Ogres, he's going to be using a Noblar front line with the Powder Guts. Powder Guts are nice. They give you some anti-skirmishing tools, right? At 160 range, when Tzeentch is kind of poking you with their blue fire, flamers, flying units, whatever, you're able to get some nice counter poke into those guys and do some good work. On top of that, we do have Noblars, a couple Iron Guts, which makes sense. There's some armor here, but, we'll see how effective they are. Crushers probably going to be the carries, right? Against that many spawn, Crushers have to be your hard carry units. So we have Crushers and then the Sky Striders, which are insanely good because Sky Striders do magic damage, which means against demons, they mitigate their ward save. So talk about Chef's Kiss. Caster's going to be a healer, and that is going to be it for Flying Taco. Spawn do not have rend armor, I think, except... Oh, yeah, the Spawn of Tzeentch do, that's right, yeah. So they do have armor sundering, which I suppose is very good. So that'll help them fight against the Crushers. Ogre's going to be moving up. There's a single Lead Belcher in the army as well, so he's going to be shooting some forks and knives into the Tzeentchian army. Excited to see Zegzi play. I haven't seen him play before. This is my first time seeing the Tzeentch player, so, it's a hype showcase for him. We're going to see what's up, see how he does. And let me know who you're rooting for. Are you rooting for the Changer, for the Great Schemer, or are you a champion of the Great Maw? Let us know in chat. Type some Ogre Kingdom stuff or some Tzeentch stuff. I'm curious to see where people lie. But yeah, the Armor Sunder is actually pretty good. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. So, it's double Lead Belcher. I missed the second one. Okay, so Lead Belchers are ripping nice shots into the spear units. Eventually, they're going to be switching on to the Spawn, I would imagine. Up in the sky, we see the Chaos Lord eating some, tertiary pistol shots here from the Powder Guts. Meanwhile, the Crusher's going to be circling around the outside, looking to charge into the Marauder Spears and just get a lot of free value, but you got to be careful. Screamers of Tzeentch plus Spears could really do quite a bit of damage. And now the blue fire is underway, and nice one there from the Shrieking Sky Rays using their ability there to nuke those Nobblar trappers. So yeah, got to be very careful with these Sky Striders. They could get caught in a really bad situation. We do see the Screamers and the Spawn and Spears going after them, but thankfully for Taco's sake, he does manage to get back. Ma or Band, that's right. There you go. There you go, Koi. You're letting them know how it is. On the other side, we do see the Shrieking Sky Rays getting into the flank against the Crushers. And overall, I think that Tzeentch is getting the better of the engagements on the sides. In the middle, though, the Ogres are doing quite a bit of damage. The Spears have been folded up. The Crusher Cav are going to need to pull back. We do see Tzeentch pulling up in value a little bit. They are getting a whole bunch of firepower out of the Blues. And on this side, it looks like we're going to have a blob fight finally. We're going to have the Sky Striders as well as the Saber Tusk packs maybe piling in to help out here. We have Iron Guts and Nobblars, which is going to be very strong. And are those Screamers going to land on the ground? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Zegzi is kind of teasing Flying Taco with those Screamers, trying to make him a little bit nervous about the engagement. Now, Crushers here do get wrecked a little bit. It looks like Zegzi had a great engagement. Screamer, Spawn, and the Chaos Lord, and that is going to be a lot of anti-large and armor sundering damage. So these Crushers are forced back, and the Ogres are going to be kind of put in more of a kiting position now. A bit of a blunder here from Tzeentch, though. They commit their Screamers to fight against Sky Striders, which is a huge mistake. Sky Striders are anti-large and have magic damage. They're basically will wreck Screamers so freaking hard. And Screamers with support is a good idea there, but unsupported Screamers into Sky Striders is a pretty big mistake. Now back in the middle, Powder Guts getting attacked a little bit by the Shrieking Sky Rays and the Spawn. Very, very cool to see Chaos Spawn being used in a competitive game. So probably at this point, the Powder Guts are going to want to pull back. I don't think it's going to be a good fight for them. They're going to need some milk. This is not a cheap unit, right? Powder Guts are expensive. They're like 1,600 gold or something like that. So you're definitely going to want to pull back the Powder Guts if you can and get a little bit of milk for them. Nice snipe by Tzeentch. A bit of a blunder by Taco. He does get his Lord Terror routed and naturally broken. That could be what breaks open the game for Tzeentch because this battle is very close. But if Tzeentch is able to get a snipe on the Lord here, the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, that is going to be incredibly devastating. So the Chad Leadbelcher is piling in and actually saving the Ogre Lord. But is he going to be able to rally? We do see the Sky Striders coming back here to protect their Over Tyrant. And are they going to be able to get it done? They do manage to catch the Tzeentch Lord, doing a little bit of damage. And if this guy rallies and gets a heal, Taco might be okay. But if he gets chased off the battlefield by the Tzeentch Lord, that's probably going to be GG. We'll have to see. So a bit of a blunder on the Powder Guts, but they're going to be pulling back. Ogre's guiding backwards with their Man-Eaters here. Looking at the value in the game, it's pretty even. There has been some healing for the Ogres, but Tzeentch is looking pretty comfortable here in this game in terms of battlefield control. The Tzeentch player is so confident, he doesn't even bother capturing the objective. But we do get the Ogre Lord back, so he's probably going to be... Ooh, he's going to get a heal off. Is he going to get it? And he gets in the trees. Ooh, boy. Yeah, negative 29, and he's going to be breaking again. Yeah, he gets the heal off, but the Blue Fire MLG Tzeentch Snipe able to get her done. Very, very clean stuff indeed. The Crusher's going to be retreating away. Sky Strider is currently sitting on only 600 value this game, so they've been having a bit of a hard time. And looking in the backfield, Tzeentch going to be grabbing the objective. Crusher unit going to be coming from across the battlefield. And once again, the Ogre. Oh my god! That's the closest rally I've ever seen. Oh, wait, I thought that was the edge of the battlefield. Okay, it's further over here. I thought it was the line right there, but no. Not quite, but even still, he rallies, which is pretty nuts. So that gives Flying Taco a fighting chance in this game. Otherwise, he's definitely going to be in the pits, because Taco has kind of established a bit of a gun line now. He has the Powder Guts, he has these guys shooting, and maybe he gets away with these Lead Belchers, but man, this Tzeentch player is like a bloodhound, man. He's very aggressive. Really unfortunate that the Slaughtermaster did rally, so that bad boy came back. And the Crushers, like, people, sleep on them, man. I mean, they're grinding super hard here, really doing quite a bit of work. Master Boyan, thank you for the donation. Watching from the middle of the ocean, praise Starlink. Let the Ogres feast. Hey, thank you, man. Hopefully you're staying safe out there, avoiding the benthic horrors and Cthulhu and all that stuff. Thank you, Master Boyan. All right, boss, we're gonna have a good game for you here. So Crusher's coming back, crushing a lot of the Tzeentch units, including the Tzeentch caster. Is Flying Taco able to get back in this game? His Lord is so beat up. It's hiding in the trees right now. Lead Belchers are ripping very cost-effective shots. There is some spawn and a fair amount of spears in the distance coming back up. But the Powder Guts getting an MLG snipe. They got their pistols out, and these guys trained in the Empire, so they have a pretty good prowess with shooting. And they sniped the Tzeentch Wizard. So the Tzeentch Sorcerer is running for the hills. Crushers are going to be coming across to run into the Blue Horrors here. And the Lead Belchers are all online. That is really not good for Tzeentch. We got one here, and one right here as well. Sky Strider's going to be coming back in, easily going to be able to wreck these Blues. Powder Guts getting attacked, and the Sky Strider's going to be cleaning up these guys. I don't know, guys. Taco might be able to come back. He might be able to get back in this game. He probably has a heal on his Slaughtermaster as well. Yeah, he most likely does. These little goblins going to be routed off here. In the meantime, Tzeentch is going to be pressing with the remnants of all these units that were doing things elsewhere on the battlefield. Spawn going to get karate chopped. They're going to get blasted by these crushers. Anti-large should be enough. Though they're a spear support, so staying there for a long time probably isn't a good idea for the crushers. Yeah, definitely killing these blues, I think, is the play. Lead Belchers are getting some respectable crossfire. Talk about just a super sweaty game. This is a great one. Definitely record quality games here today. So we do see a heal go down on the Sky Striders. Yeah, Troll Guts going down. That's going to be fat. They still have 8 of 12 models. So that Troll Guts is going to be really good. Tzeentch has so much fire damage, though. It's pretty good at mitigating these type of things. Look at the Ogres. That's so cool. Standing back to back, like shooting the advancing enemies. This is so awesome looking, right? This is like Warhammer is such a cool game. Like, even if it's like a little janky at times, like nothing looks as cool as this. In the RTS space, at least. All right, so Crusher's going to go for the Lord, maybe. I think they're going to go try and snipe it. Yep, looks like they've zeroed in on that Tzeentch Torture. And on the other side, we do see the Discmaster getting surrounded and beaten on a little bit. So the Slaughtermaster, as well as the Sky Striders, oh, they're getting a lot of damage against them. And we do see Lead Belcher Firepower coming in and supporting from downtown. Powder Guts might be able to defeat these spear units. We're going to have to see. These Crushers were able to snipe the Tzeentch Torture, so they got the job done. Taco is just playing super wild right now. He might be able to get this going. Although the Tzeentch reinforcements do arrive, and now the Slaughtermaster's in a little bit of danger. As the Sky Striders, are they going to be able to carry it? Looks like the Slaughtermaster is going to be juking away, running through these units, and the Tzeentch Lord is such a Giga Chad. Zegzy did not hear any bell whatsoever. Okay, 8 leadership. Sky Striders do get on top of him. Taco scrapping super hard to try and stabilize over there. On the backside, Lead Belcher shooting into the advancing Marauder Spears as the Powder Guts are going to be trying to get away here. And a little bit of kiting going this direction as well, as the other Crushers do get a nice rear charge right there. And are the Tzeentch... Is the Tzeentch Lord going to get the pick? 8 leadership is the Slaughtermaster. If he has another heal or a Butcher in his back pocket, uh-oh. Tzeentch Lord takes a ton of damage from the Sky Striders. Absolute ton of damage. I need some water, man. I'm getting too hyped here. That's some good H2O right there. Thanks to the wife for bringing that in. But yeah, man, that Tzeentch Lord is in a precarious position. The Crushers get a big surround now, right? You got him on both sides. And firepower coming in from the Ogre Kingdoms. Unfortunately, he's in the trees, so he's going to be partially obstructed here. And we're going to see who's going to pull out and emerge victorious. Tzeentch is kind of folding up a little bit. A lot of crumbling units. And will the Crushers hold? The Sky Striders do finally break, but they're most likely going to be rallying. Slaughtermaster's very, very low, and these Crushers start to crumble as well. What a razor-close game here. And perfectly matched between these guys. And we do see the Ogre Lord get broken, and that could be the end of the Ogre Kingdoms. That was an intense fight. Both sides on death's beds. Slaughtermaster actually shattered there. So he's going to be breaking. Looking at the rest of the Ogre army, we only have, I think, one... Yeah, we have a couple Lead Belchers being chased around the battlefield. I mean, Tzeentch is like Palpatine on death's bed right now, too. Will any of the Crushers rally? Good play by Tzeentch. Chasing down those Crushers, making sure they don't come back, because 5 Crushers is enough to cause a ton of havoc. A ton of havoc, right? So Lead Belchers ripping shots out of the trees. They do annihilate some of the spawn. On the other side, these Lead Belchers get caught by the spears, which is super MLG here for Zegzy, so he is able to get the catch right there. In the meantime, are the Lead Belchers going to get it done? I don't know. Man, what a close game. Yeah, I think the Lord Shattering is going to do it, and Tzeentch is going to be advancing. What a Chad. That Tzeentch player played so well, and so did Taco. Beautiful match between those players. That was really, really good. Man, awesome game. I don't even know what game is my favorite. There's been so many good games here today. Yeah, so many games. It has been awesome. All right, guys. So now we're going to do Tzeentch versus whoever is next. I don't know who he's facing yet. Shit. I spilled a bunch of water all over myself. Quite the barbarian here. One sec. I got to get something to clean that up. All right. Let me get that water here. Oh. Getting all old and crusty. Okay. Yeah, that Chaos Lord was the Giga Chad. He was listening to Bring Me the Horizon. All right, so looking at the Ogre army, what did well? Lead Belchers performed. Crushers, 1,700. They didn't quite pay for themselves as well that time. Iron Guts did good. Or excuse me, the Powder Guts. Looking here, we do have 2,100 on the Tzeentch Lord. And yeah, Spawn performed okay. But really the Lord and the Screamers and the Spears probably are what got most of the value there. So, beautiful game. Shout out to both those players. All right, so now we're going to go to the bracket. We're going to do Tzeentch versus Nurgle. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I'm sure Berserk was waiting on the other end, like, please, Tzeentch don't win, because it's a harder matchup for old Nurgle here. So, all right, Tzeentch versus Nurgle now. Gonna get him a couple rapid fire games. Or let them set up. Go ahead and set up. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's on. Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead and set up the game. So we'll do Tim versus the Wood Elves right now. Yeah. Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves. Because they're ready to go. And I assume these guys need to build their armies first. So, all right. So, Tim, I need the lobby code from you. Tim the Wilder. Lobby code. For you and Charix. Nurgle about to be roasted? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Berserk is pretty nuts. That's the dreaded Pwn dog. Yeah. You got old Prof Pwn in here, man. That was such a good game, man. That was so close. You hope Tomb Kings win the tournament? I mean, Tim the Wilder is one of the best players in the world, so definitely possible. Okay. But so is Charix. Charix is nuts. Okay, so here we are. These guys are ready to go, so that's why we're doing this game. We need to let the Tzeentch player kind of, build his army a little bit. Okay, time for Berserk to pull out some forbidden... he will have the forbidden strategies. He will. He will indeed. So Tomb Kings are ready. Charix, it's getting kind of late in Poland. For Charix, it's like 1 in the morning, so... let me see where all the players are from who are... Yes. Ready. Let me see where they're all from. Because I know where most of the players live. Not all of them, but most. So looking at the bracket here. Yeah, so Catholic Alcoholic is German. Tim is American. Charix is Polish. Berserk is Russian. I don't know if he's Russian or Georgian. I'm not sure. Zegzi, I don't know. I think he's European also. Hitman Hippo, I'm not sure where he lives. I think he's American. Could be wrong. Alfredino is French. So, yeah, we have a fair amount of Europeans here in the top 4. Folks from all over the world. Yeah, so we got Tomb Kings, Wood Elves, Bretonnia, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Demons of Chaos, and Empire. So pretty good spread of factions, actually. Yeah, pretty good spread. We've had some nice upsets today and some really, really good matches overall. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin. It is time. By the way, Pwn. Anna launched her t-shirt business. We got the website up and running and everything's good to go. So if you want to check it out, I dropped the link there in chat. I know you were interested in it, so there you are. Yeah, Tim needs to help Charix get to bed. It's getting a little bit late over there. But I think if the Tomb Kings got to Athel Lauren, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the Tomb Kings wouldn't really fight the Wood Elves in lore, but like if they did, wander into each other, they might fight. Oh, Charix. Charix knows. He knows what I like. That dirty dog. Look at him. He brings Chad and Mel Gibson. Oh, dude, my favorite Wood Elf Lord. So frontline's going to be Dryads, which makes sense. They're pretty good at killing Tomb King's infantry, backed up by Starfire Shafts. So very standard, like wide infantry line, backed up by a bow line. Not a lot of mobility. And we got Mel Gibson, a Waystalker, and a Pit of Shadescaster to try and kill, Tomb Guard and things like that. Okay, kind of interesting. Yeah, really no cav. I mean, he's got a couple units of Glade Riders, no Wild Hunters of Khorne, just a huge bow and spear line. I love it. Freedom. Now, looking at Tim is going to be using Settra. Settra is meta, by the way. It's not like he's some meme pick. He's very meta nowadays because of the Sphinx. And we have Skeleton Horsemen to try and, he was expecting mobility, right? Or not necessarily mobility, but archers. So Skeleton Horsemen are really good at diving. 2 Shopti Great Bows because they can outrange the Wood Elf archers for the most part and do really good damage. Melee Shopti to deal with Blade Singers and Dryads and all sorts of stuff like that. So pretty well-rounded army from Tim. Very, very Ushopti focused. So we'll see how that plays out for him. And dude, Mel Gibson. Hell yeah. Look at him up on the objective. Oh yeah, dude. Just with his power. He's got like a woodland mullet, He kind of has a mullet a little bit. If you look at him, like Orion, he's got his hair is very much business in the front, party in the back, right? He's the mullet master, dude. Let's freaking go. Love it. I really appreciate the lack of Arkan in these games. Yeah, Arkan has kind of fallen out of favor in the meta. Settra has become more popular, but Arkan is still very good. But the Cambrian War Sphinx is so powerful, and Settra on the Sphinx is even better, so he has some good items and good spells. So, well, not so much items, more spells. All right, so the Arrow of Khorne is going to be going down right away, immediately going after Settra, and Settra takes quite a bit of damage. Not too much, 8% HP, something like that. Ushabti Greatbows move up to attack, but they're immediately melt by the king of the forest, Mel Gibson, and he's going to be throwing fat spears into these guys as well. Business in the front, vegan in the back. Yeah, he's probably a vegan for sure. All right, so we see Orion getting in here and tearing up these skeleton horsemen. You know, they screened a little bit, bought Tim a little bit of time on his Greatbows. Now the Greatbows are going to be shooting into the Glade Guard, so the Glade Guard are going to take quite a bit of damage. Meanwhile, Charix is just going to be battling it out with his Waystalker. So he's just going to be sitting a Waystalker on Tzeentch the entire game. And Orion is actually really decent against Tzeentch. He's monstrous size, so the anti-infantry bonus of the Sphinx doesn't matter. And he also is anti-large with 600 weapon strength. I mean, Orion is an absolute menace. I think a lot of people sleep on Orion. I think he's very, very good. All right, so moving on over here, Orion is going to be poking through those bad boys. And we do see the Waystalker forcing Tzeentch the Imperishable back. Well, the Wood Elf army does advance on the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings do have the superior range. But when the Wood Elf archers get in range, they're going to do some work. And we do see the Glade Guard starting to, tee off on these skeletons a little bit and forcing back the melee Shopties. So Charix definitely wants to grab the objective, and now he is. So the Pride of Poland has moved up, and he has gotten the objective here. Hey, thank you for the donation. Excellent games today. Top tier people in battles all around. Ultra, thank you, man. Glad you're enjoying it, because I'm having a blast too. If my voice didn't get tired, I'd just do 2 of these back to back, man. It'd be fun. But well, that's a little bit too much, but that would be like 10 hours, maybe more. Orion moves in. He does punish some of the skeletons. On the other side, we do see a bit of a flank moving in, so it is going to be skeleton horsemen getting ready to go. Meanwhile, Tim continuing to harry. He's going to want to try and take down the archers if he can, but the Tomb Kings are sounding the horn of war, and they are going to be advancing in. Orion is trapped up by the Ushabti, but honestly not a bad fight for him. Every couple attacks will probably kill an Ushabti model. 2 attacks will probably kill like 1 model, which is very, very nice. Dryads versus Ushabti with spear support, going to be a bit of a wash. And here we do see a Pit of Shades going down. It's only going to kill a skeleton warrior unit, but I mean, there's not too many good targets on the Tomb Kings anyway, so might as well just kill skeletons and, get rid of all the mass that they have laying around the battlefield. So here we do see some Ushabti moving into the Dryad line, which is very cost effective for the Tomb Kings. But Dryads also ripping apart skeleton horsemen. And as far as the archers go, we got 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. So the entire archer line is still stabilized. I'm surprised we didn't see like 1 sweeper cav unit here for Charix, like the Wild Hunters of Khorne or something, but it is what it is. So in the backfield, Orion ripping apart a Ushabti unit, doing great work. Some of the spears do saturate in to help him a little bit. Waystalker is still shooting it, etc., but he's taking it like an absolute champion. And Charix, his recipe for success here is going to be stabilizing his bow line, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Although, even if he does lose his bows, the Dryads and Spears might be able to grind through the Tomb Kings, and with Orion's help, that might get the job done. We're going to have to steal their calcium. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. But yeah, the infantry grind usually does favor Wood Elves here, unless there's Tomb Guard involved, which there isn't. So Dryads will be able to do very well. And it looks like Charix, he's a very seasoned Wood Elf player. He's able to get his archers back. And Tim has some mobility that maybe could come after them, but it's pretty far away, which means these archers could stabilize and begin shooting back and just melting down all these Ushabti units kind of hanging out over here. So that could be very, very strong. As far as the objective goes, still owned by the Wood Elves, and the infantry grind is going well. Charix is up in value by quite a bit, 4,200 against 27. So he's sitting pretty comfortable here. The Ushabti summon being used by Tim the Wilder, great choice, right on top of both archer units, and using Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance is going to be sweet. So potentially going to be able to compromise the archers is Tzeentch the Imperishable. Moving back here, trying to run these bad boys down. We're going to see if he's going to be able to make it. He's moving, and he's grooving. There he goes. Old Tzeentch maybe going to be finding his prize. A couple Wood Elf archers do rally on the outside, and it looks like Tim is almost out of mobility. I think he's got like 1 skeleton horseman running around somewhere. No, he doesn't even. And this is also really bad for Tim. The fact that his 2 expensive, DPS units are just being hunted by crappy infantry. And Wood Elf infantry are fast, 43 speed and then 33 on the Eternal Guard. So it's enough to like keep pressure on the Ushabti so that they can't shoot. Another Pit of Shade is going to be going down from Charix, and he's able to get the mighty power here on to the Skeleton Warriors. Maybe get a friendly fire some of his own units, not sure, but that is going to be probably KOing a skeleton unit, which is, a 300 gold unit. So it's not like a huge Pit of Shades or anything, but it's not bad. And Mel Gibson is rapidly on the hunt here, going after Tzeentch. We're going to see if he's going to get the job done, and he continues to hunt while all the archers still just mowing shots into old Tzeentch the Imperishable. So pulling back are the Glade Guard, the Ushabti. I believe these are the summoned Ushabti. They're going to be gone in 16 seconds. So isn't that the new movie, Gone in 30? Is it 30 seconds? I'm not sure. Yeah, something like that. But here we do have the Ushabti catching the archers, so the archers do get taken down by the melee Ushabti summon, which is a big win. But Tim really just doesn't have much left on the battlefield. Like, I don't know. Like, looking around, he's got like some skeletons and Ushabti and melee. Orion is actually a really good counter against Tzeentch. Like, Settra cannot fight Orion head-to-head. Orion will just beat the brakes off him, and he's just constantly having to run from him, which is not bad, because he can run and engage and hit and run, like, very effectively. Here we do see some melee Shopti being chased by a lot of spears. Archer's going to be forming ranks and trying to crumble them. In the meantime, how are we looking on the... Yeah, this is rough, but very good play by Tim. Like, he knows it's a bad situation, but he's doing the best he can with that situation. And now these Shopti do stabilize. They're going to turn and shoot those archers down. But how did the Tomb Kings get through all this? Wood Elves have insane leadership. Eternal Guard are base 84 or base 80 leadership, yeah. So that's so hard to terror route, and they're going to be able to just hang there, and Orion's going to be able to just sit down in the middle, and I think Tim's done for. We see the Ushapti getting melted here. These ones are crumbling. These ones, aren't going to be able to do much against the spears, and the bones are indeed breaking. Yeah, this has always been a really fun matchup. Tomb Kings and Wood Elves has been a matchup I've seen in so many times in Warhammer 2 tournaments and Warhammer 3. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Great stuff, especially between these two players, which I believe they're both RTK. Yeah, they're in the same clan, these guys, so they're having to kingslay one another, which is always tough. But yeah, Tim's, I think, done for. He does have the 2 melee Shopti, or bow Shopti. I don't know. There's way too many spears left. I mean, the Chosen of the Gods are pretty good against them, but the Dryads are really fast. Like, they keep pace with you. And now we see these Ushapti being caught. Dryads won't do amazing DPS against them, but still, bow Shopti are not very good at killing infantry. They're okay. 30 melee attack, whatever. But for the most part, the Dryads probably would actually win that fight. Although not with them being that healthy. And these are the ROR. But Tim knows it's over, and it's going to be tapping out. GG, well played. Charix is going to be advancing on. Great stuff. The Wood Elves on a mission to reforest the desert. That's right. They're going to plant some. They're going to plant some acorns, and yeah, create the good times for everybody. So GG, well played. Chad Mel Gibson. Only 900, but he was mainly chasing Settra the whole game, so that explains why. But yeah, no crazy value on anything. It was kind of spread over all those armies. But let's go ahead and get the scorecard here, and we will do the bracket. So now we have Charix advancing. It's going to be Wood Elves versus Bretonnia. That's really fun. That's very, very fun. Tomb Kings losing in the desert is heresy. Well, the great thing about Tomb Kings is they're just going to reanimate eventually. The Wood Elves will leave. Some Lich Priest is going to come out and chant something, and they're all going to be back to life. It's great, So it's a win-win for everybody. So now we're going to do Tzeentch versus Nurgle right here. Is going to be the play. So let's get that going and have some fun. Okay, where are we at? The host has left the game. Yes, they have. Okay, so looking for the game. Let me see what they named it. Nurgle versus Tzeentch. Here we go. Can you remind me what the Polish phrase was? Oh, Anna's in chat, right? Is Anna here? I think she might have left. Okay. So here we are. Let's party. Let's have some fun. We got Berserk versus Zegzi here. All right. So we're going to load into the lobby here, see how this goes. Yeah, so the Polish expression is something along the lines of, I love you like 2 hungry dogs love like an old man in a narrow alley. It's like, I think it's something along those lines. It's a really good expression. Hey, Tim, GG, man. Rip, 20 stack was pretty good into what I brought. Could have played it a bit better, but Charix had me covered on the build. Yeah. It was a good game, Tim. You played well. You played well. Is Orion going to be killing Lewin? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's go time, man. Let's have some fun. Let's see how this goes. I don't know how Nurgle... I feel like Tzeentch is very favored in this matchup, but times have changed. Nurgle's gotten updates. They've gotten some new units and various other tricks and traps. Yeah, it's a good expression. It's really good. Polish people have a lot of really funny expressions like that. They have an expression for everything, I've noticed. My wife has so many. All right, guys. The Plague God is going to be doing battle with the God of Change. I mean, they both like to change things, right? Nurgle likes entropy and change and decay, and Tzeentch as well. They could be friends. Yeah, classic office drama. That's right. So looking at the build here, we got Pestigors for Berserk with Marauder Horseman throwing axes ready to party. So they, of course, will, be good against anything armored. We'll have to see. Are these Chaos Knights? Yeah, Chaos Knights of Nurgle. It is going to be a Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle with Rancid Visitations and Healing and a big old Air Force. So he was obviously expecting the Changebringers, right? So he's got a bunch of Furies, Rotflies as well. The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about Nurgle for is dealing with the big old Mutalith Vortex Beast. So looking at Zegzi here, Zegzi's going to be rocking Marauders with Spears. He does also have Ace on the Fallen. So this is the Arwar Mutalith Beast. Really cool to see one of these back in action, but against Nurgle, it's amazing. Anti-infantry, armor piercing, magic damage, huge beast, what's not to love. Pink Horrors, Tzeentch caster is going to be using Searing Doom, actually. So no final transmutation against Nurgle Blob. Rather, going to be Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. And there are going to be some Chaos Knights. And why do land battle players just not like Centaurs of Tzeentch? I don't know why they don't bring them. I feel like they're so freaking good. I noticed you didn't mention the Beast of Nurgle on your unit bids. It's bad, but it's not like the worst unit. The Beast of Nurgle. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, I'm going to have to... It might be my computer overheating, too, because it's super hot in my town right now, and the sun is just beating down on my computer, so I suspect maybe that's why there's some graphics lag, too, but... Yeah, we're trying. We're trying. I'm going to have to reorganize my office. Just move it away from the window. This is a grudge match, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, which Chaos Gods hate each other, right? Like, what's the structure of the Chaos God kind of rivalry? Let me know. Pick Bober? Are you talking about Beaver? Buber. Buber is how you say beaver in Polish. Yeah, I thought that's what you were saying. All right. You have to pick one forever. Polish pierogis or kielbasa? Pierogis. Yeah, I like kielbasa, but pierogis are just the most delicious thing ever. Like, if you get me like a meat pierogi with like onions and like layered and like, you know, just some just goodness on it. Oh my God. It's like I could eat like 40 of those. Yeah, blackout curtains would be nice. Actually, I probably should consider that. I'm literally sweating in here right now. It sucks. I'm so excited to move out of this town. I mean, I love it here, but the summers are just a hellscape. Yeah, buber. That's how you say beaver in Polish. Yeah. All right. So I think I'm saying it right. Khorne hates everyone but Tzeentch the most. Okay, yeah, makes sense because magic. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back to the commentary. We do see the big Nurgle Air Force looking to try and compromise the Tzeentch mobility. The Furies certainly could do that. Because the thing is, Tzeentch doesn't really have any Air Force, right? They have like one Fury unit and a Screamer. Here we do see the Nurgle Lord going in for a fight. So the Chaos Lord of Nurgle actually going in to attack Aeson the Fallen. And he does get in and does a little bit of damage there. So Aeson is going to be turning around to fight the Nurgle Lord. That's very, very risky though. But I suspect that the Nurgle Furies of Berserk should have an advantageous situation over Zegzi's mobility. We're going to have to see how that works out. I believe both these players are somewhere in Eastern Europe, so there could be a little bit of lag. We'll have to see. If there is, I'll just leave the game and get the replay from them if it continues to lag. So, this isn't too bad, honestly. Yeah, it's just intermittent, but... So Zegzi's going to move out using his Chaos Knights to scream the Furies, but Berserk is able to move away. In the meantime, we do have Rotflies, or Plague Drones. So Plague Drones might be okay against Chaos Knight, actually. We're going to have to see. You see the Pestigores moving in the front line, getting ready to do Glorious Battle, and Berserk is going to be using his Chaos Lord probably to try and hunt down Aeson the Fallen. We do also see the Plague Drones being given an attack order onto Aeson, which makes sense. You know, they have enough mass to kind of fight that, and might be able to get some work done. We will have to see. So here comes the Plague Drones moving into Aeson the Fallen. Furies are going to be countercharging them, though. The Furies do get a nice engagement. Furies are pretty good against Plague Drones because they're weak to magic damage. But there are some Nurgle Furies coming in to help out as well, and Aeson the Fallen is able to escape. He gets a very slick maneuver and moves away from the threats and is able to get quite cozy. On the outside Berserk, we're going to have a Chaos Knight duel, but it looks like Berserk might come out ahead here. If he has a slow, that would be huge. Okay, the Tzeentch Knights are slowed down. Nurgle Knight's going to be hot on their tail, and if the poison kicks in, that's going to be bad. Okay, it is going to be... They are going to be getting caught here, and now the Nurgle Knights are going to have support from Rotflies, as well as Furies and Horsemen. So the Nurgle Chaos Knights are going to get a very dominant engagement. However, in the middle, Tzeentch appears to be doing very well with Aeson, although he is getting hunted by that Sorcerer Lord very effectively. Nice stream of corruption going down from Berserk. He's able to get a beautiful melt on those guys. And despite not having not having Changebringers to chase around, these Furies seem to be doing very well at dominating the Shrieking Sky Rays and the Marauder Horsemen and all these different units. So we're going to have to see. But this is a huge win for Berserk out here. He crushes the Tzeentch Chaos Knights. Now, they get a little bit of help from the Metal Sorcerer, but there's no final transmutation here, so he's not going to be too happy about that. Horsemen circling about. It looks like these the Tzeentch Furies were able to compromise one Nurgle Horseman, maybe. Yeah, they're going to rout. But why is Nurgle pulling back here? Okay, because of Plague of Rust, maybe? I felt like they're winning that. I mean, they have the Rotflies. They have so many good elements, but it looks like he's just trying to mitigate the Plague of Rust and get away from that engagement. Now, back in the middle, looking at the objective, it is owned by Tzeentch, and we do see the Sorcerer Lord hunting down Aeson the Fallen, and Aeson is taking a bit of damage, but still hanging in there like a champ. The Nurgle infantry are not super plentiful. There's not too many of them around the battlefield. Nurgle Furies chasing down the Shrieking Sky Rays as well as these Horsemen, and the skirmish is going very well there. Chaos Knight's going to be rerouting, looping around, and I guess Berserk maybe figures that he can leave his Rotflies to deal with the Chaos Knights, which we'll see. Yeah, and Curse of the Slug activated on them as well. Their speed is going to be freaking 28, which is nuts, right? So the Marauders and the Rotflies probably win that fight. Pulling back are the Nurgle Knights. Looks like there was a spawn summon, so the Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch can summon a unit of spawn. So the big thing for Berserk is going to be just running away from those units and making sure they don't get any important value. In the meantime, in the middle, we do see Rancid Visitations upgraded going down in Aeson. That does so much freaking damage. That spell is just absolutely brutal. So we do see that going down here, and maybe Aeson is going to be paying the troll toll. He might actually get caught and killed here. We see the Chaos Knights are trying to rally and deal with any of the other mobility they can. Middle objective, Nurglings and Spears having a bit of a wet noodle contest, but it looks like the mobility game is very heavily favoring Berserk. Here, he's got all these like micro wins, like another dead Tzeentch unit right there. These guys are about to die to the Furies. So Berserk taking over the mobile game is probably going to be enough, and I think Rancid Visitations is also going to defeat Aeson the Fallen, right? Berserk is up 8.6. Man, what an absolute terror of a player he is. He is so freaking good. And he is going to be able to take down Aeson. And also Nurgle has the full health Chaos Knights, basically. I mean, they're barely damaged. They've only lost 7 models. Whereas Tzeentch's Chaos Knights are kind of in the pits of hell right now. They're a little bit tattered. The spawn are going to be dissipating here soon. I don't know why the bounce bar is so close despite this valuation. I think maybe Tzeentch shields aren't being really accounted for here, but that's still a big, big differential. But yeah, the mobile game is going to favor Berserk, which means his throwing axes are just going to feast, right? He gets big throwing axe fire into Aeson here, and Aeson is going to be dying here relatively soon. Back on the middle objective, we do see the Nurglings battling it out versus the Spears. Not really any threat of losing on the objectives anytime soon. And yeah, the mobile game, like I said, the mass amount of Furies and mobility and Rotflies, it was kind of cool to see Rotflies be put to use this game. It seemed like they actually did pretty good against the Chaos Knights. Fury's going to die here. So Tzeentch is forming a bit of a Helm's Deep position, but the only reason why Tzeentch is like stabilizing a little bit is because of these spawn. When the spawn are gone, Nurgle is going to envelop them, and it's going to be an absolute punishment. Aeson gets taken down, so the Sorcerer Lord able to get the job done. And Nurgle Sorcerer Lords are so freaking good. Insanely good fighters with a really good stat line. Poison, Rot Beasts also are just such good mounts. And he does take down Aeson the Fallen. Nurgle Knight's going to be swarming in a huge, thunderous, apocalyptic charge as they move in and they just start to absolutely steamroll these Spears. Spears were, on death's bed, so they're going to have a bad time there. So Tzeentch Knight's coming in, trying to salvage it. Dude, how cool is this? Heavy metal Chaos Knights just clashing in the middle of the old world. You gotta love to see it. And the Tzeentch Knights, as cool looking as they are, they're not going to hold up to the Nurgle Knights that are much healthier. And looks like Berserk's going to pull back, actually. Maybe thinking to just use throwing axes to try and win that fight. We'll have to see. But yeah, this game has got to be over. I don't see how Tzeentch wins this. They barely have anything left. Unless I'm missing something on the battlefield, I don't think so. Berserk has just got so much more stuff. And here we do see the Marauders moving into the pinks. The Sourguts should be able to handle them relatively easily. Nurglings, the Frolickers, Bubonic, are going to be anchoring down the middle, and the objective is now owned by Nurgle as well. So that's just another variable that's going to be going against Tzeentch if it does go down to that long of a duel. But Berserk has pulled ahead in the balance of power. He's looking pretty comfortable, 9,900 against 6,000. So the value differential, pretty substantial. He has healing too, right? I think. Although, which Lore of Magic? Yeah, he did have some healing, but I haven't seen him cast a Fleshy Abundance in a while. I think he was just spamming Rancids to try and win the game against Aeson to try and take that bad boy down. Yeah, Tzeentch is done for. I mean, all they have left is the Chaos Sorcerer. There's nothing else. And the Nurgle Sorcerer 100% wins that fight. And that is going to be a victory for Berserk. GG, well played. Crazy, crazy game there. Fun stuff. Definitely was a slow grind, but I think Nurgle was in steady control of that game for most of it. He seems to practice that matchup. Yeah. Okay. Aeson, what kind of value did he get? He got 1,100, not bad. Yeah, but the Chaos Knights getting wrecked was rough. Nurgles, oh, these were actually Plague Drones. Okay, so they weren't just Rotflies. They were the Plague Drones. They didn't get a lot of value, but they are a tar pit unit, which is what Nurgle kind of wants to do. All right, so Nurgle's going to be advancing to the top 8. I'm a big Nurgle fan, but shout out to our Tzeentch player. He waited a long time, so we'll get you back in the future, man. You did great. Let's get the bracket. We're going to go ahead and advance Berserk. There we go. So Berserk is in top 4, and now we have Demons of Chaos versus Empire. This is going to be a super sweaty game. Alfredino versus Hitman Hippo. Dude, the sweat is going to be pouring from the pores of these players. Okay. God, it's so nice not having downtime in between rounds, I have to say. Yes. All right, so here we are. Love to see Berserk in action. Yes, me too. All right, so here we are. Demons of Chaos versus the Empire. So we have a little bit of downtime. And yeah, looks like Hitman Hippo's ready. And Alfredino, I don't know if he's here. It's pretty late for him in France, but he wants the win. This is a major event, you know. This is what I consider Faction War to be a major event for sure. It's pretty competitive, so you got a lot of good players in there. Yeah, you guys want the Nurgle win? Maybe so. Maybe so. Alfred using a pretty similar build, except this time he's using Knights of the Black Rose instead of just pure Empire Knights. Elspeth's going to be coming in on the Dragon, and that's going to hurt. That Great Unclean One's going to get melted pretty hard. But looking at the Demonic build, a lot of firepower. So we got Pinks, we got Pox Riders and Fiends. And he's just got a bunch of random stuff. He's got like one Plague Bearer, one Bloodletter. It's got like the whole color of the rainbow over there. And yeah, it's going to be a similar playstyle from Alfred. He's going to be using the Horsemen as well as the Knights of the Black Rose to run down infantry, with Elspeth melting anything big, Pistoliers harrying and controlling the battlefield, and that is going to be that. Yeah, should be fun, man. You think Empire's going to crush him? Well, there was a lot of you guys saying that the Demons of Chaos were going to get crushed by the Dwarves earlier, but here we are. Hitman Hippo is no joke. He's extremely good. So we're going to see if he can pull it off. But Alfredino, of course, one of the all-time greats in Total War as well. He's a really, really nice guy as well. I enjoy talking to Alfred. And he's got Empire Knights as well as Knights of the Black Rose. Black Rose are really good against infantry, like Plague Bearers, any sort of demon infantry. Just kind of put them in there and they'll grind well. Obviously, probably not against like Exalted Demonettes or Bloodletters, but other infantry that don't have great AP, they're going to really shine. Anticity had some really good games today. He won his first match and had a really close game in his second one. It was a very, very good run. Elspeth von Draken, Spirit Leech, and Buna. And of course, we do have the Death's Timekeeper and the Coruscating Blast, which is nuts. And aside from that, we do have the Frolickers Bubonic. Back to the bushes here. It's going to be the Exalted Great Chungus, which, I mean, he can definitely take those breath attacks. It's not going to be pretty, but he can. And he still has a Mortis engine. So in the late game, if it does come down to an objective fight, you know, he could be the difference maker. Pinks are pretty good at killing State Troopers and just poking down, you know, Pistoliers and things like that. This map is very, very, blocked up. There's a lot of trees on this map. I believe this is the Reichland Estates is the name of the map. I can't remember. Yeah, something along those lines. So we're going to see how this unfolds. The Barons of the Bog, not necessarily an anti-cav unit, but with their durability and their debuffs, they can definitely fight enemy cav units. And Fiends are just gods here also. Fiends are limited in this tournament. That's why you're not seeing him bring like 4 Fiends. They are limited on the Demons of Chaos. Because that's what Fruit Rules does, and that's what we're using today. So, yeah. Hey, Captain Port. Thanks for the stream. Best of luck. Thank you for that turbo generous donation. Thank you so much. And also, if you want to like donate, but also want to get something out of it, aside from my gratitude, you can head to Asterisk now. It's my wife's new. We just launched her t-shirt business, and you can grab some stuff on there as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And let's keep this party going. Let's do it. Let's see who wins. Sons of Sigmar, my favorite army, my favorite faction, facing off against the Demons of Chaos. So who will emerge victorious here today? Looks like the Pinks and the Chromatic Abominations actually opening with a very good salvo against the Pistoliers. Alfredino has some god tier Cav micro, but the Demons of Chaos have some good answers against the Cav. The Fiends and the Toads should be very effective here. And Hitman Hippo's micro is so on point, right? Like, Alfred didn't even get a chance to charge because Hitman Hippo is so on point with those Fiends. But now maybe he overextends a little bit. But this isn't a bad fight for Fiends even, right? Like, fighting a couple Empire Knight units, as long as the Demons are nearby, this is, like, not terrible. They're going to do some respectable damage. We got the Plague Toads coming in. The Fiends of Slaanesh are going to be debuffing a lot of units with the Soporific Musk. And now the big Chungus Bellmaster is moving in. The Great Unclean One, he's dropping the base on some of these Empire Knights. Perhaps it was like a multi-layered bait. You know, each team was kind of baited into a bit of a precarious situation. But the Fiend unit is going to be KO'd here out of the gate. Spirit Leech going down. Fleshy Abundance trying to stabilize the Fiend units, but Demonic Disintegration is pretty nuts. So how does this trade look overall? Alfredino comes out a little bit ahead for sure. Knights of the Black Rose and Empire Knights do get melted, and we do see Elspeth taking some damage from the Great Chungus. But it looks like Elspeth is going to be able to get away. Battletoads did move in and supported, but Alfredino, I think the Pistolier Fire was the crux of that, and was able to do some very, very good damage. But yeah, man, Alfred is such a fiend with his Cav micro, and now he's going to be moving into the blues on the side, just continuing to hammer these guys down. But Exalted Plague Bearers, oh, we do have the Festering Stooges nearby. They get their Unholy Hand Grenades on the Empire Knights, and now Elspeth is back up in the sky, and the Great Chungus is in the open field. Is Elspeth going to come in and drop a Coruscating Blast? Maybe she's going to save it for later. Who knows? But the Demon Army is holding well, despite losing a Fiend early on. I mean, they did return the favor a little bit. We do see several of the Empire Knights are very beat up. Elspeth also took some damage, and she has a minimal amount of healing. But Bloodletters of Hitman Hippo also getting canned and taking a little bit of work. But the Demons are holding firm. They're on the defense, which is very funny to see. Festering Stooges are here, and it looks like the Empire Knights are going to be charging through trees into the Festering Stooges. I think this is a very rare blunder from Alfred. They're going to do like 0 damage, and they're just going to take casualties. Okay, you see the blast? The breath attack didn't even look that bad there. Like, it just hit the Exalted Great Unclean one, did like, I don't know, 10% damage, and he's just chilling, right? It was something about the way that it hit Ikit Claw earlier. It was very weird. Like, I haven't seen it be too oppressive. Okay, Elspeth may be in a dangerous situation. She moves into the tree line and is surrounded by the Barons of the Bog. She's poisoned heavily, fighting a Great Unclean One, which is an insanely strong demon, and is potentially going to be dying in the tree line. Not dying, or being brought very, very low. The Demonic Infantry are holding well. The Empire Knights are cycling back and forth very, very aggressively. And Hitman Hippo, is he going to get it done? We see Elspeth von Draken, you know, taking an L in this fight, really. That's a lot of damage. And the Empire Knights, the Knights of the Black Rose, going to be trying to move in to help. But the Chromatic Abominations are actually respectable little fighters. They're not a joke. So maybe they're going to be able to hold. And Elspeth needs to find a way out of this tree line. That was a disastrous engagement for Alfred, which allowed Hitman Hippo to kind of creep back in the game a little bit, I think. Plague Bear is still taking it like champs. State Troopers are just kind of chilling in reserve. Here we have a couple Bloodletters being run down by the Empire Knights, so probably going to be dealt with. But Elspeth does retreat out, but now she's very low. And remember, the Great Unclean One is going to be an absolute raid boss to deal with. If you don't have a lot of shooting, like if Alfred loses his Pistolier somehow, or they run out of ammo, and it's late game and you got to deal with a Great Unclean One, good freaking luck, dude. That guy's a beast. So he moves out of the open. He's sitting at 91 leadership, so Demonic Crumbling not even in his purview. Really good focus fire, by the way, from Hitman Hippo, knowing that the Pistoliers are a problem, so he gets his pinks to kind of wear those guys down. The Great Unclean One going to be moving back this way. Remember, Alfred does have the objective, so he was more aggressive, so he earned himself the objective. The Great Chungus getting hit with another Spirit Leech. I would imagine he's going to have more fleshy abundances in the back pocket. Festering Stooges are where? Where did the Festering Stooges go? They must still be alive. Yeah, they're in the tree line here. So, yeah, Barons of the Bog are still reasonably healthy. A big overcasted fleshy abundance might actually be a big problem for Alfred if one happens right here. But the Imperial shooting is still going, and Elspeth is hanging in there. I think Alfred might be thinking about playing an objective game at this point. Pistoliers are back. Knights of the Black Rose cleaning up the demons here. And now the Empire is going to be falling back as their swordsmen do falter. And there's going to be another Coruscating Blast. Okay, let's watch this. That was really good. It's definitely not as bad as what happened to Ikit Claw, though. You know, that's really, really strong. And I would imagine that he's going to get another heal. It's such a weird battle. It really is. The demons just have so many random units, it's kind of hard to tell. Is Elspeth going to come in for another fight? We see the Empire Cav cycle charging back in, and the Exalted Great Unclean One is going to get targeted. Okay, if Hitman Hippo has a big heal here, he could maybe flip the game, because Elspeth is doing a Desperation Snipe. She's really getting in there. But where's the healing on the Exalted Great Unclean One? Where's the Fleshy Abundance? He's wavering. This should not be happening. He should just be cackling and healing like the Heathen Kings of old right now. He's definitely a better fighter than Elspeth. If she stays in the fight too long, this could be a deciding factor. Like, however this Lord engagement goes, that could be deciding it. Oh, he just nails her with the bell, and Elspeth's going to be pulling away. Nurgle is very, very tanky, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, the objective firmly in the hands of the Sigmarites. However, if the... Fecundity, so he rolls the Nurgle army ability. He randomizes that. That is really, really big. But he needs to start playing the objective soon. Because if he waits too long... you know, he's going to need to head over there and grab that. So Elspeth does pull back, and we do see the Knights of the Black Rose retreating as Alfred gets Elspeth back up in the sky. We know that Hitman Hippo was really, really kind of laxed about playing the objectives in his previous game, and it almost lost him the game. So we're going to see if that happens again, because currently, you know, and he should know that. Hitman Hippo is predominantly a domination player. Big overcasted fleshy, God tier fleshy abundance. That's going to hit like his whole army, basically. And you're going to just watch the bounce power right now. Just watch it. It's going to shift, right? So I have my mouse where it is. I'm going to... Yep. You see, it's moving away from where it was in the beginning. And the bounce power starts to creep even more to the middle, which is going to be very, very nice. But there's a lot of Pistoliers left. Alfred still has a lot of ammo on these ones, How many charges of the breath attack do we have? Is it... Okay, I think there's one charge left of the breath. But yeah, he needs to waddle your Mortis Engine onto Objective 1. You need to get over there. It would be a shame, you know... This is a newer format for a lot of people. For the land battle players and for the Dom players, like, you know, well, Dom less so, but the objective does matter, especially, you know, in a longer grindy game like this. You got to contest it. I mean, and the Great Unclean One should be able to just dominate the objective, like just move on there and say, I don't care, it's mine. So Coruscating Blast going to be coming round 3. The Great Chungus does eat it pretty hard. Yeah, that one did a lot of damage in the back. Is his leadership going to be stabilizing? And a Spirit Leech going down. Alfred working so freaking hard to kill this beast. Elspeth is sitting at currently 3,700 value, which is about 700 more gold than she costs. So pretty good performance from her. Great Unclean One sitting at 600. He's going to be disintegrating, and Nurgle might be out of the game now. Well, not Nurgle, but the demons. Although they have a metric ton of demonic units still in the battlefield. And Elspeth is very low. So the Great Chungus falls. He had a great run, though. He was an absolute Giga Chad. He fought very well. We see the Imperial State Troopers grinding against the Plague Bearers. It's going to take some time to get to the points. Alfred resting a couple units back here, so he's letting the Vigor kind of replenish. Yeah, man, full health Festering Stooges as well. I mean, the balance power is still even, but I think Alfred is going to win on the objectives probably, because I don't know if the demons are going to get there in time. Like, the State Troopers, if you just, like, send one State Trooper in at a time, I don't think Hitman Hippo is going to be able to get there, which he could have done it earlier. There was several windows where he could have aggressed on the objective and taken it, but he didn't do it. Barons of the Bog are debuffing this entire Imperial blob, so their stat line is going to be very weak. Even if this wasn't Conquest mode, I think that Alfred probably finds a way to win it. Elspeth just rear charging with all the cav units, and he still has a lot of like extra chaff laying around. And his cav corps, I mean, he's been doing an excellent job keeping these bad boys alive. All right, so the Sons of Sigmar charging into the back, going to be a beautiful charge. We do see all the little popcorn bandits going to get popped. The Empire, it's basically recreated the Battle of the Bastards from Game of Thrones, where you have like Jon Snow and all the other troops surrounded. Demons are just kind of getting sandwiched here, and they don't have a lot of killing power is the problem. Alfred's probably just going to chill out and just control the objective and just relax here. And yeah, I don't know what else the demons can do. He's kind of just like chilling. I don't think there's like any micro except like guard mode. He occasionally puts his pinks in guard mode and relaxes, but Alfred can just like tar pit him with State Troopers and you know, cycle charge with Elspeth and the various Gav units and call it a day. A couple Nurglings going to be returning to the battlefield. They're going to make their way through the trees. State Troopers are reforming a box. This is very thematic too. Hold, Sons of Sigmar! The Sons of Sigmar forming ranks. The brave State Troopers fighting for the Dark Lady of Nuln. You gotta love to see it. The way they're moving too. It's like a disciplined military force, which I love. You just have these chads holding back the demons while their brothers rest. Yeah, some classic stuff. All right, so the demon's definitely not going to get through. I mean, even still, the balance of power is in Alfredino's favor pretty heavily. Elspeth is reasonably healthy. She probably has more spirit leeches. There's so many Sigmarites left. They could easily just keep sending in waves and then rear charging with the cab and just pick off the pinks. I'm surprised they haven't done that, although they're a little bit nervous about the Plague Bears probably. Yeah, so now he's paying attention, you know. Hitman Hippo's now paying attention to the objective, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. He's trying to move all of his forces in there right now. You can see they're all hustling that way, but like it should have happened a while ago. You know, Nurglings are going to be rolling over. They will provide some capture weight onto the point. The Plague Bearers are trying to screen, and he's trying to push Alfred off the point. Is Alfred going to yield the point? That'd be really funny, but I don't think he is. Yeah, Alfred might as well just claim the win and move in. That's 100% the case. So a lot of popcorn bandits moving up on the point here. These guys are kind of sitting in the back. The Plague Bearers are getting worn down finally. There's still a dragon in play, right? Like a big, strong dragon. Capture weight flips, but ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a victory for Alfredino. Would have been a victory even without the objective, but ladies and gentlemen, we are now, I think, all in the top 4. GG, well played. Elspeth carried the hell out of that game, but also the cab play was good. The Pistoliers were very good. Pistoliers probably got good value shooting that big Chungus there. Yeah, the Great Unclean one was a beast, though. He, like, if Elspeth had gotten trapped up a couple times, like she got in really bad positions, that game could have been lost by Alfred. It was a great performance by both players for sure. Blundering the Fiends in the early game 2 was really, really hard. Yeah, 117 value on your Fiends of Slaanesh. That's like one of your big carry pieces. That's a rough one to lose. So, all right. GG, well played for Sigmar. So now we're going to be moving over to the bracket. We're going to update this. And now we have the Empire versus Nurgle on the bottom side of the bracket, which is going to be fun. And Wood Elves versus Bretonnia. What a good range of factions, right? It's a great range of factions. Very fun stuff. We have an Elf. We have some Order Tide. We have some Chaos. And we're going to go do Wood Elves versus Bretonnia now. Yeah, it's going to be the play. So give me 1 second to get this set up here. And where are we going? Okay, so Bretonnia versus Wood Elves. Is that it? I think this is it. Yeah. The Empire endures. Yes, it does. Okay, this is hyped. 2 of the best domination players in the world duking it out in a land battles tournament finals here. It's kind of fun. Well, not finals, but semifinals. This is great. And yeah, let's see what they got, man. Let's see what old Catholic and old Sharks are going to be cooking. This is a match as old as time. Yeah, no Dowie, no Kislev for sure. Yeah, they're usually pretty big bullies in faction wars, but they were both defeated today, so. Well played, Hippo. You had a good run, dude. Alfredino is an incredibly hard opponent. So hold your head up high, Hippo. You were a Chad, and you're definitely going to be back in future ones. We'll get you back. Got to root for Bretonnia. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Zotes are really good here. Double Grail Knight, that's cool. We got Double Grail Knight and Knights of the Realm with some peasants and Lewin. Durthu, a Waystalker, a Melkoth spammer, and then Zotes. Zote City. Zotes do trade pretty well in the Bretonnian Cav, so we'll see. We will see how it goes. So the top 4 is upon us. Have I switched back in? Yes, I have. Okay. Bretonnia, let's see. So, interestingly enough, Bretonnia can beat Wood Elves, they can beat Nurgle, and they can potentially beat Empire as well. Because Steam Tanks are banned in this tournament as well. Steam Tanks and land ships. Oh, land ships are not banned, I don't think. Are they? Maybe they are. I'm using somebody else's rule set, so I don't have it all memorized. But yeah, Bretonnia can beat any of the top 4 factions. There's not like any hard counters here. Like everybody, I'm trying to think who probably has the hardest time. Wood Elves probably have the hardest time in terms of the matchups. Because like Nurgle's pretty good against Wood Elves, and Empire's probably good against Wood Elves too. So Charix is going to have his work cut out for him, but he's really good, so I'm sure he can make it work. Already hit the gym and the tournament is still going. Yeah, dude, we're going. We're going. So, the build for the Bretonnia is pretty standard, right? You got a bunch of crappy infantry, a couple chaff archers to support, and, you know, apply various debuffs and poison or fire. And the Knights are going to be doing the carrying. So Grail Knights are just huge Giga Chads, and then, of course, Knights of the Realm are an absolute menace. Up in the sky, we do have King Lewin for the Catholic Alcoholic. Lewin, magic damage, great fighter. Certainly going to be an even duel with Durthu, probably, if they just straight up fight. And looking at the build of the Wood Elves, a Spear front line is pretty much their best choice. Dryads aren't very good here. They're okay to have some support, maybe like one. They do kill the Bretonnian infantry well, but they get annihilated by cavalry. So having spears, I think, is essential. Hagbane tips and Starfire shafts, a little bit of utility to force your opponent in. And the Zotes are the counterpunching unit. So Zotes, on paper, very good against Cav. They can give themselves flesh to stone. They can cast Earthblood several times. It's very, very nice. And Big Daddy Durthu is going to be rocking Flock of Doom, and that is pretty much it. So we'll see. Let us know who you want to win. Yeah, Faction Wars usually go around 5.5 hours now. With all the factions we have in the game, it's about 5.5 hours. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. Fell asleep just before the first Bretonnian game. It was really good. It was really good, that game. Been hunting all day. Didn't think I would catch you live after. Yeah, we got you, Trust Not. We're here, man. It's go time. So let us know. Who do you think is going to win? We're not tired. We're ready to go, man. 5 hours is nothing. Let's do it. So Durthu in this matchup. Pretty good. 110 armor. Great AP. Going to be very good if the fight becomes centralized around the objective at the end. But, yeah, like only one game was, I would say, like, even though Alfred did win on the objective there, he had still won that game. It wasn't decided by the objective so much. I think there's only been one game today that was like truly decided by the objective. And that was the Tomb Kings vs. Vampire Counts game earlier. You here for the hardwood? Yeah, aren't we all? Yeah. So now it is time to fight. And King Lewin Leoncoeur, he is here. What is he going to be targeting? Probably what Lewin wants is to... Wrong button. Is to lure the Zotes out and then like get a Grail Knight and himself with Sword of Khorne and just like melt them. That's probably how he wins the game. But we're going to see if Charix is going to blunder some of his positions. Probably not. Charix is very, very good at control, and we do see some of the archers shooting at Lewin. But Catholic is going to be juking those shots, so he jukes those back and forth there. In the meantime, the Eternal Guard going to be moving on up, and we do have the War Dancers with Azrai Spears in the back as an anti-cav sweeper unit, which I like. They're very vulnerable to being charged if they're not braced. But if they can pile into an already existing cav combat, they can do very, very well for themselves. So here comes the fight. The peasant mob is going to be charging into the front, getting massacred by the Wood Elves, which is exactly what King Lewin wants. He's stoked. He's like, yeah, eat it, you filthy peasants. Knights of the Realm eating a Melkoth, which is great. As long as it's not on Grail Knights, then you're doing good. Bretonnia showing the Wood Elves who the true kings of archery are, as we do see the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts getting melted by the superior peasant archers. And on the side, we do get Knights of the Realm trying to penetrate through, but Charix is able to screen that out. And it looks like the Eternal Guard and the Zotes are able to stuff that. So Catholic definitely needs to pull back at this point. And I know it's late for both these players, but they're both in the same time zone, so they have no excuses here. Knights of the Realm do retreat as these spears do move up, and we see Durthu and his Firebark Elders engaging versus the Men-at-Arms. Lewin, in the meantime, trying to support, fight against the Zotes a little bit, and we do see some desperation plays from the Cav trying to penetrate into the Archer line. And it looks like some of the archers do get routed back, and Catholic is going to be hunting them down. And now we have the boss fight. So we got Lewin duking it out with Durthu. This is what a Warhammer Fantasy is all about. Super cool stuff. As the King of Bretonnia battles the mighty Forest Spirit. And looks like Durthu is going to be chasing away King Lewin. Lewin does not want that smoke quite yet. In the backfield, though, archers are harried and chased down, and Knights of the Realm, or excuse me, Grail Knights are hiding in the bushes. I don't know. Is he just trying to like fight without them and then surprise his opponent later on? Or is it a tactical reserve? as I like to say, the absolute meme pick. I mean, Catholic is microing super well, but eventually he's going to want to get those Grail Knights online. Okay, here they come. I think he was just waiting for the Archers and the Branch Wraith to kind of blow their load, and now he's going to be coming. Oh, man! Big play here. So the Branch Wraith is isolated alone, and Lewin is potentially going to get a big pick here. And now we're going to get the big charge coming in from the Grail Knights. But you got to be careful. Zotes are ready to countercharge as well. Charix with Flock of Doom and Melkoths. That's going to melt those guys pretty badly. And now the Grail Knights have engaged, but Zotes are coming in with their big thumping hammers, and Zotes are basically Walmart Dragon Ogres. Well, they're better than Dragon Ogres, probably, honestly. So the other way around. So, yeah, Grail Knights get melted. That's a very unfortunate engagement there for the Bretonnians as he kind of blunders them. He charges one of the tankiest units in the army and then gets countercharged by his counter unit. So certainly not what you want to be experiencing. But sniping this Branch Wraith is going to be big. Getting rid of the Melkoths is going to be super strong. As far as the other Bretonnian Cav goes, they're causing a lot of havoc on the battlefield, chasing down archers. And we do have the 2 Knights of the Realm, very healthy at this point. And this might be an opportunity to get a countercharge, like come here and then sandwich those Zotes. That could be very strong. So we're going to see if he ends up doing that. Lewin continuing to get the snipe here on the Branch Wraith is the ideal play. The Zotes, though, running really good interference, intercepting these Knights of the Realm on every turn, although some of them are going to get in. And we do see the Zotes getting melted a little bit now. A lot of debuffs being stacked, the Sword of Daith, so Durthu's going to be trying to make his way over there and help. Branch Wraiths are pretty respectable fighters. They're actually very strong, but, you know, not as strong as King Lewin. So Lewin is going to be able to bully that Branch Wraith and break it. And when he does break it, you know, chasing it off, making sure there's no more Melkoths is going to be very strong indeed. So fleeing the scene are the Branch Wraiths, and looking around here, the Knights of the Realm are going to be retreating back. These guys are retreating. Meanwhile, Grail Knights are still very much online, but yeah, this is a dangerous charge. You don't want to be charging here, not with all these Zotes and Durthu nearby. Yeah, so he wheels around that way and is able to escape that engagement. So far, so good. So knockdown, drag-out game. It looks like, though, Bretonnia may be starting to take over here as the Catholic Alcoholic takes down the Branch Wraith. He also shatters a Zote unit. So that's huge, right? And no caster anymore for the Wood Elves, aside from Durthu. Durthu's a caster too, so he does have Flock of Doom. So he's not completely naked in that regard. There's an Arrow of Khorne coming in from the Waystalker, able to kill a lot of those Grail Knights, but they do arrive out here and pound some of those archers that have been left to their own devices. And now we probably see the death of the Firebark Elders as the Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm liberating these Men-at-Arms for the lady. Lance's Couch. I don't think we've ever had a Bretonnian faction war winner. That would be pretty nuts. Wood Elves have won, I think, 2 faction wars. Maybe 3. Falcon won 1, and Charix won 1 before. So this would be a first time for Bretonnia to make it to the finals, I think, too. But the objective is being sat on by the Wood Elves. They're just going to be farming a Helm's Deep, but it's not going to be pretty. There's a fair amount of Peasant Bowmen, so the Peasant Bowmen are going to put a lot of hurt on the Azrai Spears. You can see the War Dancers getting karate chops, although they do get 40% missile resist, and this is a nice tactic by Charix. He puts the Zotes in front of the War Dancers, and they're able to actually screen a lot of the damage that they're going to be taking in tandem with the Woven Mist, which is going to be giving them a 40% ward save against missiles. So really high-level play on both sides, which is super fun to see. And Durthu still is very healthy, but Lewin can definitely wear him down. So Charix is going to be forming up a box. He's pretty much lost the mobile game. Archer fire is still pouring in heavily. Probably some decent opportunities would be to like charge into the side of the spears with Lewin. So you like fly here and then you run that way. Kind of like cheeky little engages like that. Firebark Elders are completely broken, and the Bretonnian Knights are very tattered, very beat up. Although there are still a healthy unit of Grail Knights that could maybe carry this game. This is a close game. This is anybody's game. Charix is ahead on the balance of power. You know, he's got a very durable army, and the wood box has formed. It has. And Lewin going in to attack Durthu, which is a mistake probably. I think you want to go anywhere that isn't where Durthu is. Durthu's sitting at 9,700 HP. That is so freaking erect. And there's going to be a nice rear charge coming in. Knights of the Realm into the back of the spears here that are engaged. But Charix is so good on his micro. He gets those War Dancers across and is going to be potentially intercepting the Knights of the Realm. Some more archer fires on the way. We do get the Peasant Bowman. Yeah, nice firepower. Not bad at all. King Lewin is on his way back in to try and help the troops out. Probably going to be using a Sword of Khorne here. This looks like a big alpha strike for Bretonnia. So Bretonnian Knights, the Grail Knights now pile in to fight. And we do see the breaking of some of the Eternal Guard. Lewin's alpha strike so strong. We saw it do so well earlier, and the Bretonnian peasants are fighting valiantly under the banner of the king. As the Zotes are wavering and broken, that is a really big break right there, because Bretonnia has a couple haggard, cav units that could easily chase them down. Looks like regrowth activated on the Grail Knights, so they'll probably come back and rally. And now, man, knockdown fight here. But can Lewin deal with all of this? I don't know, because he kind of stands alone. Listening to a little Godsmack here. He's listening to some new metal. He's got some cav coming back in, but there's still a reasonably healthy unit. 69, the blessed number, Azrai Spears. Yeah, still a fair amount of those left. Cav charge into the back of the spear units. does some respectable damage. In the meantime, King Lewin Leon Kerr pulls back up into the sky and is going to be looking to cycle charge, refresh that sweet charge bonus. He still has some healing he can do as well, so 5,239. And it is go time. So here it comes. The charge is going to be impacting. Nope. Going after the Waystalker is good, though. The Waystalker does get caught out on his own, and Lewin is going to be punting him out of the formation. So that Waystalker does get punted into the Shadow Realm right there. Very, very good stuff indeed. Meanwhile, the Peasant Archers are now out of ammunition, so, man, like all hands on deck, right? This is like a brutal attrition game. Like the arrows run out. Everybody's got to move in. DT, thanks for becoming a member. Greatly appreciate it. So the Waystalker being chased down by King Lewin, and that's a really good pick. I mean, that definitely is the direction you want to be going to get back in the game. Grail Knights charging into spears, but Charix tries to brace. I don't know if he got that brace off in time. It looks like he did. The Wood Elves very disciplined here, able to reform ranks very fast, and now they're going to be charging back into Durthu, but Durthu is going to eviscerate them. He's going to cut them up, and also the Flock of Doom is going to get it done. So the Waystalker is broken. How fast is he? He's 42 speed, so I don't know if a peasant will effectively chase him off the battlefield. Lewin's going to be coming in trying to get some terror routes. Maybe going to be able to get a terror out on these spears. The Grail Knights, just crazy good damage. Even being at 11 models, they're definitely lore accurate Grail Knights now. Chihuahua sounds like a lawnmower out there. It's like, I think there's someone delivering something at the door again. So Grail Knights swarming onto the side. Eternal Guard are going to get melted, maybe. And a Lamentation of Despair. Durthu getting it. Beautiful shot by Durthu. Takes down several of those Grail Knights. Can Lewin do it? I don't know. The objective does belong to the Wood Elves, so time is running a little bit dangerous here. But man, we've seen Catholic Alcoholic in several situations today where we're like, oh, he lost, the game's over, and then somehow he's the Palpatine dude. He always just scraps back into these games. And like, yes, he does have the bounce of power disadvantage, but Lewin and his mobility really are providing a lot. Like, he's just running around terror-routing things, and Durthu is having trouble keeping pace. Really nice Flock of Doom, though. That's going to be excellent here. And yeah, we got some Peasant Bowmen. Some Knights of the Realm coming back in. A healthy Peasant Bowman unit, which every body you can throw into the Wood Elves right now matters. Grail Knights trying to finish off the Waystalker, and there's 10 of them, so they might actually be able to finish off that Waystalker. We'll have to see. Lewin gets another set of terror routes here, man, and if they keep terror routing, these guys are eventually going to be shattering. Knights charging into the back. Chart's going to be countercharging them here. Durthu continuing to slap the base, while these archers are unleashing a torrent of fire arrows, which will mitigate any healing Durthu gets, but there is no healing for him, so it doesn't really matter too much. But King Lewin is definitely the king. He is so freaking good. And he's good in domination, but land battle is where he really shines. Lewin's sustainability, his ward save, his damage output, his healing, like everything, his AoE debuffs he brings to the table is so freaking good. So moving in is King Lewin once again. Is he going to be getting a terror out on these guys? He needs some infantry to support him, and the Grail Knights do eventually defeat the Waystalker. The Waystalker's broken. He's got 200 HP. He's going to be running for the hills. And yeah, Lewin just has to put this game on his back. The Peasant Archers do rally, so turning about face and shooting at the Eternal Guard is going to be mega cost effective. Even though there's only 39 of these bad boys, they should be able to do some work. Lewin pops Sword of Khorne and engages, and now his peasants are back in here. Maybe going to get a terror out on these Eternal Guard, although their base leadership is really good. Lewin just ripping it up, man. Only 50 seconds left, so a little bit less than a minute, and I don't know if Lewin's going to have enough time to pull this one back. I think Big Daddy Durthu is going to carry this game. Like, there's just not enough to kill Durthu. He's got, 8,000 HP left, and good luck breaking him off that objective. The Grail Knights get the job done, and here comes the charge in the back. Is that one Grail Knight? Dude, what a hero. Dude, that one Grail Knight charging into the back of Durthu is so freaking cool. And we do see the breaking, actually, of the Wood Elf infantry. But the capture weight for Bretonnia isn't here, and even if it was, Durthu is going to probably win that fight. Man, what a close freaking game. 20 seconds left on the objective, and it looks like that is going to be all she wrote. That's going to be game blouses. And Treebeard definitely gets this. Yeah, you see King Lewin get smacked and the bounce of power goes down. Flock of Doom, that's enough. So even without the objective, Wood Elves definitely win that. 7,000 against 3,000 HP. He's hitting King Lewin consistently. He got another Flock of Doom. He had his spears come back. And Charix, the pride of Poland, is going to be advancing on to the grand finals. With a Durthu game, mind you. GG. That was so good. Catholic is so scrappy, though, man. I feel like we have to have him on Bretonnia every time. His micro is so solid. Grail Knights did okay, 1,600. Lewin tried to carry that, 2,100 as well. Knights of the Realm kind of got shut down. The Zotes were Giga Chads. They did very, very well. And now let's go update the scoreboard here. 4,500 value on Durthu. Dude, big Treebeard, man. Big Treebeard. Getting it done. All right. Let's go to the bracket, and let's advance Charix. All right, we're almost in the grand finals, guys. We just got one more set of games here. All right, guys, I'm back. And Nurgle versus Berserk. No, Nurgle Berserk versus Alfredino Empire is our next game. This tournament is crazy, I know. It's a very, very good tournament. And which one do we have? That was not the game. Where do we have their game? Is it ODM? Nurgle versus Empire? Okay, here it is. No problemo. And now it is time. Crazy games. This would be another faction war win for Charix. That's pretty nuts. If he's able to pull this off. That was a really insane game. We'll play it all. Okay. So Alfredino, I'm in lobby with Burrs. Okay. So Empire, Nurgle, and Wood Elves are the remaining factions. Yeah, Cathay did lose to the Skaven, but it was a nail biter of a game. It was really good. It's a really, really good match. Okay, Berserk is ready. Alfredino has joined the lobby, and we're on a pretty open map here, so kiting is going to be very effective. But this is like a tournament finals. These guys playing is like a tournament finals of like a sweaty land battle tournament. These guys would definitely run into each other in the finals. Yeah. So there we are. Thank you guys all for your support today. It's been a lot of fun. Been having a blast. Yes, yes. And we're almost there. We are almost there. We got some cool prizes for the winners. They're like custom trophies. So we have like these trinkets and trophies that my wife designed that are Warhammer themed. So yeah, we have an actual replica of the Great Book of Grudges, which somebody can take if they win. We have tarot cards for different factions. So yeah, they can choose from those prizes, and we'll send it to them as well. Or if they want, we can paint a miniature of the faction that they won with, if they want. Yeah, a lot of options. A lot of options. No, yeah, all is good, Port. Thank you, man. I'm hanging in there. I'm not playing myself, so it's not too hard. So Nurgle is ready. Alfredino's going to be fine-tuning his build a little bit. I'm kind of curious about the builds, but I guess I can wait with all of you guys. Yeah, we can hang. I remember when you had 10K subs. Yeah, man, it was long. Oh, yeah, I remember you. I remember you, Silver and Gold Invest. I remember you, man. How many of you guys were here in the early days, like the Pit Lord days? Like, I'm talking like, yeah, sub 10,000 people hanging around. Gaze upon the Emperor's Tarot. Yeah, I got to, maybe I'll show you guys. I did do a little video of them, but I'd have to upload it. I don't know how to do that right now. It's been a long time though, man. I hope we get another great Warhammer game with good multiplayer. I know Pone is an OG for sure. He's been around forever. Yeah, Naomi from Clan Squires. That's a long time ago too. Warhammer 2, beginning of Warhammer 1, yeah. So most people came into Warhammer 2, yeah. Back when they were numbered? Yo, man, that's old school, Steven. That's a long time ago. I was here since the Vampire Count Death Star days of Warhammer 1. Yeah, the Forbidden Days. Is there any day? Yeah, I could see when you subscribe, but I'd have to look through like a massive list to figure it out. Catholic Alcoholic says, I remember when Heir of Carthage talked about that Turin guy that invented a viable dwarf playstyle in Warhammer 1. Yeah, that was fun. We made dwarves work. Everybody said they were trash in Warhammer 1, but I actually think they were pretty good. Yeah. I found you during the Warhammer 2 days. Yeah, those were good times. I mean, all the games have been fun, honestly. Warhammer 1 was the jankiest for sure. Warhammer 3 has been ups and downs. You know, the not having Immortal Empires on launch was rough, and the splitting of the community with domination and land battle sucked. You know, as much as you know, that always bums me out. But that's why I love the faction war. It kind of brings everybody back together for big sweaty events, which is fun. Never forget when you shattered reality and beat Heir of Carthage. Heir of Carthage and I have played many times. I think we played 5 or 6 times. On ladder, I ran into him a whole bunch. Yeah, he's a great guy, man. He's a great guy. I would love to cast with Heir of Carthage someday. That'd be fun if you'd be interested. All right, so we got Nurgle versus the Empire. So we have the Thrones of Decay battle. Berserk versus Alfredino. The sweat is going to be just pouring right now. You guys are in for it. I'll show you the bracket after this, but whoever wins this game goes to the grand final and plays against Wood Elves. So Wood Elves and Charix are waiting in the grand final. Yeah. Hosting a Nostalgia Warhammer 1 tournament would be super jank and super fun. That could be fun. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Yeah. So for Nurgle, it's a swarm. He brings a ton of Marauders, a ton of Great Weapon Pestigores, 4 Horsemen to deal with Empire, because you need to have Marauder Horsemen to deal with Empire Knights, as well as like Empire SEs. And his Lord is going to be a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle on a Rot Beast. So yeah, Rot Beast Lords are just solid. They perform well. But aside from that, he's just going to be trying to grind down the Empire and win the mobile game with his Marauder Horsemen. Oh my god, look at the Vanguard. Holy shit. So Alfredino has Outriders, long rifles actually, so not Pistoliers, rather going for the armor-piercing variant. So he's not going to be as good at like 360 kiting his opponent, but they have really good armor-piercing firepower, so they can take down, you know, Chaos Armor and SEs and monsters and things like that pretty damn well. And for the rest of Alfredino's army, it's a State Trooper tide, with Elspeth is going to be the hard carry, as usual. Empire Knights into the sunset, and in the backfield, it's going to be, I think, 1 Master Engineer this time, not 2. So he's going to be using his shotgun to try and blast some of those heretics in the face. I don't remember when it was, but I got here through the CA live stream with the Wheels and Darren, and they gave you... Oh, yeah, man, that's old. That's old. I remember that. God, man, that was like 7 years ago. Yeah, 7 years ago. Dude, Catholic though, man, really well played, dude. I loved your Bretonnia today. You definitely, that's like kind of an underdog faction, and you did really, really well with them. You took down some really sweaty players. Yeah. All right, guys. So the battle is on. We got Nurgle versus the Empire here in the Chaos Waste. So I would imagine Elspeth marched north to banish the heretics back into the wastes, and here she is. It's a bit of a flavor fail not doing the Nuln flag, though, but it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate the good classic Empire flag. Who do you guys think is going to win? Who are you rooting for? I don't know, man. I could not call a game between these two guys. Like, a lot of matchups today, I secretly had an idea of who I thought would win. But with this one, I don't. I can't. Like, this matchup is, like, I think even enough, and they're both so good. They're both so good. So I really have no idea who's going to win this. Yeah, Outer Region had a good run today. He won his first game pretty decisively, and had a scrappy second game, but his build wasn't up to the task of winning a second game today. But he played very well despite his build not being good. But yeah, should be fun. I want Nurgle versus Hardwood finals. That would be fun. It's always fun to have like a good versus evil finals, but we're gonna get, you know, yeah. Either way, I think Empire is pretty favored against Wood Elves. But again, so Bretonnia historically has been good against Wood Elves too, and he made that matchup look pretty playable too. All right, guys, it is on. Let the sons of Sigmar feast, and the children of Nurgle rot. So moving up are the Pestigores, and we do see the Frolickers Bubonic eating a couple of the shots. Obviously, Alfredino is going to be using his mobility to try and snipe the Marauder Horsemen. That's going to be his play. So he's going to be taking some pot shots at those bad boys. So we see the Marauder Horseman immediately getting salvo fired. Definitely not great for Berserk, so he's going to want to retreat back from that. On the outside, it seems like Berserk really likes to just envelop you with Nurgle. Just go super wide and just use the massive HP pools and the poison to just kind of drag you down, which is a very, very fun playstyle. Here in the middle, Outriders are getting a little bit caught up in melee, though. Some of the Pestigores do actually catch them, so maybe, well, they're both... For Berserk right now, it's like 3 a.m. And for Alfredino, it's like 1 or 2, I think. Yeah, if memory serves. So it's pretty late for both these guys. But, you know, they're gamers. They probably stay up late. Nice Alpha Strike from Alfredino, though, on this side. Some of the Marauder Horsemen do get charged, and the Pestigores here get absolutely sandwiched. So Berserk does take some L's on this side. Granted, Pesties do trade very well into Empire Knights, too, in a sustained fight. And it looks like the Marauder Horsemen mostly got away. Furies did get a nice countercharge as well. Layers and layers of poison, certainly causing some big issues. But Nurgle is just full pedal to the metal. He's got his fat, infected foot down on that pedal, and he is just charging at the Empire army. We see all the Pestigores and the Marauders just trying to close the distance with the State Troopers, whereas Alfredino is trying to pull back and force the fight to be a little bit more of a long, sustained, kind of ranged poke fight. Now, we do get Furies diving into the back. Really nice engagement there. A lot of the Outriders do get trapped up, and the Nurgle forces are nearby. We have the throwing axes right behind the State Trooper line here, and they're going to be getting some good focus fire into the Outriders as well as the Empire Knights potentially. And now the Nurglites have actually caught the Sons of Sigmar. So we do see these State Troopers now engaged in the front line versus Pestigores. A lot of Furies are going to be swarming the build here. Alfredino does have some Empire Knights a little bit idle back there. And where is the Sorcerer Lord, by the way? Where the hell did he go? Oh my god, look at this. Berserk is hiding his Lord! And now he's going to bring it in. Oh my god, so Berserk hit his Lord for the start of the game. Waits for some expensive magic to be cast so he doesn't get Spirit Leech, and now he's going to be pulling in. Wow, that is... I don't think that was on, like... I think that was unintentional that he left his Lord back there. 100%. Okay. So only now he's going to be pulling in his Lord. So value trading is very even, which is not a good thing for the Empire. If Nurgle can keep even value with you, they're much more sustainable and are going to be a little bit more steady in that fight. Here we do have the Marauder Horsemen and Nurgle, going to be getting some sweet throwing attacks in, but they do blunder and actually get charged by those Empire Knights, but that might not have been a blunder. Maybe it was intentional because he wanted to get a surround on them. And Nurgle Horsemen do have decent melee defense at like 30, so they can hold Empire Knights for a moment if they have to. Now in the backfield, the Marauder Horsemen are going to be dragging around these Empire Knights. We do see Alfredino really wants to snipe that Lord, so he's trying to get Elspeth there. He's trying to follow that Chaos Lord around, but obviously Berserk is very aware of this. He's going to be able to probably avoid Elspeth pretty well. Elspeth diving in here into the Marauder Horsemen, maybe going to get some good damage. Meanwhile, the Nurgle infantry doing well, and the objective is owned by the forces of Nurgle. Alfred just trying to get that long game going. A risky charge by the Chaos Lord here, but it looks like he's going to be moving into Elspeth and maybe getting a Rancid Visitations. Okay, Darkwalker is activated and Death Timekeeper. All the heals are here, but now the Chaos Sorcerer Lord has engaged against Elspeth. Now remember, she can't do her breath attack against him while they're fighting on the ground. So as long as she's on the ground, I think the Chaos Lord's going to be safe. Uh-oh, now he's got to run. So that Chaos Lord needs to start running right now. If Berserk doesn't, he's going to get breath attacked in the face, and it's going to feel really, really bad. Okay. He starts moving. Really good reaction from Berserk. He pulls back. Alfredino going to be chasing down some of the mobility here, but the Marauder Horsemen are still more or less intact. A couple of them, I think. Yeah, Fury's chasing down Elspeth here, and we do see a poison being afflicted on the Empire Knights. Ooh, this could be a game throw here. If the Chaos Sorcerer Lord gets trapped up, there's not a lot of milk nearby. There's a lot of infantry, but man, Berserk finds a way to get away from Elspeth, sacrificing some Furies, getting some Pestigors to charge into the Empire Knights here, and you always underestimate the 57 melee defense on the Chaos Sorcerer. It's super Chad. Here it looks like there's going to be a Fate Abuna going down. Really expensive Fate Abuna on a Marauder unit, so that feels kind of bad. But Nurgle's got a lot of infantry, and is Alfredino going to be able to get through it all is the question. Elspeth might be able to put the game on her back like she has in the previous couple games, but as long as you can avoid getting your Lord sniped, you might be A-okay here. We'll have to see. So many Nurgle infantry, so many of these units. Alfredino probably kicking himself for not bringing grenade launchers right now. Like 1 or 2 grenade launchers would just crack this Nurgle army open super hard. It would just wreck all these infantry, but he doesn't have any. He only has the long rifle outriders, which aren't going to be really effective at killing mass amounts of infantry. Here we do have some witchcraft going down on Elspeth. It looks like the Furies are attacking, and then the Nurgle Lord gets a nice charge there. Berserk moves in with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, attacks into Elspeth von Draken. So very, very nice stuff there. And those horsemen are routed off. So all the mobility of Nurgle is gone. So now this is where Alfredino can have the mobile advantage. And he does have a fair amount of State Troopers still chilling around here, right? He's got a couple. He's got some Outriders here, the Grenade Launcher Man, State Troopers. The Nurgle Infantry Corps, though, look how healthy they are, right? You got so many of those, just like here and here. These guys are all like very, very good health. Elspeth, in the meantime, trying to get away. Curse of the Slug is active, so Nurgle knows that if Elspeth gets away, she could be a problem. So here we see the Marauders move again, as well as the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Are we going to be seeing a Rancid Visitations? He did not bring it. Okay, so no Rancid here. That's going to be a little bit tough. Empire Knights charging into the Nurgle infantry blob in the back. The objective is owned by Nurgle, but the State Troopers are going to probably recapture that, I would imagine. Although Elspeth is kind of inadvertently luring the Nurgle army back to the objective. So Nurgle could definitely win on points here. You know, it's 100% possible. We're going to see. And this Sorcerer Lord has just been an absolute menace. He's been just hunting down Elspeth this entire game while also avoiding the breath attacks. So firepower coming in from the Sons of Sigmar. Outriders going to be shooting down those filthy bats. You got to love to see it. Outriders are super cool. And now Elspeth's going to be jumping back up, and the Coruscating Blast is going to be coming. I think Berserk has evaded it for as long as he could, but now it's going to be, X is going to be giving it to it. And honestly, with this thing's HP isn't that big. Oh, does he get zapped? He does get zapped pretty freaking bad by that Coruscating Blast. Negative 30 leadership on him. He does get a fleshy off before he breaks, and he stabilizes just barely. Oh, man. And then the Dragon comes in for the Alpha Strike, but the Sorcerer Lord gets absolutely broken up. Okay, that is really, really painful. That's maybe going to be giving Alfredino the game here. The Sorcerer Lord getting pounded hurts really, really badly. Is he going to rally? He does have a bit of HP. If the Sorcerer Lord can stabilize and just run around the edges of the map, and then the Nurgle army doesn't take a leadership penalty, maybe they can hold the middle for the win. We're going to have to see. So the big breath going down, and I think he's going to be escaping. Yeah, this thing was nerfed. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. But it's not banned in Fruit Rule, so we're allowing it to be played. Moving across, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. He's going to rally, actually. So that's not necessarily going to be ending the game. And the Nurgle infantry are still very, very prevalent. They're all over the place. A couple random Marauders get into the back of those pissed Outriders and start to grind them down. These guys are charging here. And the Nurgle Lord is back. So he's back in business, and now he's basically just going to be, you know, you can dodge the breath attack, but he was trapped in infantry, so he couldn't really escape it. Elspeth's going to be duking it out, but the Nurgle troops are just poisoning and doing so much work. There's so many Nurgle infantry. I think that Berserk might be able to pull this one out just by playing the objective. Like, that's how he has to win this. Outriders have pretty good ammo, unfortunately, for Berserk. Fortunately for Alfredino, so they're doing some nice work. Stream of Corruption going down as well. Yeah, that's some big damage. And Berserk just needs to chill on the wings with his Sorcerer. Just don't get close to Elspeth, and just make sure your Nurgle army has good leadership. You know, if Elspeth lands and fights somewhere, then you can charge in with it, but aside from that, you got to be careful. But yeah, Nurgle units are mostly steady, and the Empire's firepower is not great against infantry. A lot of the poison just dragging down these Empire Knights. Every time they catch something, they're killing like 2 or 3 units, right? Which is just brutal. A couple of Marauder Horsemen back in, and we do see the Nurgle Lord back in business. Uh-oh, Berserk needs to get this guy back. That's a big blunder. That's a super healthy Pestigore unit that could be all the difference. So he only needs to hold for about a minute, a minute and 20 seconds, give or take. So it's not going to be too hard for Nurgle to do that. The Sorcerer Lord just needs to not get blundered. And we do see a Fleshy Abundance going down there, I think. So Fleshy Abundance going down on the Pestigore. Very nice. Yeah, that's a unit that has a lot of models left, so that healing is going to be very cost-effective here. Berserk, in the meantime, is going to be moving up. Balance of Power is a little bit favored for Alfredino, but, you know, if you're going to be going mass kiting build like this, and, you know, you got to respect the objective as well. And we'll see. We'll see. The Nurgle Sorcerer Lord's going to be cackling it up in the shadows. He just didn't have any infantry killing power, right? What is there to kill infantry? Grenade launchers for the Empire. Knights of the Black Rose might have been okay, but even still, all those great weapons do really well against the Imperial Cavalry. On the outside, the Nurgle Lord has found some stuff to do. Despite getting blasted by Elspeth, he took it like a champ, and I think in lore, correct me if I'm wrong, Elspeth actually defeats Tamarkon by using that breath attack in the lore. I think that's how it went. Big thing for Nurgle is going to be making sure to not get army losses. The State Trooper Tide is going to be moving in now. Nurgle's last stand is on the table, and oh man, Berserk is really going to regret not having those Pestigores in the battle. If they were in the middle, it would probably be GG, but now there's actually a decent chance for the Empire to get in here and maybe break him off with terror routes. We're going to have to see. All right, guys, 25 seconds left for the forces of Nurgle to hold this objective. It's going to be really, really tight. Absolute down to the wire. The Nurglings are on the point, but yeah, these Pestigores out in the Shadow Realm, one small mistake like that for Berserk could cost them. The objective is flipping, but the Giga Chad Nurglings might be able to hold it against the Sons of Sigmar. Elspeth coming in, trying to get some breaks here. The objective is rapidly going. We got 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is a win for Nurgle by the hair of their chinny chin chin. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was an insane scrap by Berserk and by Alfredino. But, yeah. These guys are both great players. The breath attack, you know, like it doesn't, part of me is like, you know, I'm like, the breath attack was so brutal. I'm like happy it lost, you know, but yeah. The Nurglings for the win, man. Yeah, Nurglings got it done. All right, Berserk is in the final. Wood Elves versus, we have the green duel. Yeah. England and Dwarfs. What, England? Are you saying England is stinky Nurgle? Is that what you're saying, Pone? All right. So, GG, well played, gentlemen. And now we are in the grand finals. So, let me host this. Turin finals. Okay, host game is spectator. We will invite the players. We're going to do conquest mode. And let's go ahead and get Nurgle in the grand finals. And we are going to go ahead and get Charix in the finals as well. So 2 games have decided by objectives today. 2 out of almost a lot of games, only 2. Cool. Crazy games. That was literally like 3 seconds. I do feel bad for Alfred too, though. Losing a game like that close feels so bad. Yeah, it feels so bad. All right, what's the map going to be? We got Charix in here, and the map for the grand finals is going to be the Flats of Kislev. So pretty open map. The Flats of Kislev. Yes, yes. Let's party, man. Let's do it. Let's see who's going to get the dub. The final scrap. Let's put it to a poll. Now we can actually do a poll for the grand finals. All right. Finals. So we have Wood Elves. Nurgle has also never won a faction war. So this would be a first win for Nurgle. They have never won a faction war. The foul French versus the Chad Nurgle. They're not. No, it's not French. Yeah, no, it's Wood Elves. Yeah. There we go. Okay. And here we are. That breath attack is freaking brutal, though. Jesus, man. I'm surprised I thought it got nerfed worse than that, because nobody uses it in domination mode. Because we allow steam tanks in domination mode. So yeah. Everyone uses the steam tank commander. It's nuts. The grand finals are upon us. Yeah, that breath is savage. Good play on both sides indeed. Okay, so victory tickets look set. Yeah, we're doing fruit rules, so I don't need to use unit caps here. And once again, before we close out the stream through our grand finals here, this is going to be the last duel. If you guys want to support the channel, a great way to do it is to grab something from my wife's new business here, which is the Astro Snouts. It's a t-shirt business, but it also has some other stuff like cups and stickers and all that sort of good stuff. So there are some of the designs here. And yeah. Thank you guys all for joining. It's been a really fun day. Oh, everybody knows about the points. Everybody knows about the points, yeah. Of course. It takes getting used to, right? Because Alfred could have probably taken that objective a little bit earlier if he had really focused on it, but he probably wasn't focused on it. Vegans versus body positivity movement. There we go. Okay. The flats of Kislev will decide the fate of the old world. Will the Wood Elves stop the end time, or will the old world fall to decay, ruin, and entropy? Find out as Berserk and Charix duel it out. Who you guys are rooting for? Oh, that's pretty close. Yeah, so let me see who won the last faction war. Hold on. So I'm going to the Hall of Fame. So Warhammer 3, we have Kislev, Tzeentch, Wood Elves, and Kislev. Random Nix, Moffat, who was Voidlulls, under a Smurf. Charix won his Wood Elves, and then Pigman won his Kislev last time, but he lost his Dwarves today. So if Wood Elves win again, that would be a Wood Elf 2-peat. They would have 2 wins in the faction wars, with Charix helming both of them, actually, which is huge. And if Nurgle wins, that would be... So Berserk has won one major event. He's won the Season 5 championship on Total Tavern, so he was #1 of the world there. But this would be another major event win for Berserk, which would certainly be very, very solid for his old Total War legacy. Plus, he's going to win some cool prizes, which is fun. And yeah, that's that. That is that. All right, guys. Looks like you guys want the big stinky to win, huh? Green Tide versus Green Sick Tide, yes. Their banners are different, which is great. Charix is a Chad. He switches banners for us. Awesome. You think Nurgle? Nurgle might... I mean, Wood Elves are pretty good at punching Nurgle off a point, you know? I don't know. Kislev is not in the final. No, they lost earlier. They lost to... who beat Kislev? Was it Nurgle? Yeah, Berserk actually beat Kislev. Yeah, he banished them. And then the Dwarves were beaten by Hitman Hippo. That was the other faction a lot of people thought were going to win. Love both players. Happy whoever wins. Yeah, these are both great guys. Great guys. Green for October, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Nurgle's definitely a Halloween faction a little bit. Nurgle's creepy as hell. I mean, Nurgle is... If you look at the Baroque... God, I love... What got me into like Warhammer in the beginning and tabletop and stuff was... like, the art for the Death Guard is so freaking good. There's some Codex art that is just so grimdark. You know? Oh, so awesome. Like, look at some of this like Nurgle art from... I mean, I don't know where this came from, but we can check here real quick. Let me get this. Okay, I think that's working. Yeah. About to load here. Here we are. Yeah, so you can see here, like, this kind of like art style, that like Baroque Nurgle like Death Guard art, and then like looking at the Codex art, it's so freaking cool. Nurgle's aesthetic is rad. Yeah, and like look at the... I love the Grim Reaper. That's like Typhus in the Heresy. This is one of my favorite art pieces too. This art is so good. Like, I love the glowing eyes and just like this tide of like filth and corruption with like Mortarion, this like giant angel of death in the back. It's so cool. The Nurgle aesthetic is so good. Yeah, especially in 40k and fantasy as well. You go wide. It depends on what you're playing. Yeah, probably. I mean, against Wood Elves, the old meta was double Chaos Knight. I don't know if Berserk's going to do that because Charix probably expects it. But some of your favorite Hitman Hippo? Yeah, we can look through the store right now. Yeah, we can do that while we're chilling. All right. So this is the new business my wife has started. I'm sure I've been said it enough today, so you guys are probably sick of it, but you know, don't worry about it. You can go here and you can scroll through a lot of it. Yeah, you can see these are some of the displays here. I have a job, spouse, something fundamentally wrong. Yeah, this was my favorite one though. The shirt, the Palpatine cat. It's like a little cat pushing water off the table with like Palpatine behind him. That's my favorite one. Yeah. Yeah, they had stickers and all sorts of good stuff like that. This one's pretty funny. Get this for your girlfriend. Thick booty, thin patience. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff. A lot of possums. Chihuahuas are truly Satan. Yeah. So yeah, you can check out different things and whatever you're into. Sweats, you know, t-shirts, tank tops, all sorts of customized stuff with all the designs. Yeah, she's going to be working on quite a few designs, so there'll be a lot coming up. We're excited for it. So yeah, check it on out. Yeah, you can buy your dog. We do sell animal hoodies too. Yeah, we do. Imagine a demon Primarch Morty versus a revived Sanguinius battle for the ages. You know, the thing is like, the good guys are always going to typically win in 40k when it comes to major engagements, or they're going to have a plot armor that saves them, right? Like Mortarion and Guilliman duel in the Plague Wars, and Mortarion is like absolutely annihilating Guilliman in a fight, right? And then like Guilliman gets like magically possessed by the Emperor and just kicks his butt, and you're like, oh great, you know, plot armor, right? Yeah, there's always that's always a bit of a bummer, you know, because obviously they can't kill major characters because they're selling miniatures for them, right? Yeah, which is tough. But yeah, no, Mortarion would probably lose to Sanguinius in a duel. They're different, right? Like I think Sanguinius is more of like I mean Mortarion's certainly a fighter, but I think Sanguinius is more of like a duelist type character. Did the Greenskins get a win today? You know, they got crushed, I think, by Khorne. Yeah. Yeah, well, and you can kill demon Primarchs because they just come back to life. Like Mortarion dies all the time. You know, he'll just get swarmed by like Grey Knights or like, you know, some plot armor thing will just kill him, and then like he just revives in the warp and comes back. You know, so that's like the great thing about those characters for Games Workshop is they could just use them as cannon fodder. Yeah. The Emperor protects. He does. The Emperor's plot armor protects. Both players, obviously, big scheming build, so a little bit of downtime here. So, dude, I'm literally pouring sweat. How is it 80 degrees? It's like 6 p.m. here, and it's still freaking 80 degrees inside the house. Oh, it's so awful. Unless they're guard characters and it's squatting time. Yeah, the guard characters do get killed. Sanguinius did beat Demon Angron in 1v1, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Angron is like the king of taking L's in 40k. Like Angron is always getting dicked and owned. You know, like he gets like just his entire life is basically him just getting owned. As a matter of fact, in tabletop, Angron has ability that just literally accentuates how badly he gets karate chopped all the time because he comes back to life in tabletop. He can like respawn. So like Games Workshop's like, well, he's just gonna die, so we might as well give him a respawn ability. You know? Yeah. Who's my favorite Primarch? Oh, well, I like Mortarion's aesthetic as a demon Primarch with a big like Angel of Death and the Grim Reaper. So he's my favorite, like in terms of looks. In terms of lore, I don't really know the lore well enough, so Mortarion would be I'm just going to say he's my favorite. I have his tabletop model. I spent so much time painting him. It's like a prized possession. Yeah. It is a prized possession. All right, yep. And it looks like Charix is ready. Angron, the reverse Hulk Hogan, is losing. Works for him, brother. Yeah. Yeah, Angron just always taking L's. Yeah. Mortarion at least gets some wins. Like he conquers, like he causes massive damage to Ultramar, and he defeats Guilliman in a duel pretty decisively. You know, he's like, yeah. And Mortarion also duels Jagatai Khan, the White Scars, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't get killed in that duel, but he kind of loses it. But he holds his own against Jagatai, who's like one of the best duelists. So Mortarion is definitely a beast. He's like a very good fighter. He's very tough. But as far as the Primarchs go, I think like the boss hogs would probably be, in terms of like one-on-one dueling, I mean, Horus, obviously. Like, Chaos Horus would crush pretty much all the other Primarchs. It took the Emperor to bring him down, right? And so we're kind of excluding him. Yeah. Probably Sanguinius would be one of the best for sure. I don't think, like, as far as the Chaos ones go, Perturabo is very strong, but he's not a duelist. He's more of like, yeah, it's not necessarily a thing. If we're just talking duels, the Lionel Johnson would be like a beast of a duelist for sure. Dorn would be okay, but he doesn't come across as like an absolute karate chopper to me. He's more of like, yeah, still very powerful, obviously, but yeah, the Lion Awakens, yeah. Alfarius, Lion, Jagatai. Alfarius is a duelist though, really? Is that his thing? I know the Lion and Jagatai Khan are definitely, yeah, Lion, Jagatai, and Sanguinius are probably, and Horus, obviously. I mean, you would think Angron would be one of the best, but he just gets wrecked in the story nonstop, so. Yeah. Yeah, Leman Russ was also very good. Leman Russ would be a top-tier duelist, too. And, you know, Leman Russ does defeat Magnus in a duel, but I think that if Magnus, like, was, like, full-on tryharding, I kind of get the vibe he wasn't full-on tryharding against his brother. Because, like, in the book, when Magnus is defeated by Leman Russ, he's kind of, like, doesn't want to fight him. It's kind of like a reluctant thing. But I think Magnus could defeat a lot of the Primarchs if he just went full power, like, just unleashed all of his psychic energy. I think he would defeat Leman Russ in a straight fight if he did that, but... yeah, Fulgrim would be one of the best duelists too. Vulcan also, yeah, Vulcan's a beast. He's also like indestructible. Vulcan just respawns. Yeah. So there's a lot. I don't know. Who defeated him 1v1? Let's see. Angron beat up Guilliman in Horus Heresy. Yeah, that makes sense. Guilliman is not a good duelist. He's more of like a leader and tactician. Yeah. Angron is the Worf in 40k? Yeah, from Star Trek? Absolutely. Yeah. Magnus almost killed Roos after letting Roos... Yeah. Magnus would stomp him. Yeah, Magnus would definitely crush Leman Russ in a regular fight if they were both going full bore, you know? He didn't want to fight him, you know? Yeah. All right, anyways. Fun 40k talk. Always a good time. The Duel of Fates, the grand finals, the old world calls, and we answer. And looking at the Wood Elf army, it's going to be classic Wood Elves, double Way Watchers. Way Watchers are excellent at killing Chaos Knights and anything elite, so they're ready to party. Got two of those, and it is going to be Sisters of Thorn. Nice little anti-skirmish unit, right? They have their javelins and some supporting magic. Wild Hunters of Khorne are a good counter against Chaos Knights, so these, well, they'll trade relatively evenly. Yeah, so it's not bad. Anti-large AP, what's not to love? And especially if you buff them with the Sisters of Thorn. The main core line is going to be War Dancers, it looks like, with a couple Eternal Guard mixed in, and we do have a Melkoth's caster, a Branch Wraith. Yeah, Branch Wraith is a Melkoth's caster, as well as this, what is this? This is a Glade Captain? Oh, a Glade Captain, so an anti-large mounted specialist, and a Glade Lord with Prey of Anathrema. So we do have the snare ability, so very much old school Wood Elves, like I'm going to snare you, I'm going to shoot you, and charge you with my cav while you're frozen, which is very, very good. I don't know who's going to win this, man. This is going to be great. And I think it's just triple War Dancer. So looking at the legendary Berserk as well, he's got his signature Chaos Lord of Nurgle. I love how this guy's meta. It's really fun. Yeah, I mean, he's a great fighter. He's got like almost 7,000 HP, poison, you know, he's got debuffs, and yeah, it's awesome. Rancid Visitation, so snipe the Wood Elf characters, and a little bit of healing. You can't fight the Wood Elves as Nurgle without healing. And the backfield, it is good at, dude, old school Chaos too. Double Chaos Knight has been meta against Wood Elves since the dawn of time, but it's harder now with the Wild Hunters of Khorne being able to fight them off, or at least fight evenly with them. So it is double Chaos Knights, and on the outside, Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Oh, triple Chaos Knight. Let's go. Yeah. I love it. Chaos Knights are so freaking cool. Chaos Furies and Chaos Furies, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Is Charix going to be able to weather the storm of Berserk? He does have Glade Riders and one Wild Hunter of Khorne, but aside from that, it's going to be hard to stop 3 Chaos Knights. That is for damn sure. So the battle is on, and let us see who is going to win this day. Find out on Dragon Ball Z next episode. We're going to charge our Kamehameha for 5 episodes. But yeah, there's a snare. The snare is going to be really good, and the Way Watchers can definitely counter the Chaos Knights if they catch them in precarious situations, and they're able to snare them down. So that could happen as well. And now it looks like the Glade Lord's going to be advancing up to do a little bit of poke. It's going to be trying to shoot into maybe the Marauder Horsemen, or maybe the Furies even. I don't know. We'll see. Yep, shooting at Marauder Horsemen. And the Glade Captain also does have some respectable shooting as well. So the first arrow is shot, and one Marauder Horseman does get picked off. The battle has been started. He is going to be the first casualty of the game. And many more to come. So Nurglings, the Frolickers, Bubonic are advancing up. Definitely don't want to kind of spoil the ambush of your Way Watchers. But oh man, that Nurgle character is going to get snared and sniped. Yep. So he got snared, and here comes the Charg snipe. Oh man, big damage on that Sorcerer. So the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, the Wood Elf Trickery. Is he going to die? He might actually die. Oh my god, it's going to be close. The Glade Captain is trying to get a little bit of extra DPS in there. Fleshy Abundance going to be going down. Oh man, another volley. I think he stabilizes though, because the heal gets off. Oh my god, is he going to shatter? So that character gets absolutely sniped, but is going to rally. Arrows of Khorne is coming to finish him off. Oh man, he rallies, but he might run to the edge of the battlefield. He doesn't rally, but he survives, is what I meant to say. So up here, we do see the Glade Riders charging into the Chaos Furies, able to get some work done there. On the outside, the Chaos Knights of Nurgle are advancing up. That Nurgle Sorcerer never trusts an elf. Dude, the Elven schemes, yeah. That was so dangerous. Like, he saw a Snare character, and he moves his character core up, and there's going to be Way Watchers with Snare. So that was a very rare blunder by Berserk. But Berserk is just going to be going Berserk. He's going to be charging in with Chaos Knights in every front, so they do get into the War Dancers, which they're going to annihilate. And here we do see the Chaos Lord using Rot or Die, and now the full pressure is on. Nurgle's going balls to the wall. Oh man, is he going to come back? That's huge. If Berserk gets a rally, does he rally? Okay, still broken. His leadership is -17. I mean, he took a huge beating, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't rally. And back here, we do have the big fight as the Chaos Knights have moved into the front line. They're going to be countercharged by the Glade Riders, which they're obviously going to massacre. But not having healing here feels really, really bad. Another Chaos Knight moving in through the spears, trying to penetrate on top of the Way Watchers. But it looks like the Way Watchers are getting compromised a little bit. Berserk fighting super well, despite taking a very, very tough fight in the beginning. So he moves in. Nurgle going to be coming across and flanking into the other units here, into the middle, which is going to be more cab units. And the caster is back. Okay, so now Berserk is in the game. That snipe really doesn't make a big deal now, because he's going to get his caster back, and he has really gotten very aggressively into the battle lines of his opponent. So the Way Watcher is trying to stabilize, but being harried by Furies. We do see the Wild Hunters of Khorne trying to peel and save them. The Chaos Knights are in a sustained grind and are looking pretty good. 55 Chaos Knights here. These guys are sitting at 58, and yeah, they are in reasonably good shape here. On the outside, Berserk keeps pressing, and it looks like the Way Watchers are barely able to get away. The Wild Hunters of Khorne and the Glade Lord are able to get it, and the Sorcerer is coming back. He ate the best the Wood Elves had to offer, and he is pissed, and he is ready to party. So Chaos Knight's going to come around, probably compromise this Archer unit right here, which is going to be absolutely devastating. Berserk seems to be in a winning position, actually. These guys there's so much bloodthirst in this game that neither of them are going to be playing the objectives. The Way Watchers trying to pick off the Chaos Knights before they get to them, but I can't help but think a couple of Zotes would have been really, really good in this game, but he doesn't have them, and he's going to have to go about it the old-fashioned way. The infantry fight going to be favoring Nurgle. Branch Race and Spears trying to hold, and here the Wild Hunters of Khorne going to be making a last stand against multiple Chaos Knights and Furies, as well as the Chaos Lord. And now the Sorcerer is on his way back, and he has returned. So there's going to be a big overcasted Fleshy Abundance, probably right here would be my guess, although he might not have the WOM for it right now since he did use one earlier, so maybe. But if Berserk had not gotten that split-second reaction of getting that heal off on the Sorcerer before he got nailed, you know, he would have not come back. He would have been routed off the battlefield. So it looks like the Wood Elves are on the back foot now. We do see the Nurgle Knights, the Lords of Chaos, advance in. The Wood Elves are going to be getting plowed over by these giant beasts of chaos, and that is going to be a fat amount of value lost here for Charx. Charx is down in value. He, I believe, does not have healing. He has Melkoth, so Nurgle has the healing advantage. And once again, Charx showing how scrappy of a player he is, and he finds the Chaos Sorcerer again with his two characters, including the Glade Lord. And is he going to get a break? Yeah, he actually gets a break and baits out a heal. So Fleshy Abundance is going to be wasted on that Sorcerer probably. And now Charx is going to be using his two characters to try and take down the Chaos Lord, which 2v1 they probably would, but with the Chaos Knights coming in, I don't think they're going to be able to. So what does Charx have going around the battlefield? It's looking very Nurgle favored right now. Is the Sorcerer going to run? If he breaks one more time, that is going to be a true break. We do see the Way Watchers and the Wild Hunters of Khorne being taken off the battlefield. The Wood Elf character is fighting valiantly here to try and shut down old Nurgle, but Nurgle has got just so much durability here. Marauders and Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Shouldn't be in melee, though. That's a bit of a blunder by Berserk. The objective, Charx tries to take it. Look at that. Charx tries to get a cheeky capture here with the Glade Riders, which is absolutely hilarious. The Frolickers Bubonic are going to be rolling up on the objective there, so they are able to get that. And looking around, ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of looking like Nurgle's taking over. Is Entropy going to be consuming this faction war? It looks like the Dark Gods, well, not all of them. The other Dark Gods are not laughing. It's definitely going to be Nurgle chortling. Nurgle just totally chortles like a neckbeard. But I think this is it. We see the Chaos Lord dominating the Glade Lord. Charix has fallen to the Plague Gods champion, and Berserk is going to most likely be winning the day. Yeah, there's nothing else. Army losses is going to be kicking in soon. This is just too big of an L to take. The Glade Lord and the Glade Captain dying to the Chaos Lord, it's not going to work out. So Nurgle getting the W in the fourth quarter. Advancing up are the Chaos Knights of Nurgle, and we got Nurglings heading over towards objective, the only objective here. I'm used to casting Domination. Charix's Word Answers might be able to win that fight, but there's just not enough stopping power left. The Wood Elves just a really nice start, but they kind of fell apart. The Chaos Knights penetrated so hard into the Wood Elf army. They got straight onto the really expensive archers and just sealed it out. And it seems like he didn't have enough to protect his army. I think like his original playstyle, if Charix had went with Zotes and Durthu, it would have been a much better game for him. But alas, it was not the case. GG, well played. Congrats to Berserk. He is our Faction War champion. The first win for Nurgle in the history of Faction War. Certainly some exciting stuff. Nurgle is a strong faction, but they have plenty of counters. And he had a hard run today. If we take a look, I mean, Berserk had to beat Tzeentch. He had to take down Alfredino. He also had to take down the Wood Elves, which are pretty good against Nurgle in the fourth quarter as well. Not good, but they can poke Nurgle for sure. But the Giga Chad Chaos Knights got it done. Huge value on them. And the Chaos Sword was also a beast, despite a tough start. It was slow, but inevitable indeed. All right, guys, if you enjoyed today's stream, please drop a like on the way out. The more of that I see, the more Faction Wars we're going to be doing. So, congrats to Berserk for the win. Hitman Hippo saying, Berserk proving he's one of the best players in both game modes. Yeah, crazy, right? He wins Dom tournaments. He wins land battle tournaments. He is a beast. And he took down Kislev. And Homeboy took down Kislev. Absolutely nuts. He definitely deserves it. So, Nurgle has blessed his ravaged body. He's going to get the W here today. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be back soon with more hot, sweaty action. I'm going to be, once they launch 5.3, which is the next update, I'm going to be doing another Faction War after that. So very soon after. Not the first week, but like the second week after to make sure there's no big bugs. We're going to do that. So, there's a, let's see here. And closing thoughts. Shetland asking, so there's a link to my wife's t-shirt business. It's not like channel merchandise, it's kind of her own thing, but there you have it. All right, guys, you rock. Thank you all for your support. It was super, super fun, and we need to make it official. Not that it matters too much, but we're gonna make it official on the brackets right now. So let's head over to the Faction War bracket, and so Berserk won here, and then we have the victory for Berserk in the grand final. So for anybody wanting to see who beat who, you could take a little quick screenshot of this and see. But yeah, these are all the matches we had today. Certainly some very good ones. You got to put on your glasses and squint, I'm sure, to see them. But that was the tale of the tape. All right, folks, take care of yourselves. Thanks to all the players for setting aside their afternoons to play. That was an epic tournament and so many good games. No real haggardness today. Probably the most egregious thing was the Elspeth breath attacks. I think that was the one thing that was really brutal and kind of felt unfair in some situations, but aside from that, it was amazing. And of course, Alfredino played like an absolute beast. He did really good. GG, well played. See you guys around. That's it for today. And Sigmar bless this ravaged body.